Du kennst die Geschichte meiner Stadt zwar noch nicht. Meine Kanäle, die Kultur, die Musik, die Kunst, die Leidenschaft. Hier fließen Tradition und Moderne zusammen. Am Tor zur Welt. Du weißt noch nichts über uns. Doch das ist nicht von Bedeutung. Es gibt etwas, das uns verbindet. Das ist deine Bestimmung.
Meine Stadt.
Hamburg.
Das Herz Europas.
Wir werden kämpfen.
Daran besteht kein Zweifel.
Ich werde da sein.
Mach dich bereit.
Für das Finale.
Good evening, Hamburg, and welcome to the EULCS Spring Finals. We are live here from the Barclays Arena for the biggest series of this split, the fight for the championship trophy between G2 and the Unicorns of Love. We are gearing up for our pre-show, and the Barclays Arena is looking quite full already. People are filing in and getting ready to see the best teams in Europe fight for that trophy. A lot of Unicorns fans in the house, a lot of Pink and Black, and a lot of G2 Esports fans as well. The Unicorns getting into the zone. Romas has something special up his sleeve, as always. And the player rooms where G2 was concentrating before this all-important bout that will finalize their spring split. Hello, everyone. I'm Eefje Schokke-Portere, and joining me in the pre-game lobby today are Andrew Verius Day, Splice's Jonas Trashy Anderson, and Misfits' Tristan Power of Evil Schrage. Well... Ja, Tristan, herzlich willkommen. Natürlich muss gestern ein bisschen enttäuschend gewesen sein für dich, aber trotzdem muss es schön sein, hier zu sein, zusammen mit all diesen deutschen Fans.
Ja, also die Stimmung hier in Hamburg ist einfach unglaublich. Ihr seid einfach alle klasse und ich habe das auch schon gestern gesagt gehabt, aber die Unterstützung, die wir bekommen, ist einfach ohne Worte und ich hoffe, dass die Stimmung so jetzt im Finale auch weiter bleibt.
Ja, natürlich. Yeah, Tristan, also for the viewers at home, very happy to be here. Yesterday, of course, a little bit of a disappointment, but a lot of support from the German community, and they have been on point, and they're going to be on point today because the finals weekend in Hamburg has the culmination today with G2 versus the Unicorns of Love. But yesterday, we had that third place decider, Fnatic. They showed their strength against the Misfits. Unfortunately, Tristan, for you, it was a 3-0 sweep, which not a lot of people had expected it to be that clean from the side of Fnatic. What was your TLDR of what went wrong?
I think the first game was the most important one for us since for some players it's like the first time on big stage, so we kind of needed to get that, I think, confidence boost for our players. After losing that one, I think we just didn't have the synergy. So, like compared to Fnatic, they just had way better synergy and they just capitalized on our mistakes. And as soon as we sometimes had the lead, but we just threw it away, and Fnatic didn't do that. They just had the lead and just outplayed us.
Yeah, and I think Misfits made a lot of mistakes in the early game, and
Fnatic kind of capitalized on it, and when you do these mistakes against a team like Fnatic, they will just roll over you, and that's kind of what happened.
That is what happened, and if anything, the arena was absolutely electric yesterday already. The hometown crowd fired up, and if it's any indication for what's happening today, it's going to be wild. Let's take a quick look back and get a taste of the action. Guten Tag und herzlich willkommen in Hamburg!
Dodges out the root collar, clean sidesteps.
No flash on Soaz, that's already been used. Alfari, if he escapes the next
Trigger seed, Alfari definitely triggered after that. First blood drops for Fnatic. Misfits were so close in the bottom lane. Looking for a little bit more. It's flash out to Seiji from Ignore. Fnatic, are they going to go for more? Flash in, root collar, trigger seed, there's the ultimate. They're looking to keep the play going. Reckless is a man in trouble, but he just won't die. Once again, Reckless is unkillable. Leap forward, Alfari drops everything. Trying to start the fight. Ignore is locked up. Alfari, they're moving. They're trying to get more, but Kakao, he's going to get taken down.
Mansama is untouched, though he could maybe clean up this team fight.
Maybe looking for a bit more. Soaz running forward, trying to juke, trying to jive, trying to take down Alfari. Body slam's going to go wide. Soaz gonna get the outplay in the end.
Well, a wonderful video there, and it showed how electric the crowd was already. And I think they wanted more games. Unfortunately, it was only 3, but let's hope we see 5 of them today. And we also have to say again that yesterday it wasn't just for the pride and glory here in Hamburg. Also, it earned Fnatic championship points, 50 to be exact, as well as 30 for Misfits. And that is very important in the fight for World 2017, the road to China.
It certainly will be, and the points today are going to be stacking up as well. Getting 90 points in that first place spot is going to mean a lot moving into Summer Split and moving towards that World Championship.
I mean, I really got to feel it last year when we as Splice didn't have any points going into Summer Split, how hard it actually is to qualify for Worlds. So these points really matters.
And you got 30 points still. That means you have a start to go into the Summer
right now
Split.
I'm not really looking into the points since we just lost yesterday, and we're like, or at least for me, when I saw this video, it's kind of heartbreaking since I wanted to win at least one game here in this arena, but I guess for Summer Split we have a lot to improve on, and I'm sure we can make it.
Well, you know how you can make it up to them. Just win the Summer Split and go
Yes,
straight
we
to
don't need
Worlds.
points, but
Yeah, there you go.
we're looking for first place Summer Split, so we don't need them.
Yeah, that's always a route to go. And now these guys are also looking for the championship today. Today's final is G2 and the Unicorns of Love. And what a fantastic final that has brought us here to Hamburg. And if we look at the split and how everything is played out, it couldn't be 2 better finalists.
No, it could not be. Both teams throughout the regular season have dominated their groups. They have been consistently good, and they have only shown growth. And it is exciting to see how that will all culminate here on the Hamburg stage.
Yeah, definitely. There we see the results in the playoffs. But when we look at the overview of the split, G2 12-1 on the split. The Unicorns of Love 11-2 on the split. All impressive series wins and not that big of a difference. And I want to talk to you guys about kind of expectations that we had before the split and teams living up to those. Let's start with the Unicorns of Love. It seems like they're always fighting against that moniker of, oh, they won't be consistent and they won't stay at the top. But Tristan, they've had their best split this spring, maybe since the spring split in 2015 when you guys went all the way to the finals and you were also still a unicorn that fabled fast. So why do you think they've been so strong?
I think the biggest part about UOL is that they have Vizichachi and Hilisang for like 2 years already. I think even 3 years, because back in Challenger Series, and they were like all the time consistent and always like on the best of their roles, like always like top 3. And they're kind of the backbone of UOL, so it's really easy for the new players to come into the team and adapt and just learn from them, I think.
Stepping up to the plate in interviews, Chachi has also said, well, it's all just gelling very well. All the entourage is working, all the players are fighting for the same goal, and they've been the most consistent that we've ever seen them.
They really have. It's wonderful to see Unicorns of Love always picking up these rookie individual players and turning them into superstars. Exile, Cersei, they really have been stepping up, along with Samex as well, to becoming some of the best performing players here in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, we need to praise the system they're working with, like just bringing rather unknown players and bringing them to this kind of level of play is just so impressive to me. me. So a lot of props to UOL overall.
Definitely so. Well, they had a fantastic spring split. Then they went into the semifinals with a bye and continued their dominance in the semifinals over Misfits. A 3-1 victory. Of course, Tristan, you were in that best of 5, and they just seemed incredibly strong. What was the tipping point for the Unicorns in that series?
I think the strongest part of UOL is like the jungle and top lane synergy right now. I think EULCS, obviously a rookie of the split, and Vincic MVP of the split. So you can see that they're both like really dominating in their roles, and I think that's like the strongest part right now, I think.
And they just work well together as a team. Like they seem to always be on the same page about how they want to execute the game, and just having that strength has brought them this far, I think. So.
Yeah, they dropped one game there, but I don't think, no offense, they actually broke a sweat there. They had their eye set on this final.
They did, but there is also another team on the other side of the rift that has that eye as well. And G2, while we praise a lot for the Unicorns of Love, have also been equally dominant. Our expectations coming into the split were, these guys, they're going to be dominating over Europe. They've already done it for a year now. They added that additional support structure, and they've just been flourishing. We've seen a few ups and downs from the team, but overall, they've come into playoffs looking to make their way to the final and secure that top spot.
Well, definitely, they had won 2 splits back-to-back last year. They had those, well, dodgy international performances, but how, as a team that you've already dominated this region, how do you, as G2, how do you improve on those little margins?
I mean, they went to MSI, and I feel like from hearing from the players, they felt like they learned a lot from MSI. Like they learned a new kind of way to play, and they're not just aiming to win EULCS. They want to look further than this. Like they want to make sure that they perform at an international level. So that is kind of their goal, and it really shows.
That it does. And while the G2 and Unicorns of Love have similar records, the way in which they pick up their wins is vastly different. If we take a step back and look at the Unicorns of Love, it is very clear, and we've said this all split, they have a go button, and they press it if it's going to go bad or good, but most of the time for them, it works out well.
What I love about the Unicorns is how it seems very steady, it seems very even, but then they build themselves up what seems to be a little bit of a springboard, and then once they've got that cushion of gold, they pounce, they go all in, and they force these objectives. They do so well at pushing that gold lead that they've already built themselves up.
On the other side, G2, they always have a steady slope. They build up their differences, or they come back in a game. They don't peak as much at certain moments. And what makes them so good and what makes them so steady?
I think the biggest difference between UOL and G2 is that both teams can easily come back in games. So if you look at Misfits, I feel like we lose every game if we're 20 minutes behind. But UOL is this kind of team who, if they're behind at 20 minutes, they just fight, and they just fight their way back in. And I think G2 in difference is that they can come back through macro, and I'm really hyped to see.
And a lot of this comes down to the jungler trick. He likes to, in the mid game, just grind it out. Like he likes to just farm his jungle, farm the enemy jungle, and then just empower himself to be really strong in the mid game. And this is kind of the style G2 has said that they like to play. Like play around your jungler and make sure that he has a really good game.
Yeah, and if we look historically, or this split, at least when G2 faced off against the Unicorns of Love, that is what we saw. The Unicorns of Love would even get advantages in those games, but against G2, they just kind of wait and come back, and Unicorns of Love could never hold on, so how will they today?
Well, the one thing that we have seen G2 struggle with in the past is the unexpected. When you throw a curveball in this planned out macro style, they can struggle. And while they are very good at adapting throughout the series, I think that the Unicorns can bring out something surprising to catch G2 off guard.
Well, we will see what happens today. We are getting closer and closer to that opening ceremony, 16 minutes and a half away. And for now, G2, well, they have a chance to win their 3rd championship in a row. We talked to some of their key members to get their thoughts before the finals.
There's this circle of talk trash and win, and everyone loves you. Talk trash and lose, and everyone hates you.
When we won the split, I think like everything turned around, like everyone started loving G2. And then we went to MSI, and there was it was handled really poorly by the organization.
For example, you say things like, NA is a wildcard, haha, you know, it's a joke and banter. But if you lose and you go 1-5 at Worlds, and the team that makes out of groups is wildcard for the first time in all years of Worlds, then you kind of deserve to get done. I know Luca got really affected by the Worlds situation that happened, and he's only 17 at that time, and he got a lot of hate.
After that, it just went downhill, because I was also an outspoken player, because that's what everyone wanted. Everyone wanted an outspoken personality, so I gave them, and then people just used it against me. So after we lost to Albus Nox, like I went to my room and cried, and I didn't want to be a pro gamer anymore. I mean, that all went away really fast, you know, but it's just in the moment, like how it affects me in the moment. After that, I just like took some time off.
I think now he's better than ever, and so is the rest of our team. And we're trying our hardest to redeem what we screwed up in 2016.
Hey guys, I'm joined now by Joey, coach of G2 Esports, as we get ready for the finals of the EULCS Spring Split. You guys are going up against Unicorns of Love today. Tell me, how is the team feeling about the matchup?
I think they're very excited to play against Unicorns. It's been a clash that we've seen coming for several weeks or even months, and we have a lot of respect for the Unicorns, so they're a little bit nervous, a little bit excited, but it's a lot of good emotions.
All right, now you guys have won twice before. Now tell me, how is this experience going to be different playing in Hamburg versus the last two times that you guys have been able to take the crown here in the EULCS?
So besides there being a lot more on the line today, I also think they've grown a lot more since I am. So we're facing a new Unicorns today and not the same Unicorns that we beat earlier in the split.
When you look at the Unicorns lineup, when you look across the team, what do you think is going to be the biggest threat towards what you guys want to do?
I think overall team play, how they coordinate and group up in mid lane is very scary. And because they really like to throw everything at you. They just group up in mid lane and throw everything at you. And if you can fight back, you probably win. If you can't fight back, then you're going to the next game.
Definitely rough. We've seen a few teams fall to that already. Now, we're playing in Hamburg. It feels kind of like Unicorns' home turf. Crowd maybe in favor of the Unicorns' love. Are you at all worried about the crowd being against you guys today?
We are no strangers to the crowd being against us, so we'll be fine.
Good to hear. All right, so looking across the board, players seem to be doing well. Is there anything special you guys have cooked up to deal with the Unicorns today?
If I did, I wouldn't have told you.
Absolutely fair. All right, well, looking at this, is this going to be the hardest final that you've played so far in your career?
Absolutely. I think it will be the hardest final. Unicorns is better than the opponents we faced in the finals last year. And I just think they are a good macro team right now, so it's going to be very tough.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, I think we can just round it out and get a prediction from you. Who's going to take the series? What's the score going to be, Young Buck?
As usual, a good 3-1 victory for G2.
Not even the 3-2. All right, well, there you have it. That's going to do it for us. Thank you so much, Joey, for talking to me. Now we're going to send it back to Shocks to further break this down.
Well, thank you very much. Very nice to hear that from Youngbuck and also from Sven and Perks right before that, and just showing the emotion of, yeah, it was tough on us. Of course it's tough on us, but we want to take this chance to go to MSI and prove that we can, and we have to have respect for what G2 has done. They've made changes in the entourage of the team. They've put special emphasis on broadening how they deal with these situations and on strengthening themselves.
It is wonderful to see how much the players have grown over the last year from the side of G2. Perks especially. This was a guy that at the start of the split, we were wondering, is this guy really still up to scratch? And then he comes in and he performs spectacularly.
Well, also you guys are also quite young players and you have to deal with a lot of criticism. I think it's quite remarkable what Perks is going through and just being able to, well, perform so steadily and come back and show everyone up in the spring split here, Power.
Well, in the end, as Vedus already said, he grew a lot as a player, and I think all this like negative feedback or negative comments, in the end it makes you only stronger, I think, or like all the negative things I got in the Origins, just like it just lets you get like just stronger in general as a player, and you don't really get frustrated about these comments, and I think Perks is like that now.
Yeah, I mean, I got to see Perks' face after what happened at Worlds, and it was really heartbreaking. But the fact that he's here now, even better, just tells a lot about him. So I'm really proud of him, yeah.
Well, that it is for G2 and also for the side of Unicorns of Love. Always have received a lot of criticism, and they're here to show everyone that they're worthy of that final spot. And earlier, Stress, he sat down with the Unicorns of Love's coach, who is leading the team into the finals for the second time.
Hey, Stress here backstage as we get ready for the big EULCS finals. Here with Fabian Schiepi-Milan from Hamburg yourself. I have to first ask you, it's been 2 years since the Unicorns were last in a final. What is different with this team compared to how you were faced off in the 2015 Spring Finals?
I feel that when we got into the split the first time and we made finals, we really didn't know if after 3 months we're in the finals or we're out of LCS, so we just played to play. And now we're coming in with a little bit more expectations, and I think also being more professional now. We have more staff, we have more preparation, and we are more precise in what we're doing. So I think really that's the biggest difference right now between us before, who kind of played to play, I think Power said this term as well, and now being really professional and very goal-oriented.
And that certainly seems to be paying off for you guys. Rookie of the split, MVP of the split announced yesterday. Is that all the behind-the-scenes stuff? Is this the right mix of players for you? Like, how has this Unicorns gelled? Because your organization's been quite outspoken about how you select players.
I think that everyone is just adding to the pool, and everyone's just working so hard, and it's very motivating for all the players, seeing each other, scrimming all day, playing all day. So I think that everyone's adding to it. I think we have also really clear standards of what we want to have in the team, and what makes everybody happy, being successful, and long-term happiness as well. So I think that right now we are gelling really well together. I think everyone is extremely talented, and I'm just really happy at the position right now where I am as well, since I'm learning every day, and I feel like the people are learning every day as well, and I think everyone's just really happy.
You guys have had a fantastic performance this split. Now you face G2, two-time EULCS champions. Now this would be their third finals appearance today. What worries you, perhaps, about facing off a team like G2?
Well, what worries me is that they're pretty good, so it will be a really tough series. And going into this game, it's always difficult playing G2. They're generally well prepared, and they are having really strong players in every position. I feel if we are performing to our best, we can definitely beat them. And I feel we have a really good sense of how to play the map right now. This is the strongest we've ever been. But yeah, facing against G2 is always difficult. They are a really strong team, and I think that's like the only thing that worries me overall. But even then, whoever is performing better in the end of the day is deserving the spots. But yeah, we want it really badly.
Everybody always says facing the Unicorns in a best of 5 is a tricky thing. Now, of course, you guys have gone from strength to strength this split. You can't tell me what, but is there any magic, Unicorns magic in the tank for today's best of 5 final?
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, we have always situations. It's become a little bit harder to get out of the meta picks really well integrated. But we're smart about our pick and ban phase. So if something shows up, we will definitely capitalize on that.
We're looking forward to that. One last opportunity, though, Sheepy, before you head on stage. The fans are just filtering into the venue now. Anything you'd like to say to your home crowd here in Hamburg?
I'm just super happy for everyone that I can be here, and I'm just so grateful. I have 22 people from my family all in the crowd as well, and I'm super excited. I can't wait to go out there and wave everyone and just sink in the atmosphere. So I'm really looking forward to that.
I think everybody's looking forward to it as well. We're going to head it back over to the analyst desk as we get closer to the opening ceremony.
Well, there you see it's 7 minutes and a half away. And, well, listening to Sheepy, always a pleasure. Tristan, you know him very well. He was there in 2015, straight from the start. The Unicorns of Love's organization was built here in Hamburg. Can you speak a little bit to Sheepy as a leader from what you remember, of course, and I expect you're still good friends.
Yeah, I'm still good friends with Sheepy, and as you already said, I think he phrased it really good. Back then, we kind of just played to play, just played to have fun. And I think, as you already stated, it's more and more getting every year more professional, and I think you can just see that their success as well.
Something that I found really interesting, both Youngbuck and Sheepy commented on the macro. Youngbuck said, well, their macro is actually in a really good place from the Unicorns. Sheepy also commented on it. That's not usually something we identify the Unicorns with. So what is it? It's a different kind of, I think, the straightforward macro objective control that we're used to.
One of the things that we have to praise the Unicorns for is that their jungler Xerxes is an incredibly smart individual, and that allows him to set up vision in a way that they can force fights in such intricate and interesting ways. The fact that Chachi is always to get such effective flanks off, and the way in which Unicorns are able to force these fights is what enables them to have this great macro play.
Who's better at team fighting, G2 or the Unicorns?
Well, I think it's going to come down to pick and ban, obviously, but it's interesting that Youngbuck is saying that it's a lot about controlling the mid lane in the mid game, and it's something that Unicorn has been doing very well, grouping up as 4 and pressuring the mid wave and then getting vision, and it's something we have to really look out for in the series, I think.
Yeah, and talking about the mid lane, we have to look at that, a worthy final with hype matchups across the board, but in that mid lane, the last German standing, Exile, is going up versus Perks, and it's going to be a tough matchup for both sides, or is it Power of Evil? You played versus Exile just last week.
Well, I think Exile is a really, really strong player. I think the only problem he has is he's really inconsistent. So his laning phase, he's sometimes just dying way too much, and Perks lately is playing really, really good. So I think if Exile can survive the laning phase and just play more consistent for his team, I think they can easily pick up the game, since UOL's stronger side is, I think, the top lane. So I think Exile should just play defensive and
Is that possible though?
Yeah.
Perks has looked incredible.
Yeah, and even the last time that they met, Perks was even able to get a solo kill onto Exile. And the thing that worries me for me is that Exile is in a big crowd in his hometown, and I feel that he's going to try and make the hero play, and he needs to resist that urge because Perks is lying in wait. And as an individual, he will punish you if he sees a window to do so.
Yeah, definitely. We spoke a lot about Perks as a person and his growth, Trashy, but just on the Rift, he's shown that he has grown in the macro as well as in the micro sense of the game.
He definitely plays for the team now rather than in the start where he was more playing for like solo killing people, but now he's grown to be a smart player and does smart decisions, and it really fits the G2 style.
That it does. And when we take a look back from the mid lane, we look at the entire map. Where is the win conditions for both of these teams? Well, the Unicorns of Love, they have the Spring Series MVP, Vizicachi. They also have the Rookie of the Split in Xerxes, and that jungle top synergy, that duo, we touched on it already, will prove to be very important because it might be the biggest discrepancy or in for both teams in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be so important for both teams what kind of matchups we're going for. I think for UOL, they really want to look to put Vizicachi on a champion where he can dominate the lane. He has shown it before, he can dominate the lane, and I feel like this is one of the strong parts of UOL.
I think the winning condition for UOL is top and jungle, and I think the winning condition for G2 is mid and jungle. So I think it comes down to who can help the other lanes a little bit better, who can get set up vision way better. And I think it pretty much comes down to this.
All right, well, 4 minutes to go until the opening ceremony. I first got to ask, Hamburg, bist du bereit? Well, I guess they are ready, and I want to get more into the zone and bring the fire. What are your predictions? Who is going to win? Who is going to be our Spring Split finalist and our winner?
So I think that the Unicorns are looking poised, they're looking ready, and they are looking fierce to try and take this series. But it will be G2 that will cut them down and will take the series 3-1.
Oh. The public opinion does not agree with you, but...
I mean, for me, you might be fooled by my choice of clothing because I'm also on the G2 hype train. I brought my G2 swag, and even though it doesn't fit me, I'm sure G2 will smash Unicorns today.
You're absolutely ridiculous with that hat, by the way. That was...
Well, I guess I'm the only one who believes in magic. So I would say Unicorns is going to win 3-2. I think it goes down to 5 games. And I would love if everyone here in this arena is saying Unicorns when I say fear our horns. Fear our horns! Oh.
I don't think, yeah, they heard.
Fear our horns!
Well, there you go. Well, a lot of Unicorns of Love fans. And G2, you know, they've said it already. They're used to this. They don't always have all of the support, but they've won 2 splits in a row. They've dominated, and they've stated publicly, this is what we want to do. Yes, we want to be the champion again in Europe, but we want to go to MSI. We want to start doing well on the international stage, and they have to put it all on the line, because if they don't win here today, as the wave starts going around in the stadium, they don't even go to MSI.
Nope, it is going to be a tough road ahead for G2. They are constantly playing under pressure, and nothing will change them today. But as Joey said, this is a team that knows how to play under pressure, and I feel that they can thrive under it.
And then the Unicorns of Love, we talk about magic, but they've actually thrown that away and said, we're just going to win and be consistent and not always rely on those crazy picks. And if the stars would align, this is where the organization was forged. This is 2 years in the making for their final. The momentum for these players must be extremely high.
And I mean, I know the more young players out there, they're tripping, you know, they can hear the crowd. It's such an awesome experience playing in front of such a huge crowd, and I wish I would be doing it, but sadly no. So yeah, I really hope they are gonna enjoy it at least.
I think like even people like Kili-san and Chachi, like they're kind of used to the stage, but I'm really sure that they're like right now thinking like, this is our shot, this is our chance to win it, and they will like give everything, like they're 110% to win today.
Yeah, and if anything here, the crowd is super, super riled up. Unicorns of Love fans, G2 fans, I think they're a bit tired of hearing us talk. I think they want to start to see the players on stage very, very soon, and we are getting closer. You guys excited? We are just moments away from the final fight, so join us in the Barclaycard Arena as we kick off the 2017 EULCS Spring Finals!
Getting into the finals and possibly winning it would be extremely good for all of us.
I want to go to MSI, and that's my only purpose right now, so I need to win.
We are going to work as a team and we are going to win together.
I hope against G2 I can perform like on my top level and help my teammates.
That's what we have been working for the entire split. This is our chance now.
For everyone that actually looks up to me and supports me, I want to repay the support that they've given me too.
I have a very, very good win rate against Unicorns in playoffs myself, so yeah, I'm confident, but I'm not overconfident.
Today we can show them that gods do not win. We are more precise now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Guten Abend und herzlich willkommen. We're in the Barclaycard Arena in Hamburg, Germany for the 2017 European LCS Spring Split Finals! 12 weeks in the making. We have 2 teams remaining. They will do battle for the title, for the crown, for the kings of Europe. Let's meet your finalists. Starting with the Unicorns of Love! Making. The Unicorns of Love return to the stage. Hamburg, you know the chant. Feel our hearts. Their opponents, 2-time defending champions, G2 Esports! together for the kings of Europe, the G2 Army, the Samurai Warlords G2!
G2! G2! G2! G2!
And to return the championship trophy to the podium, I'd like to invite defending G2 coach, Victor in 2016, Joey Youngbuck Steltenpool. Since 2013, 8 times this championship trophy has been hoisted, and only 3 teams have had that honor. Let's look back at who they are.
Fnatic are dethroned. The new kings are alliance.
And they will finally win the Spring Splits. Fnatic, they're going to finish it. They're going to kill the Nexus, and they're going to win.
It's the last Nexus turret. That's going to be it. We have a new king in Europe after all. 2015.
Welcome to the G2 era. They are your summer split champions. Who will be your champion? Starting on the blue side in the top lane, it's your Spring Split MVP, Vizichachi! His opponent, defending top lane champion for G2 Esports, Expects! Ganking from the jungle, and your rookie of the split, it's Xerxes! The 2016 two-time MVP, G2's jungler, Trick! Germany, another mid laner for the Unicorns of Love, it's Exile! And trying to defend his mid-lane kingdom, it's G2's Perks! Making his debut in an LCS final in the AD carry role, it's Samox! And making his 4th LCS final appearance, is this the best AD carry in the West? Sven! The backbone, the caller, the support for Unicorns of Love. Please welcome Hillisang! And the captain, the caller, the in-game leader, G2 support, Mithy! Aus Hamburg, moin moin, mein Jong, Fabian Sheepy Malams! And defending coach, G2's Youngbuck! Coaches, you may shake hands, let's make this a clean fight. Players, you may take your seats. Hamburg, people all around the world, put your hands together for your 2017 Spring Finalists!
Unicorns will not be denied, and they are headed to the finals. Just can't close the damage. That's disgusting. Still gets to kill. They get everything.
G2 Esports, they stop Fnatic in their tracks and advance to their third.
I want us to do good and give back hope to fans who actually supported us since the beginning.
I think this is definitely the best Unicorns we've ever seen.
I will win this split and I will go to MSI.
Oh, are you kidding? There's one damn hit left! Saying descending. What? No way! Kidding me? LSI just stole the bag!
And advance to their third split finals! And welcome to the final series of the Spring Split. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined at the caster desk by Mitch, Kreppo, Forceballs, and Martin Deficio Lunga.
Hello everyone, moin moin. We've learned it as well now. Trevor, what an introduction. What a fantastic opening ceremony. I'm so damn hyped.
And the crowd is so favored for the Unicorns here. This is actually going to be very interesting to see how G2 deals with it.
Especially when you've got such support. Romar, all split long, has been leading the Love Hurts crew and the Unicorns fans.
Have you ever seen a goth unicorn? I haven't. Until today.
We have now.
Yeah.
We've entered a territory we've not been in before. Unicorns, the best performance, the best squad they've had in 2.5 years.
Shibi said it himself. This is the absolute best Unicorns of Love we've ever seen. That's why they're making the finals. That's why people are cheering for them as well.
And it's built with the same core roster, and then built upon that, they slotted in some really nice young players.
Gentlemen, the problem is we are inside the G2 era, a near undefeated split. Surely still the favorites in this matchup. G2, on the other hand, back-to-back defending titles.
That's the thing, you cannot disrespect G2 Esports. They are such a powerhouse in Europe, especially in best of fives. But the very first champ select starting, G2 Esports on red side. Mitch, you and me, we talked a lot about what to do here, who do you ban out, and I think this Rengar ban signals a Graves ban as well, and try and remove some of these champions from the rookie of the split, Xerxes.
Yeah, you do not want to get Xerxes comfortable. He has experience playing in tough environments, but it's still different when you have to play for an EULCS title and you have to perform against, honestly, the best jungler in Europe.
Yes, sir. So we want to see maybe Graves, maybe even Ivern if you want to remove just 3 junglers completely. There's the Graves. G2 Esports trying to really pinch Xerxes champion pool, and on the side of Unicorns, some picks we don't see very often from them.
Yeah, we just see the Syndra banned out. We don't really associate that with the Unicorns too much, but with the Karma is something I don't really see Hillsang playing, and this time they don't want to get into a situation where just the lane dominance gets given over to Mythi and Sven.
Let's find out if Sven and Mythi can have a good time. At least the final ban, yet another jungler taken off the table. And if you look at the graphic, all split long, 34% of Phase 1 bans have been targeted towards Vizicachi. This is a small pivot as we come into playoffs, and you really start to target maybe some of the weaker areas of UOL.
This is definitely a change here. So Unicorns of Love getting rid of Elise, taking that away from Trick. I am still looking at something like Ivern as a very early pick.
Lee Sin could be a steal here as well, with looking how narrow the jungle pool is. Taking that away from Trick and impacting his early game is an opportunity, but he doesn't care.
We get the Ivern. Now, as a response from G2, I would love to also see Rumble, because Rumble is a pick that can go top lane or into the jungle against Ivern. It doesn't give away too many things. It's a strong pick, especially for Expect. Other one could be bot lane focus. Ashe is the #1 pick here for Sven.
Yeah, allowing Sven to have some utility here. Also something we've been seeing lately is just early locking in these mid laners. But for G2, it's probably best that they do that on 3rd rotation.
Love this one here from G2. Again, remember guys, it can go top lane, it can go jungle as well for Trick. So they're not giving away too many things. Unicorns, normally we see match AD carry and then pick a mid laner.
If you're a Fnatic and you have an unlimited pool of niche AD carries, you can wait and get banned out, get the Caitlyn and the Varus off the board. But you should match here, because going up against Sven and Mythi will be tough. However, Samux and Hillsang have shown us in playoffs they can play losing lanes gracefully and then come back in the mid game.
Very true. Now this is one of the champions we normally see banned against Unicorns of Love and Vizicachi, the Shen, because it allows them to play so aggressive, overextend a little bit more, because you have Vizicachi joining you. Perkz can get a mid laner here though and ban 2 away.
Yeah, definitely so. Perkz will have an advantage in the mid lane if he goes for that, but you see the Unicorns The AD carry that's only just joined them, Samux, is now being set up to carry in a protected Caitlyn composition. If you have a supportive Lulu with that or any range support for Hylissang, then this Caitlyn get the 4 items and he can go wreck.
So Rumble will go into the jungle, Gangplank as the counter pick to Shen up in the top lane for Expect. So G2 very clearly wanted to try and get a good matchup for the top laner. In many ways, we can say that is where Unicorns will have a massive opportunity with Vizicachi against Expect.
And this still leaves the mid lane counter pick for G2 Esports. They weren't rushed to do it because they obviously are on the red side, and Perkz has shown that if you give him matchup advantage, he can whip out anything like a Zillion, like an Echo, and start dominating.
So when we see Ivern, when Unicorns of Love have built team comps to kind of protect the carry, it's rarely been Samux, as you mentioned earlier, Crepo. It's actually been Exile in some of the games. The Katarina pick much earlier in the split. Vladimir is still available for him, which is the #1 team fighting pick he has under his belt.
Well, take a look at these Phase 2 bans. LeBlanc and Zyra taken off the table. G2 have the option to counterpick, as you've mentioned already, gentlemen. But what is a signal for priority-wise? Another support with Karma, with Zyra taken out of the equation.
Yeah, the Malzahar ban obviously aimed at Hylissang. It's quite easy for him to just go in Flash R and be the main engage. But if you look at all these range supports taken out, it seems like he may want to just play like a Thresh to this lane.
Yeah, and obviously on the side of Mithy here, normally it is Karma, Lulu, or Zyra he's playing. All 3 being removed. We might see melee matchups down in the bottom lane, something Hylissang prefers a lot with Braum and Tahm Kench.
Obviously, this composition for G2 Esports currently does not have a tank. We expect this to be support pick here and then counter pick from it, unless there is a pick left in the equation that has no counters, but it doesn't seem to be that way.
And I think we're going to see Braum now from Hylissang taking into Mithy's Thresh or the Tahm Kench. Yeah, both can definitely work. Tahm Kench will deny a lot of the hook potential for Mithy.
A lot of the early success from the Unicorns came from the Shen Tahm Kench interactions where they played on multiple lanes at once. When Unicorns were struggling macro-wise, slotting in the Shen helped them a lot, and now they actually have a beautiful, well-rounded team fight composition, but they can still assist their side lanes with the Tahm Kench ultimate, with the Shen ultimate.
Talked about this Vladimir before. I think Cassiopeia might be the answer here from Perkz, or maybe his Rise. Try and get a counter pick in the mid lane to try and really shut down Vladimir early. Could be the way for G2 to make sure they don't actually fall behind against this team fight comp with a lot of globals.
A lot of globals on the side of Unicorns of Love. Gentlemen, it feels like the expected approach to game 1 is by the book. A lot of these picks and counter picks based on the Phase 1 bans. Now, it feels like G2 have got a much earlier spiking team composition than that of Unicorns. Do you think that's fair?
A lot of late game scaling. I mean, I see a lot of late game as well from G2 with Gangplank up in the top lane and Rise in mid.
Yeah, and you also have to worry about the late game when you play only with 2 damage dealers in the Vladimir and the Caitlyn. For conventional teams, that can become a worrying thing. The problem is the Unicorns are so good with their teamfight target selection that they've played many great late games with only 2 damage dealers, and also they have the 2 best ones to boot.
I'm a little bit concerned regarding Expect in this Gangplank because it's such a slow scaling pick. And Unicorns love their composition. Tahm Kench ulti, Shen ulti, like they can move around the map very quickly. They can force a lot of plays where Expect might not be able to react, and that is a good looking Unicorn.
It's the Unicorns versus the Samurai. Sheepy and Youngbuck shaking hands for the first time tonight in the championship final. Hamburg in the Barclaycard Arena. Show your support for who you think will be taking this one. Exile in the mid lane on that Vladimir. There's a lot of pressure going up against a very seasoned combatant in Perkz.
Definitely so. Perkz is a man who's been dominating this split in the mid lane. Really wanted to prove something after 2016. A lot of people were putting a lot of hate towards him.
It's Unicorns of Love taking on G2 Esports. A shot at the crown, a shot at the title. Let's put your hands together for your Spring Split Finals. It's game 1.
All right, this final here is so exciting. There's so much potential here. The Kings of Europe, G2 Esports, has been dominating for a year against Unicorns of Love, the fan favorite who comes in after 2 years of not making the final.
And also just finding more consistency. That was always what was plaguing the Unicorns, but they have come up to the top ranks in a different fashion. They are not just copying what other teams are doing.
Let's see what happens here. Is Xerxes coming in?
Oh, that's going to be a flash, yep. One of the problems with Rumble Jungler, no gap closer, and if he falls behind early on, he loses a lot of his momentum.
Such a good start here on stage. Game 1 minute in, and then you force a flash from the enemy jungler. Obviously, Trick is a man with a lot of experience. I'm gonna be too nervous coming into this one.
We're seeing something similar here that we saw before. When you play versus an Ivern, you cannot let him get his favorite path. The problem is when you play versus Xerxes Ivern, he will take that into consideration, and despite being a rookie, generally get both buffs and creative gank pathing.
Yeah, the very traditional start for Ivern is Raptor Camp and Red buff. He marks both of them, and then he can always invade enemy blue buff. But Xerxes, he's starting on the other side of the map. He's starting at his own blue. So now Trick, while he's looking for him, or maybe look to steal away a camp, he's not gonna find the Ivern.
And I wonder, with that knowledge, seeing that the enemy Raptors are up, may Xerxes choose to just go for Raptors into blue, switch to the red side, steal it away, and maybe gank top early, because a lot of people have been giving praise to Xerxes for his topside synergy with Vizicsacsi.
Of course, that's definitely going to help unlock Vizicsacsi on that Shen. Punishing Gangplank. Down the bottom lane, Samux takes an early flay, and Mithy, a couple of autos in reply.
And we can talk a little bit real quick about how Caitlyn is a fine pick here. She outranges, so she can usually farm what we call 1v2. So she can get priority in the lane. Tahm Kench gets bullied out, but he has a decent amount of range poke. And the most important part is that you can always devour the hook. And Tahm Kench itself is so tanky that it's really hard for G2 to really find an opening in the lane trade-wise.
Early on, Hylissang taking the minion though to try and get to that level 2 mark himself, together with Samux just hit it. So we got to see now this path here from Xerxes. He went back down, checked his red buff, marked it, and then he's going towards the top side.
Oh, look at that. Mithy gets the death sentence, but gobbledygook. Samux instantly taken away by the Devour. Flay comes down from Mithy and the trading continues.
Now there's a really small window where Mithy can play up, where Hook actually has a slower cooldown or lower cooldown than the Devour. That is a window where Samux has to be careful if he gets flashed on.
We have to look towards the mid lane now, guys, because there was a ward placed by Exile on the Raptor camp. They know Trick is around. Xerxes is invading in for red buff.
Yes, Smite.
Trick didn't see it yet, so this would be just taken away by Xerxes. It's the ward placed by Exile a little bit earlier that gives him some of this information on where Trick would be on the map and allows him to now steal away a buff.
Now it does seem that Trick was incorporating this into his pathing. He never really went for an early red buff, could have already had it, so maybe he assumed it was lost regardless, and he was playing around a potential level 1 red buff steal, so he's not too phased with the red buff being gone in the end. It still fits the plan. He's still pathing efficiently and continuously clearing camps.
We'll see how Xerxes actually handles this pressure. He's back on a champion that really he played quite a lot in the early stages of the splits and helped Unicorns pick up a number of wins. Their sentence catches Hilly, but for UOL, it's going back to this kind of team fight style that they were very popular for in the regular season.
Exactly, Xerxes was one of the guys who introduced Iron to the competitive scene. He's sitting bot lane right now. 2 flashes available on the side of G2, and he's just recalling, waiting to see if there is some sort of overextension, but we don't get to see it.
Yeah, just pick that one back up again, you know, sort of popularizing the pick. And if we look at Unicorn's style all split long, they've grown, they've developed an understanding of how to play the game. But this comp kind of speaks to some of their strengths,
yes.
You know? Keep Samux alive, enable him with Exile, Xerxes, and Vizicsacsi.
It also speaks to how they found initial progression. They were struggling macro-wise many like months ago, and they started slotting in the Shen. And the Shen allows you to play on multiple lanes at once. If you make a mistake, you have teleport, you have ultimate. There's a lot of options to Vizicsacsi, and he's quite a smart, intelligent player. Obviously a chess god as well. And that allowed them to really start learning how to play the map better. And eventually they started carrying without the Shen.
Yep.
But it's definitely a staple pick for them, and we may see bans throughout the series if they are successful this game.
I mean, again, we've seen so many bans against Vizicsacsi and his Shen. Now, bot lane, we might see some action. Trick is here. Can't devour yourself, Hylissang.
No, you can't. Hylissang's in trouble. Gets caught by the Flay, but the Grey health is available to him. Pops that underneath the tower. And Trick takes a lick in before he escapes.
But it is a good pressure gank, and nowadays about bot lane, it's only about getting the wave pushed in and having great base timings. If you can base before the cannon wave spawns, that is ideal for a lot of these AD carries here. So G2 may just go for the shove and the reset and then get the advantage.
Well, looks to be the case. +7 CS for Sven at the moment. Perkz trying to use those charges. Actually takes an ignite from Exile. He ghosted up to chase in. He's playing very sort of forward in lane right now.
And we're going to see a lot of like aggressive moves in the mid lane. Like both of these players like to go for the 1v1s. Perkz is, you know, matured a little bit and it's not going for the too risky plays, but Exile is the man who can dive in. Let's see what happens up top lane as well.
Yeah, a little nifty trick here. Mithy with the staggered base with Sven, which means he can run out, potentially Lantern, or show up in other lanes forward. This is why pushing in and resetting is always great for teams that do it first, because Mithy is now out of his base, while the Samex and Hylissang, they're still pushing out to achieve the same thing. While Mithy is already influencing the map, potentially ganking mid lane here, Unicorns are reacting.
He's pathing towards mid to see if he needs to go somewhere else. Might see if he can force something here. Doesn't really get anything, but it's mainly just go mid lane to see if you need to suddenly react and go top lane very quickly, or if you can go back down to the bottom lane.
Oh, so difficult to gank a Vlad with Flash and Pool. We're about 6 minutes in, gentlemen. Top laners have their ultimates. Stand United for Chachi and a Cannon Barrage for Expect. So that can also join any of these plays. Look, Hilly also roamed to mid. And you notice Sven and Mithy weren't there.
And this could actually prompt another push here in the bot lane and then a swap up top. Because one move that is really efficient against a Shen is pushing in and rotating and just keeping that Stand United off the map, especially when you have a gank play.
And we see some roams earlier on, and we talked about Unicorn's playstyle as well just before here, and how they introduce some of these team fighting comps here in Europe. And if you look at the graph down the bottom of the screen, as you can see, kills per game especially, highest in the EULCS from the Unicorns of Love. They are so active once we get past the early laning phase. And it's not just, you know, 1v1 kills, it's actually grouping very early around the mid lane, 3, 4, 5 members, and you look for engages. If the other team is not ready, if they do not respond properly, they die, they lose a dragon, they lose a tower, and suddenly the game just falls apart.
And the polar opposite was actually true for G2 Esports in the first, say, 6-7 weeks of the LCS. They came out and said they were focusing more so on the mid-late game macro, and obviously that slows down your style because they only take super efficient trades.
Trick level 6 now, he's bot lane again. Sven can arrow onto Hylissang, he's doing it.
Well, Hylissang's got access to the flash, instantly goes away. Cannon Barrage comes down as well. Grey health is popped, but the Flay is short. The Flay doesn't catch Hilly and Unicorn survive.
There was no hook from Miffy, so that may have been on cooldown, but it also tells us why the swap did not happen for G2, because they wanted to use double global, or well, one global and one really long-range equalizer to surprise the Unicorns, but their plan fails.
Well, Matthew also didn't want to fully commit with Flash Flay instantly into exhausting, just try and keep Hylissang near that Rumble ulti. This one is just poking because they know Exile is on the way. They already pinged him, and they also saw Xerxes near this bottom lane.
Literally, this entire stadium held their breath when Hilly got caught by that death sentence, and it just feels like all of this focus is around the bottom lane. Trick and Xerxes both kind of shown their faces a few times in the opening 10 minutes.
Yeah, often when you see like Shen gang playing 2 champions with globals, you don't really go to that lane very often. It's not where the action needs to happen, because bot lane, they can join. One can obviously have the entire character show up, and the other one with a very strong AoE ulti.
Yeah, they neutralize each other, because usually when you have a global on the enemy team, you have to attack it first, or he will join you. But when you have both Cannon Barrage and Stand United, you are fine playing on the other side of the map and just going for a surprise CC layering.
And he talked about those globals. Take a look at the top lane. Visit Chachi pushing very heavily into Expect. He's winning out those trades. We'll get there in a moment or two. Xerxes going to come help out Exile. A little bit of a shield. The Sanguine Pool gives him some HP, but he has perks on a potential roam. It's just a warning mission.
All Unicorns are doing with the roams towards mid lane, they're not looking for kills on perks. They're just trying to protect Exile. They're trying to allow this Vladimir to scale, get into the late game. We saw against Misfits, Exile died solo quite a few times to Power of Evil. They can't allow that to happen against perks, so they just want to make sure he's always safe and he gets past his laning phase.
Yeah, all split long. Exile has been soloed 1v1'd 8 times. 3 of those times happened in the semi-final. Luckily, there's some support this time around as Xerxes and Trick. They're going to reveal one another's positions up in the top lane. Some potential dive onto Expect as he's low.
Yeah, this is more of a pressure gank. A lot of this ganking and pathing is not around getting kills. It's all based around pressure. Seeing if we can get the base time.
Shadow dash under the tower. Flash away. Expect survives. He eats an Origin. It's okay. Chachi tanks a turret shot, and Unicorns trying to make that 2v2 synergy in the top lane work.
Yeah, Ivern here without Daisy. He's not the man who follows on your taunt to like burst down a target, but Expect might need to use teleport, which will be really bad for him as he can't then join Shen later on. Seems like he's just running back as Trick took care of the wave.
But the opposite is happening in the mid lane. As long as both junglers are tied up in the top lane, Perkz is honestly going to town on Exile. He had to base right now on 20%. He's going to lose this push, and that frees up Perkz to maybe roam or get chip damage. This turret will go down to like 40%, 30 maybe when Perkz is done.
Yeah, all Perkz needed was just getting some mana under his belt here, so he could actually start really spamming away in these one-on-ones against Exile and then taking over the lane. He's slowly just taking down this turret, and this is really bad for Unicorns of Love because they haven't actually, done anything wrong. They haven't made an aggressive play yet. They got punished. They're trying mid again. Perkz stays alive. This means Perkz can now continue pushing.
This is something Perkz has changed a lot in his playstyle. In his rookie split, he came out and he was always playing super far forward and then kind of outplaying the situation. He has really started to respect the boundaries and playing passive where he needs to, but stepping into the trade where he can.
Now, a man who's also been doing really well this split is Trick. No one talked as much about him like last year, where he was obviously two-time MVP, but he's still been consistently good, and he's bot lane again with this Rumble.
All right, let's see if the kill can happen. 11 minutes in, Asher onto Helisang. This should be first blood. Stand United comes down. First blood picked up by Sven, and the defending champions G2.
And a beautiful lantern from Mithi as well, and they do exactly what they need to. They burn through the Shen shield before Vizichachi gets there. It was the Unicorns trying to lure them into a trap using the Grey Health and the Stand United. But G2, suddenly they showed up with multiple members and they were much faster.
Is this going to result in some chip damage onto the tower as well? Look at Exile potentially coming if G2 had stuck around. And G2 with first blood, they're 1,000 gold up.
Exactly, G2 doing what they need to do here. Put some pressure early with this Rumble. When you have ulti, Unicorns Aloft, they just want to scale. They just want to go to late game team fights with Vladimir, Caitlyn, Ivan. All these champions will do so well later on. So it's on G2 to keep forcing plays like they've been doing so far. Despite the gold deficit for Unicorns Aloft, they're still in this game.
I mean, look at the Shen ultimate. It was about 4 seconds, 5 seconds late because they felt like they could surprise with it. But then suddenly, honestly, Perkz comes in with additional damage, just enough. Mithi very cognizant of where Sven is. And honestly, a very clean play by G2 Esports.
Yeah, manages to net them the advantage, and you know, with the help of teamwork and communication, they make that work off. Now, Unicorns of Love as a team have not necessarily been the strongest in the early game. You know, they have tended to go pretty even, and then they have these explosive growths when it comes to finding a team fight or, you know, finding advantages. Let's take a look at some of those gold differences, and Crepo, maybe explain to me what it means.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's a surge at like 18, 19 minutes where suddenly the map opens up a bit. Unicorns often have these picks like the Tahm Kench or the Shen ultimate, or they're just willing to make even bad engages, and that's where their gold starts spiking up. Like, how often have we seen Hylissang almost caught, but then it goes into a win? How often have we seen them creatively play around the map in ways that other teams may not want to do just yet? And that is what generates that really big spike at that point.
Yeah, 22 minutes is what you need to look at on the graphic. That's where we see the big advantage for Unicorns. So often it's a one team fight into like few towers or Baron, and then they use that to close out the game very, very quickly. I actually see a lot of people kind of mistake the fact that Unicorns have very fast games for them not, you know, or for them actually getting ahead early on, but that's not the case. They're just really good at closing when they have an advantage.
And something that also plays into that is that they are willing to play losing matchups gracefully. That obviously means you don't snowball too much in the early game, but when they spike already maybe at 22 minutes, and you can unlock some of these maybe weaker supports that got outpushed by a Karma but have way more teamfight utility on Hylissang, that's where the trade-off pays off.
Well, luckily Hylissang has got something where trade-off could happen. He's got himself this Tahm Kench. Is under pressure though. Mithi and Sven making their way forward. Tricks just waiting in the wings. Look at that. Ash Arrow, death sentence. Hylissang will go down. The kill is secured by Trick.
It's almost too easy now for G2 in the bottom lane. It's just an Ash Arrow into Hylissang. He did not respect it, did not use the flash. Unicorns sticking to the lanes, cost them a few kills, but they're still just trying to scale.
G2 have now shown this combo twice to the Unicorns, so Hylissang will have to start playing
3 times even.
Behind Samux and then go for Devour. Let Samux take the arrow or the hook or both and devour him and flash out. That is the answer right now. G2 setting up a siege. They still have Cannon Barrage if they needed to. They held it, so they didn't use too many resources on this kill. They're playing extremely efficient.
Yeah, right now multiple lanes for G2 are actually winning. They are pushing into these turrets here. Expect top lane. Mid lane is already very low. Bot lane now winning for G2 due to Trick's ganks. So 3 lanes under pressure for the Unicorns of Love.
It's actually a change, though, for Expect in the last few minutes. That Trinity Force was picked up. We've seen him bullied the majority of this early game. And it feels like once he got that Triforce picked up, now he's putting some additional pressure and shoving Vizichachi and UOL back.
That is obviously the nature of this Gangplank matchup, and G2 knew that. They just wanted the scaling component. The one caveat is make sure Expect does not fall behind to repetitive ganks, and Trick was right there to shadow him.
Exactly, and it's hard for Unicorns to kind of swap out of the lanes, because when you play against Gangplank, when you try and lane swap, well, he just uses ulti to kill the wave on the other side, and then you lose the first tower. But they will lose first tower right now, you know, without getting anything in return.
Yeah, and there's another top laner that also does that, Rumble. And you just put him in the jungle, then you have 2 of those kind of lane-saving mechanics, so you can't go for split map rotational play. You need to match. And when you match against G2 and they get to play their style, it's going to be very hard for you.
Yeah, well, we need Hylissang's Tahm Kench on the move.
Unbench the Kench.
Get him towards the mid lane. Use that time Kench ulti to either go top lane and maybe take down Expect and trade for this, bot lane tower that's going to go down eventually. We need to see Unicorns get out of these lanes without just losing 3 towers.
Well, there's going to be some more pressure on Vizicachi. Attack the global. Vizicachi is going to get burned down by the equalizer. Expect, where's the cannon barrage? He fires it. Powder kegs in front as Vizicachi's flashed. There's no support from the rest of the map. Electro Harpoon slows him, burns him. Rumble, Trick and Expect get the kill. Now Xerxes and Exile, they're flashing forward. Perks flashes defensively. Here comes Daisy. Realm Warp to safety.
He lives!
Gets out!
Xerxes are trying his hardest to gank these lanes here, but he doesn't add any damage to his laners. So Exile, Xerxes, they do not kill Perks, but they might get mid tower.
Yeah, there's still a full HP turret, so the yield from this play is still that they can burn down a completely protected turret. They're still too slow to get that first turret gold, though.
This is not the game 1 Unicorns of Love we're hoping for. Losing their lanes right now, not able to really set up any plays. They will get a mid tower, which is very good, but they lost that first top tower.
And this is exactly the game that G2 were playing for. You looked at picks and bans, you looked at the rock, paper, scissors effect of what happens in each, stage. And G2, this team composition, they've been able to activate it earlier, punishing Hilly, getting chip damage across the map and building up a 2,500 gold lead before 20 minutes.
Yeah, we get to see why we call G2 Esports such a smart team. They know exactly what to draft in this first game here, and we see the plays. Go bot lane over and over, your other lanes will do fine, just respect the ganks, and now they've built up quite a goal lead 17 minutes in, but this is where Unicorns of Love wants to start fighting with their comp.
And this is also where you need to praise Trick, honestly, because he played last year a fantastic jungle meta where it was all about clearing a lot of camps, leaving vision, and becoming the carry yourselves. But here, he is so good at shadowing his lanes, showing up where he needs to add pressure. He never really has gone for a gank until just now, but all the chip damage comes from the pressure that he's been putting on the lanes.
Yep, all the junglers in Europe, they say Jankos, he's the best early game jungler, but Trick, he's the smartest jungler. And whenever you play against Trick, he just knows where you're on the map, he knows how to outpath you and to outfarm you. And this game here, 3 ganks so far, 3 kills for his team.
Yeah, really putting on a performance. Got a sizable CS advantage and 600 gold up. This was Perks with a great round warp escape.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was dead, but they ran out of damage. Hang on, Hylissang's
in trouble. Trick manages to sneak in. Look at that, there's a control ward in the pit, but the stand united, that's gonna save Hilly's life. Vizicachi's looking for a re-engage, but there's no damage for the supports.
So we got now a defensive ulti used by Chachi to save Hylissang's life. No flash used either. Exile aggressive.
All right, round warp. Perk wants to get out, and he will do so. They trade ultimates for ultimates.
Always playing with respect. If you don't know where Xerxes is, you can't afford walking into a straight line because you may just get bound. Immediately answering ulti for ulti is a fine trade, and then you can still dance around in it to juke skill shots.
Unicorns of Love, they're still playing from behind. And gents, we talked a lot about the Unicorns style and how this team composition kind of harkens back to earlier in the split. But this is also G2's style. It is calculated, it is controlled, it is suffocating. Because it hasn't felt like G2's made a mistake or an error that Unicorns could even possibly punish.
Oh, G2 Esports, they're the kind of team who always wants to try and take whatever play they're making and make sure it's like a 70-30, 80-20 in favor of them. So there's a very low chance it actually backfires. And whenever they then go for the plays, it doesn't always have to be the highest reward, but it's a small victory they can gain. They use to get something bigger after.
And that is the main point as well. When they lose the pot, they're not broke. They're not going all in on every play. These guys, they play with small bet sizes, whereas the Unicorns, they're sometimes willing to bet just a little bit more.
Of course, and that's, kind of the cool thing about Unicorns of Love, and Fnatic as well with their playstyle. Hylissang, he's getting caught, or is he baiting?
A little bit unfortunate, manages to get the lick and stick on Trick, but he's managed to get out with the Devour. There was no real follow-up or commitment from either team there.
It's the kind of game, though, where Unicorns will have to go for those 50-50s later on. They have to risk it all in potential big fights, otherwise they won't get back into this game easily. We said this in Champs League, G2's late game is also very strong. It's just not as tanky as the Unicorn side.
But look, as these turrets start falling and people start moving around more, we're approaching the 20 to 22 minute mark. Unicorns of Love much more willing to group up, deliver Exile. If Exile, yes, he can't kill Perks, but if he gets dropped in the backline versus Ven and Mithy, they will both blow up. So it's not out of the question yet that the Unicorns can still win teamfights.
Early magic penetration from Exile to get some more damage against the backline of G2. Get some early MR as well on the side of Expect, obviously on the gangplank. But he's not really the guy you're aiming for. If you're Exile, you want to get to Sven in that backline.
Well, let's find out if Unicorns can. Once again, Death Sentence onto Hilly. He had Flash, chose not to use it. Daisy comes down.
Shen. Oh, Exile!
Exile's on the back line. Sven's the target. Hemoblade's not going to pop him yet. Exile and Sanguine Pool still alive. Nobody's died yet. Daisy wants to wallop G2's back line. Everyone disengages.
Daisy died! She's no longer with us, and that's the only one. What a fight here on both ends, but good kiting, and that's what G2's comp is built about. They want to start a fight slow and then kite their way out with the Ashe, with the Rise, and just focus frontline. But Exile almost surprised the G2 bot lane there.
Oh yeah, he found the back line right there. He did manage to kill Sven though. Let's see, Perkz going aggressive.
Oh, round one onto Hilla-Sang. Brings the minions with them. Powder Cake's just out of range. And
that looked very hype, but nothing actually happened.
I was building it up. They got the tower. Deficio, Trick hanging out in the bush here. Waiting for Samux. They've recalled G2, 4,000 gold up. It's 20 minutes on the board. Item in their favor, kills in their favor, towers in their favor. Nobody wants a dragon, but we don't care about that yet.
But the crowd is not in their favor today, and that may be the saving grace for the Unicorns.
Not right now, it appears, as Unicorns, they need to buy themselves some support. They need to buy themselves more time.
Get a turret, maybe?
And maybe buy themselves an extra life.
Yeah, Trick is on his way.
Well, let's find out what he can do.
Expect just wants to defend with Trick up in his top lane here. One delay, Unicorns getting any gold. But now Chachi, next ulti. It's going to be used aggressively as well. We need to see that from Unicorns. Put it on Exile. Let him get into that backline once again.
Yeah, and the cadence of the Shen ultimates will obviously increase as well as he reaches level 16 soon. And you can get many more out, and it's much easier to play an almost chaotic environment where things are much more fast-paced.
That's the thing with playing against Unicorns of Love. You can't just dance around them and never fight them. You have to sometimes accept that if they go for a risky fight, well, you have to take that fight as well and try and make it in your favor. And that's what G2 succeeded with when they played earlier in the split against Unicorns of Love. They actually matched the team fighting power of the Unicorns. Bot lane tower will fall though, so Unicorns are getting some gold in the back here. Samux is going to be fairly weak here in the mid game though on this Caitlyn.
Still okay on 2 items.
Yeah, look at the itemization. He hasn't got his eye edge yet, but luckily for Unicorns, a little bit of late game investment as well. Dragon uncontested here, G2 simply not around.
And now we also can see Unicorns comp with Tahm-Kench, Shen. Really get annoying to play against, because now these outer turrets are gone. Exile are trying to find Sven again. He's actually losing the trade right now.
Oh, Hemoplate goes down, buys some time. Ace in the hole comes out, and look at Miffy. His style has changed, playing more defensive on that Thresh. Equalizer was thrown onto Exile. And Samux, 90 calibers to safety. Ashe Arrow comes down. This is all just a little bit messy, but G2 have got positioning on the tower.
Yeah, G2 had the minion wave pushing in already, so them forcing Samux to take a long route around was actually very smart. Doesn't matter if you miss the arrow, as long as you force Caitlyn away and they secure another objective.
And that is their main strength. They set themselves up for victorious fights so often that when teams start recognizing this, they just don't take the fight because they know they would lose. Well, G2, then they take the spoils of war, which is a turret here, a few camps right there, a neutral objective, and they play the map so well.
Yeah, it's just really good macro from G2 Esports, not allowing Unicorns to just force fights left and right with some of the globals here. You see, whenever Sven is under pressure, Mithy's nearby, Lantern is ready. And that's the kind of play G2 are just able to do here in Europe, or perfect almost in Europe.
And they also instill confidence in each other. Sven knows he has the backup from his team, so he can play on the maximum range of this Vladimir and really kite, you know, with the slows, with the Blade of the Ruined King. He now has healing reduction built in his kit already as well, and this Ashe is definitely ramping up.
Now ramping up, and so is the whole G2. Gentlemen, I have been informed by our stats team that we've set a new record in the finals. That Mountain Drake survived the longest of any Mountain Drake to date. Thank you, stats team.
We talked about this, Trevor.
What are we talking about?
Jungle lifetime does not matter. We do not care for your Mountain Drake.
I like tracking these things, and it's Unicorns that got that dragon. They're still 4,000 gold down. They've got that Infinity Edge at last, and the scaling.
And the Mountain Drake.
Oh, the Mountain Drake!
It died really late.
For 24 minutes, and now it died.
I'd rather talk about the fact that Unicorns, 25 minutes in, have not picked up a kill.
Not a single
kill.
kill.
This is not something we see very often from them, and they need to take that big turnaround fight. Let's see Hilla-Sang using ulti.
Maybe this is number one.
Gonna find
Lantern again.
Yet. That's great. Mithy, you can see how his positioning is completely shifted. In the laning phase, he was forward, looking for every death sentence. And now traditionally in every pro game, playing a Lantern bot.
Lantern bot, such a fun style to play. You know, every Thresh out there really enjoys it, throwing that Lantern out for his team, knowing the bastard won't click it, or too late, or
well,
something.
I mean, you only have one ability on Thresh, right?
Yeah.
Which is Lantern.
Trick has multiple abilities, though, and he's ready to use them all right now.
Look at the minimap. Exile, Perks rather, is coming in from the river. Death Sentence comes down, and Hylissang's the target. Cannon Barrage onto Samus, who's running for his life. Here comes Daisy. Flash forward for Perks. That's the first. Expect against Samus. Trick may get taken up by Vizichachi on the back end. The MVP, the first kill for the Unicorns. Now Exile's running for his life as this Ashe-enabled powerhouse from Sven. He's looking for Vizichachi. It's a 1v2. G2, they're not done yet. Vizichachi's gonna make his way out. Mithy, Flash Death Sentence is available, but it might be optimistic.
Chachi is out for now, but he needs to kill this wave here. Otherwise, actually, no, he's caught.
Take a look at that. Vizichachi, Death Sentence into the flay. Shadow Dash to safety. Spirit Refuge and Devour. G2 will be denied another kill.
So is Unicorns of Love pushing towards that mid tower after they tried to fight, and then G2 sets up such a nice flank. Trick from the side, Perks from the side as well, and Mithy starting the whole fight.
And more importantly, they get Devour on cooldown. Devour is such a strong mid-team fight ability, but if you can make a long fight happen, get it on cooldown, Samus was left in the back. Take note of how Trick just starts the fight. That is his role. He needs to engage, give pressure for Mithy to walk up. Samus is caught here, though. He should not be this far forward.
Yeah, that Q from Samus really cost him a lot because he actually stopped in place to do it.
And watch his flash on Perks. He goes around, so he doesn't walk straight in, nor does he flash straight. He walks around the wall to then surprise Samus with the engage, and it's all those little things that leaves Ven completely untouched in the fight.
Exactly, and the timing with the Rumble ulti from Trick, when there was nowhere to go from the Unicorns of Love, he lays it down, and then Perks flashes over and keeps everyone in place. And this is Unicorns of Love with this very defensive comp, not able to force anything.
And this is where Perks, for me, has become such a stellar player. His awareness in teamfights, when to go in, when to go out, when to flash, when to maybe even sacrifice yourself for a team, become a much more well-rounded player. He used to be the lane bully into Snowball, and then play, a little bit iffy on the sidelines, but he's much more intelligent right now when it comes to decision-making.
And despite G2 getting a big advantage early on, they are still sitting with those 3 outer turrets, or 3 turrets down, 2 in the mid lane, 1 in the top lane. Unicorns have managed to kind of stop the bleeding at least. Next objective might be the Big Baron though.
Is this somewhere G2 start to worry a little bit? They're still in great control. They've still got a 5,000 gold lead, but as we get closer to 30 minutes, Shen and Caitlyn and Ivern and Vlad, they become more terrifying.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast, but you have 4 damage dealers on the side of G2, so if you use that power together well, you can take out any carry. You see, even with the shields, the Shen ultimate and the Devour, Samus is still falling in the backline. The problem is, if this front line from Vizichachi and Xerxes becomes so menacing to deal with, especially with Daisy, that maybe G2 die in the way or in the process of targeting that backline.
We saw in the last fight how Sven instantly would just flash out when Exile would go for him in the backline. That flash is on cooldown now for Sven. Gives a small window for Unicorns of Love to maybe try and find him in one of these fights, because Thresh as a champion, he can peel melee champions fairly well, like flay them, slow them down, but he doesn't really prevent a whole lot of damage against you. So if you are sitting next to the AD carry, Thresh is not the man who, saves that AD carry.
And that is exactly why, as Trevor pointed out earlier, Mithy is just constantly playing on the backline. Thresh in the mid to late game shifts into Lantern and then getting easy hooks of people who are walking forward. We see a Rise ultimate down the bottom though, Perks stuck in the corner.
Optimistic.
Misclick.
Oh, Unicorns going straight towards the Baron here, maybe to see if they can get some vision down and potentially force G2 to come fishing. They're actually TPing, they're starting it straight away.
And you can always put it in the brush. This is not a 50-50, it goes much slower. Yes, there's only 2 carries for damage here, but there's a trap line, and the Unicorns, they're willing to take the gamble.
Mithy's gonna find the Death Sentence. Baron's helping out G2. Unicorns may have bitten off more than they could chew. Hylissang's running for his life. Expect and spend 2 kills, and now G2 set their sights on Baron.
Yeah, and obviously when you have 4 damage dealers who have a lot of AoE in your kit, you do not want to bunch up. G2 did not care for the Baron. They were irrelevant to it. They just need to prevent Xerxes from stealing it right now.
Perks didn't actually spot Xerxes. Okay, now he sees him in there. So we'll remove him from the equation. It's gonna be just a Baron over to G2.
Punishing UOL's play. Maybe desperation is a harsh word. Risky call from the Unicorns, and it backfires in the worst way.
Yeah, all the chips going to pot. Like, G2 knew with the Ashe E that Baron was still on 50-50, so they could use their AoE abilities in any way and not risk losing it. And at that point, it's so easy getting the help from the Baron.
Unicorn is simply not equipped to fight in that situation. Exile, no flash in the fight. He just got an ulti onto Mithy. That was it. So Unicorn stayed too long on the Baron, maybe thinking they could burst it down in time. It's up backfiring because G2 react instantly, and It's been Unicorns all off trying to group in mid lane, trying to just push up and find some sort of fight, but their comp is lacking ways to engage.
You can just feel how G2 have got their finger on the pulse of this game. They know exactly with every beat where they should be, what they should be doing, and that's why they've got this huge lead.
Yeah, let's take this moment to highlight some of these details then. We saw Perkz. He could stay in the mid lane while his team is doing Dragon to cover for them, but G2 had the awareness that they don't need him, so he's already slow pushing top lane. He's going to show up right now to put pressure on the lane. When he knows he's not getting ganked, he needs to see Hylissang first. Now that wave is pushing. Mid lane will be caught, and eventually Expect's going to move to the top lane to catch that Shen. G2 always want to have two pushing lanes to dance around with this Baron buff.
Yeah, simply also because G2 needs to avoid any sort of flank. Now the good thing is when you keep pushing down the minion waves, you get vision really deep in the lanes, and it gets much easier for you to put a ward in the enemy jungle and spot any sort of flank. And then suddenly, it's just Exile with the Shen ulti flashing towards you, and that's where Sven can just flash away, and he stays alive.
And if that doesn't work, Mythi will be waiting even further back, and he can use the Lantern.
And he can actually play in between the lanes, throw the Lantern over the walls. Obviously, another bonus or perks of this kind of sieging style is that you can avoid just sieging
Hele is trying.
but this is the reaction.
All right, let's see. G2 a little bit splits up, flashes over the wall. That's a great equalizer. Good damage onto Unicorns, but Mythi's the first to fall. Unicorns find their second kill, but the re-engage from G2. Powder Keg puts so much damage. Perkz arrives at the round wall. That's 2 Unicorns down. Sven gets another. Samux is finally on the board, gets the 3rd kill of the fight for Unicorns, and they're split.
The rest of G2 just going straight for the base here. I like the engage actually from Hylissang, trying to find a way in the backline, but once again, Sven, early flash, and then he stays alive.
Yeah, everybody flashed away, left Mythi kind of alone. He flashed that into the choke, but immediately they laid down the Rumble ultimate. It's so hard to fight into that, and more importantly, we saw another beautiful flash forward from Perkz at the right time. He did not get scared in that fight. He went basically 1 for 2, and that opened up the mid lane for G2.
Yeah. A lot of praise to the coaching staff of G2 as well for that Game 1 draft. You can clearly see the plan, ban out some of the aggressive junglers for Xerxes. He first picks the Ivern, and Unicorns end up drafting a very defensive comp where a lot of the lanes were actually counterpicked by G2. They've been in control in the early game. It's a good engage from Hylissang at first, then the early flash from Sven though sets up G2 for success.
And triple ulti, Redemption's come down. Watch how Mythi drops early on, but then the damage kind of runs out because people are constantly walking backwards. They're being slowed by the cannon barrage. Samux cannot get into this fight. Perkz realizes that and then flashes in aggressively. He essentially tanks the 4 remaining members and still sets up a 2-for-1 right there. And then obviously this backline, as we talked about, 4 damage dealers in your comp, you can lose 1.
We keep seeing that problem where Exile can go into the backline, Chachi can follow with 1 taunt, and that is it.
Yeah.
Hylissang will not follow, he's a Tahm Kench. Ivern will not follow into the backline, he doesn't offer damage that way, so there's not enough threats from Unicorns to actually get these squishies down outside of G2.
And that is exactly why the Unicorns have been playing with all these flanks. They want to deliver people in the backline with the ultimates, but G2 are constantly positioning, so not a single Abyssal Voyage has landed this game. Not a single teleport from Vizichachi has allowed G2 to be surprised.
But now that we're getting towards late game, you can start changing the way you team fight as Unicorns of Love. You can rely on Samux and say, you know what guys, our front line is strong. With the Shen, with Tahm Kench, and with Ivern, we can actually just hit whoever's in front of us. We don't have to dive the backline, hit the Rumble, hit the Gangplank, and try and play this style where our tanks stay alive for longer and we get down your carries 1 by 1.
And holy crap, Unicorns are going to have to do that flawlessly. They're down 10,000.
Oh yeah, no more mistakes.
Inhibitor exposed. Look at the itemization. 3-4 items across the board here for G2. And G2 might win the first game in a best of 5. That's unheard of. This is a team that historically has nearly never done that.
They win a lot of best of 5s though. In
Expect here. That's cheeky, I like it. Comfortable on stage here. One of the more shy players from G2 whenever you see him.
And the crowd rewards him.
Have to jump in there as well. GP is Expect's favorite champion. He spoke a lot about it last year actually, and how he really wanted to play it a lot. And it's great to see G2.
Yeah, he walked up to you on the after party. It's like, dear Mr. Quizshot, can we talk more about my Gangplank? Because he was actually fantastic on it in the later stages of the playoffs last split.
Seen some good combos in this game from Expect. Stayed alive in lane as well when he was under pressure. I guess the same for Expect, the same for G2. They just really want to prove themselves again. They want to go to MSI and they want to just show Europe that they can actually represent the region. If they go to MSI, they have to win this game first.
And 2 more. Unicorns Well, let's say the book of strategy was read by G2. They skipped to the ending and went, now we know what to do.
Yeah, but that Goth Unicorn out there has a couple extra books here. You know, they can still spice it up. This is not the only strategy that the Unicorns have prepared. They can hit you with something that you may not expect. But they do it well. It is not random, so let's not mistake this style from Unicorns for bad macro. It's just a different approach to the game, willing to play it slightly differently.
And you have to give kudos to G2 for outplaying it, right? You know, making the right choices, focusing the right areas. Let's talk about 35 minutes in. How does G2 now finish the game? They've got no more outer turrets to knock over. The inhibitor will respawn shortly. Is this another sort of clean Baron style play?
Yep, that is definitely what we're looking at right now, and something we love to talk about here in Europe, the clean Baron setups.
Talk to me about Baron.
I mean, G2 is one of the teams who normally really understand, you know, you push out mid lane, you push your top lane, you get your control wards in the river, and then you just start hovering around in the shadows.
But Mr. Deficio is then Perk setting this up well with the side lane push.
Well, right now he is in the bottom lane as long as he joins his team very quickly. He does not run teleports. It is a bit risky putting him bot lane, but there's still 25 seconds on the Baron. So this only means G2 surrenders the vision in the river, and of course not the Baron itself. Might be a fight. That was a very early ulti from Expect.
Oh, Ash Arrow, I'm waiting to find it. Cannon Barrage comes down. Expect may have pulled the trigger too early. Perks is ghosted and round warped in behind. Samux is going low as Redemption is a gigantic heal. Blue buff is killed in the moment. Hemo play from Exile. Sven survives for a few seconds longer. Samux, 90 calibers up, and Perks catches him. Rune Prison down. The Devour from Hilliside. That's a rampage for Expect. He gets the kill into Exile. Chachi follows after.
What a beautiful surround, and honestly, triple flank from G2 Esports. They lured Unicorns into our idea that there was a Baron setup happening, but they just forced a fight. Samux did not get to participate in any fighting yet. He was already 40% HP with Redemption Blow and Devour almost on cooldown before he got to play the fight. This was masterfully played here. G2 herding the cattle and then just going for
Exactly. Just such a good setup. They knew Baron wasn't alive, so Perks would push out that lane. He moved in, he ultied in to get the flank. And as soon as they saw Unicorns in the river, they're gonna find a tree.
Yeah, take a look at that. Perks and Mythy were hunting Xerxes the entire time. Just allowed G2 to pick up a safe Baron, reducing the risk of a steal.
Yeah, because that's something you have to be careful against the Unicorns for. They have quite a few Baron steals in their play so far. But you also see this late death means they can now siege up against the Unicorns without a jungler, and they can really take the map slowly again.
That ulti from Expect here just to slow down Unicorns of Love, and Trick actually holds his ulti, waiting for everyone to be in position. That's really good from Trick here, very good with the patience. And then Sven, well, you know, Exile would dive for him, but he's the only one diving for Sven.
Exile dives in, and again, Samus cannot follow up. He's hitting the wolves, maybe Perks once, then Perks gets another aggressive flash in here, basically taking the entire attention of the Unicorn squad. And Sven is never touching these fights. Has so much space to play with that has been created by his team right there. And major kudos to holding that Rumble ultimate because it's so potent in chokes.
You see Vizicachi, very, very stern looks. Spring Split MVP struggling, and Crepo, just before that replay, you touched on the Baron stolen. Did you know Unicorns of Love have stolen 6 Barons this split already?
Yes, I did, because we prepared this graphic together.
Damn it, you spoiled the surprise. And of course, on the other side, G2, they've had 3 stolen, from them, 0 themselves, because they don't really opt into those risky plays at most times. Take a look at this, near flawless siege.
Watch them just step backwards. They're not getting baited into the fights. They will always maintain maximum range until anybody from Unicorns overextend. Mainly that is Exile, and if there's no accompanying flank, it's really easy for G2 to just focus the first target.
Exactly, and I don't care if people don't like, you know, they're slow and steady, but you have to at least respect it when you watch a game like this from G2, where everything's just under control. They know exactly what they need to do, how to play team fights, how to play laning phase, when to fight as well. They didn't get surprised a single time.
No. Love me some macro, and honestly, with very few notable moments where you're like, oh, that was an insane play, they just keep racking up the goal difference every single game. These guys are so smart when it comes to movement, understanding pressure, and translating that. They basically force you to make bad decisions.
Again, it's the small wins all the time. Whenever you get a few small wins, well, suddenly it becomes a much bigger win, much bigger advantage for them as a team. That's why they're winning so hard in game 1.
16,000 gold at 40 minutes.
It's a lot of gold.
2 lanes of super minions in G2.
It's a lot of minions.
It is now just really, in theory,
Wait, he's doing it again.
It is now, in theory, just a matter of time before
that's one way to get a penta.
To knock over the Nexus. But now let's not forget that of all the teams that have had some of the craziest Nexus plays, it is Unicorns.
And they're holding there for a reason. They're not saying, guys, let's draw something in the river here. They're waiting for mid to push, bot to slow push. They're also trolling a tiny bit, but like, the whole reason you play this way, hang on, Vizichachi.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Trick. The Hemoplague's still available. Where is Exile? He's locked in place by the Rune Prison. Trick is gone down, but Miffy and Sven are pushing forward. Death Sentence onto Chachi. That may send him to the fountain. Not before the Devour comes up. Perks takes so much damage.
He's on a trap.
Crit, gets the kill. Perks is down.
The trap was in the brush, he did not see it.
And that was the kind of fight we talked about earlier, where Unicorns of Love, they stopped diving the backline and says, you know what? Our Caitlyn is actually in the late game. Just hit the first target.
And G2 failed to do exactly what they were setting up. They were waiting for slow push mid and bot to crash into the base to force the Unicorns. As this fight starts, look where the minion waves are. They should wait another wave for Unicorns to be forced to defend this. There's a 5th trap here in the brush that Perks does not see, and it will become absolutely vital later in the fight.
Yeah, but let's also just praise the creative play here from Unicorns with the brush, and Chachi hiding in there as the only one. The rest of Unicorns were showing in the mid lane, at the tower. That's why G2 thought, well, no one is probably hiding there. They got surprised. It was a taunt into a trap, and then of course Perks on the other trap. Samax is the man we're looking at here in the late game. If he can take down these targets right in front of him, they can win fights.
Samax shows the horns that Unicorns have left. Basically 3 shots Perks. Almost took him out through that Archangels, but how many more chances like that will Unicorns get?
That depends on G2.
Yeah. Right now they are no longer in control of their own destiny. They're at the mercy of a tactical error from G2 Esports, one which is rare, honestly, but they happen. And you have to punish them, and that is also one of the great things about the Unicorns. They will take a mistake and immediately try to punish it. Even if it fails, they'll try it again right after. They do not give up, play these slow bleeding styles that we saw from the likes of Vitality this split.
Something we've said a lot about Unicorns, how they can just finish with the lead. Take a look at all of the support stuff for G2.
They brought a Samurai.
Yeah, they did indeed.
Pretty insane support, by the way.
And but that's the thing with G2, this split, they really ramped up their investment in the infrastructure, the support around the team. They've got so many coaches, they can't even all be on stage together.
Yeah, they know how to play the cards. Their Samurai is actually a Hearthstone player.
Good old Lothar with the flag there from G2 Esports. Now, obviously the team, they're like, oh, guys, that was a mistake. Let's just refocus again. Do not step on the traps. Do not disrespect the random brush being put in the lane. Someone could hide in there.
Bottom lane is still pushing. There should still be one more wave of super creeps, unless the inhibitor is really close to respawning. We have Perks putting pressure mid. And you can still move these lanes around with the Realm Warp.
Important to highlight, if a fight starts, focus Trick if you're Unicorns, because Hourglass is actually not an item that works that well against Caitlyn, because you just get trapped right after. They're going in.
Abyssal Voyage, look at Sven, he's cut off. Stand United's coming down from Vizichachi, but
Sven's down!
He's down! He's down! Samax kills Sven, but there's a reply. Samax is shut down. Perks got him.
They need to watch the base. There's maybe a backdoor. Expect is going in, but G2, can they do it in time? Unicorns are teleporting.
4 on 4, Perks and Expector inside the base. Exile, Tides of Blood, flashes forward to the Hemoplague. Here comes Vizichachi, flash taunt, needs to lock down G2. They've got one back, Exile's down. There's no more damage for the Unicorns.
They can't really do anything right now. They're just kind of standing around trying to buy time, but G2, they're killing them.
Without Samax, without Hylissang, they're without hope. G2 now set their sights on the Nexus.
It's 4 versus 2. Sven is dead, but that doesn't matter. One more target goes down. Perks is going up. He's on a rampage.
Oh, Perks and the rest of G2. They got Samax. Managed to find the flank. G2 take down the Nexus turrets. Send a gigantic message to the Unicorns and their fans. And the inhibitor says, screw you, mate. We're not done yet.
But that's 4 seconds on Samax now. He's coming back to life.
No way.
Xerxes as well.
No way.
This means G2 are not risking it all for the Nexus.
No way.
You already prepared your moment. Creppo gets the next one.
Yeah, I will call the Nexus death. No, this is the bane of every play-by-play. You're getting ready. What am I going to say when this Nexus explodes? And then you remember you're playing with a team that is ultra careful because they don't want to lose the first game in the best of 5 like they usually do.
And Unicorns do not believe in playing dead. That is a command they refuse to hear.
I mean, we're 45 minutes into the game.
This is ridiculous.
These goal leads, as we always talk about, mean less and less. This is the engage because Expect is bot lane and Perks is mid lane. But Sven managed to actually trade his life together with, of course, Perks for Samax's life here.
Yeah, quite the unfortunate combination right there. There was a pre-buffer penalty on the Vladimir, but he was not willing to flash over because he was afraid that Sven then would match the flashes over the wall and obviously kill him. So that means Vizichachi was not present in that fight and they couldn't really get Perks down. All the focus was on Sven.
Back live again. Items here. Chachi needs one more item to fully cap out. Exile halfway there already. Samox 5 fully completed items. So Unicorns have almost hit the full late game. G2 obviously already sits with all the items they need.
Yeah, we can start subtracting gold from his gold lead because Perks is sitting about 2.5k gold that he can't no longer spend because he's already decked out. So if this stays like this for a while, 16,000 gold means nothing because it's not going towards items, it's not going towards power.
Yeah, he can't convert any more stats. There's a Baron buff and an Elder coming up soon, available to G2. And I'm looking at the minimap. One Nexus turret remains for Unicorns to stand behind. If ever you were to believe in Magic and give this team support, this next fight will make or break game 1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, G2 Esports important they get minions into the base here so that not only does Unicorns need to focus on the champions, they also have to of course trying to protect that last tower they have down in the back. G2 at the moment still with the pressure, still with the control. Flash is available from Sven for a next fight, but again, I want to see Samox just hit this Rumble here, take the Rumble down first.
Yeah, frontline kiting Caitlyn is what you need, but it's a really thin line between courage and honestly stupidity. G2, they also want to hide in the minions to block potential skill shots that go their way. They don't have a tank, so the minions buffed up become their tank. Slow down, maybe even minion block an Exile who tries to get in there.
Perks is almost able to solo this inhibitor. Cannon Barrage comes down. Samox is running for his life. 90 calibers to safety. Puts a trap down. The inhibitor's gone. The Nexus turret falls as well. Exile has used the Protovel to try close the gap. Follows Samox on the left of the fight. He's focusing on Trick. Trick goes golden with the Hourglass. Exile's dead. Hilly's dead. Unicorns, they're dying. Samox is left in a 1-on-3 and he cannot do it.
G2 walk backwards and forwards, beautifully kiting that fight.
The lead was too great. The Kings reign supreme in game 1 of this best of 5.
That was such a good game from G2 Esports. Pick a man phase, I loved it. Early game was beautifully set up. Trick was all over the place in this game as well. And the very defensive Unicorns comp never really got to force anything.
And this Ashe pick was so key because it was arrow into hook into equalizer, and the Unicorns bot lane could not swap out of it because if you swap into a gangplank, it is even more potent in dealing with these side lanes with the Cannon Barrage, so they were locked in a bind against a team that loves to play this style.
And then late game, Perks, such a carry as well. Like, we looked at Sven a lot because Exile would try and kill him and Sven would flash away. He became just a bait. Perks would always flank around, find the correct target, he would nuke them down super quickly. Beautiful late game Rise performance and beautiful Gangplank performance from Expect.
Yeah, Expect 8-0-11 in game 1. Under pressure early on and a near flawless style. Like both teams, they showed their styles in this game. Unicorns unable to bounce back. Defending champions, they showed their strength in game 1. For more, let's head over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. And how to kill some of the Unicorns of Love hype? Well, by impeccable macro and absolutely choking them out. And we're going to highlight a lot of the good things that G2 did, and we want to start with the picks and bans. Trashy, you were saying, well, I feel like G2 has found answers for everything that the Unicorns of Love are trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, we have to start off with the Unicorns draft because this is so typical Unicorns. Basically, every champion they have is like comfort picks for them, and G2 just allowed them to have these and found answers for it, like with the Rumble and the GP being really powerful when they're grouped. And just the Unicorns want to go as 4 in mid, but they can't really do that because the GP and Rumbles are just coming in, and that kind of kills it for them.
Yeah, I can only agree. They have like 2 counter picks on Rumble against Ivar, and they have the counter pick from GP against Chen. And I would even say the Rise is a counter pick to Vladimir in the late game. So I think they got just like 3 champions that straight up counter their opponents. Like obviously UOL has like a strong mid game with Ivan and stuff, but they just get straight up. I think the champions are just like straight up better for G2.
Yeah, it was great to see from G2 the fact that yesterday we saw a very dominant performance from Broxah on his Ivern, and a lot of questions were how can you deal, how do you play around that sort of champion? And today Trick demonstrated beautifully as we saw a lot from how he was tracking his early game. We had this great discussion, Trashy, about how what we saw from Trashy and his plays at the start of the game.
I didn't play. Would you like to see him play?
But yes, tell us more about what we discussed.
So pretty much what we saw yesterday as well, the way you want to punish Ivern is you level 1 invade on him, take away his Raptors, and then you repeat it again when the Raptors are spawning, and this way around, not only does he shut down Saxa, he also set up his bot lane for success with getting vision for them. And we pretty much see it here on the screens, like invading here, and then on the next respawn, he groups up with Miffy and pretty much takes away the next the Raptors again. And this just, as we can see, if we go further in the clip.
Yeah, we will. We will see also that because of that, they have the opportunity to make some plays. And then the question is, where is G2 going to focus their plays? We thought maybe top lane or mid lane, but it's going to be bottom for the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, here we can see them grouping up, getting vision for the bot lane so that bot lane can play aggressive. And I feel like they just shut down the UOL bot lane and played around it well.
It was just really smart from Trick. We praised him early on in the day about how both he and Xerxes are just very intelligent junglers and always know where to put their pressure on the map. But in game one in particular, Trick just seemed to have Xerxes' number. He read the jungle pathing, he used it as an advantage to try and snowball the lane that wasn't clearly in G2's favor, as they already had control in top and mid was going in favor of Perks.
There we go. An easy hook for Mithi to hit this one. Hylissang, of course, he's in the safe zone, he thinks, but because of the pressure that G2 has set up, he's not.
Well, as you can see in this clip, I think just in general, G2 has the kind of blade champions. They can make plays on Ashe, they can make plays on Trash. Like every one of the champions has like engaged tools, or like they can be a wave clear if they get pushed in. And if you look at UOL draft, it's more like defensive, and they most likely need to react with a redemption coming in and like kind of counter engage and kite back. So I think G2 is just always pulling the trigger first, and I think they should change that for the next game.
But they're also doing it onto a player that has consistently been caught out during the regular season. Something that Hylissang has a tendency to do is show a lack of respect towards his opponents. And while he is playing a champion like Tahm Kench and he has the support from Shen, it was just G2 recognizing we can look to punish this window, and they did so very effectively.
Yeah, I would also argue that it's just very precise from G2 because he was very early in the game trying to ward his own tri-brush. So I don't think it was as crazy as Hylissang sometimes flashing in and trying to make the plays.
However, he did do that multiple times this game as well.
He did.
And not only do you shut down the bot lane, you also kind of shut down the Shen, because the Shen wanna use his ultimate to do something on the map, but because they're so far behind in the bot lane, they can't really use the Shen much, because also Perks in mid lane dodging the ganks and stuff. So just well executed from G2.
Yeah, we talked about how the Unicorns of Love, they have that power spike, they choose their moment and they go all in. But G2, it felt like they did what they do best and they snowball kind of their lead, and they left Unicorns of Love no choice.
So the cool play you're seeing here from G2 is they actually tried to get the collapse down onto the bottom half of the map. So Unicorns, using this knowledge, immediately move towards the Baron. They think that we can just rush it down because G2 won't be able to answer in time, especially with the teleport. But when you're fighting into a Baroned up pit against this G2 squad, it's not going to end in your favor.
I think the MVP of this team fight is pretty much Trick having like the best equalizer, because he's equalizing the way they can only escape, and in front of them they have like the trash box setting up and the hook and the flay. So if they run forward, they're going to die. If they run backwards, they eat like 80% of their HP, and I think the Rumble ultimate pretty much literally just solo won that Baron fight.
Yeah, just a combination of Rumble with GPO on top, and if you're standing in this, you're probably going to lose the fight.
Probably will, very difficult. And for Unicorns of Love was very much backs against the wall. What can we do? Let's try and go for Baron. Not really well thought through. At the end of the game, we saw a couple of comebacks from them. They got some kills back on the slate, but it wasn't to be in this game, I don't think so. So what are the crucial changes we want to see from the Unicorns of Love?
I think we need to see some adaptations in the draft. Blind picking champions like the Vladimir, I think there was a safer option in terms of like champs like the Orianna. They did hover over it a little bit as well.
I think they should have went for like a more of an assassin mid lane, because at least I like to play, when I play with Shen, I normally want to snowball mid lane and I want to snowball the side lanes. And Vladimir is more of a scaling champion, so obviously Shen enables you to scale a little bit better, but normally you want to make plays early game.
Yeah,
also,
and Vizicachi wants to make plays early game, and this time it was expected.
Yeah, also some of the ways you beat G2 is throwing some curveballs at them. And I feel like the draft from UOL was so standard from their side that when G2 can prepare for something, they're really good, and this was so UOL, you know,
Yeah,
so they need to change it up a bit, I think.
Well, the Unicorns of Love have chosen red side, so we'll see what they decide to throw in curveballs to G2. But G2, they are on the hunt for their third championship in a row and have started the finals with a win. We will be back for Game 2 in just a moment.
Unicorns of Love taking on G2 Esports. A shot at the crown, a shot at the title. Let's put your hands together for your Spring Split Finals. It's Game 1. Show on to Hylissang. This should be first blood. Stand United comes down. First blood picked up by Sven.
I repeat, okay? Let me have HP.
That's up first. Expect against Samak. trick may get taken out by Vizichati on the back end. The MVP, the first kill for the Unicorns. Good damage onto Unicorns, but Mithy's the first of all. Unicorns find their second kill, but the re-engage from G2. Powder kick puts so much damage. Perks arrives at the round warp. That's 2 Unicorns down.
My rise!
Nice!
My life is bad.
Okay, focus. You can end the game now.
G2 walk backwards and forwards, beautifully kiting that fight.
The lead was too great. The Kings reign supreme in game 1 of this best of 5.
Gonna go to late game team fights with Vladimir. Later on, so it's on G2 to keep forcing plays like they've been doing so far, despite the gold deficit.
And welcome back to the Barclaycard Arena and the fight for the European LCS Spring Championship. G2 have a 1-0 lead as you see them taking to the stage against the Unicorns of Love. We're about to jump into game 2, and gentlemen, Unicorns of Love have picked red side. Give themselves the chance to counter pick and maybe find a composition that will fare a little better.
A little bit more aggressive, I think we want to see from their next composition here, because it was very defensive. Shen, Tam, Kench, Ivern, and it meant G2 could kind of do whatever they wanted to after they got an early lead.
They drafted a lot of counter champions, and these type of champions go up in value when teams are playing against you to dive in, to go for the backline constantly. Obviously, the flanks work for G2 when they played it, still relatively slow and steady, but obviously if you go all in on a target and you forget that Devour exists, it's great. If you just force the Devour early, kite back, and then go back in again, it loses some value.
Last game here, Unicorns of Love on blue side. Banned away Syndra, Karma, Elise. Now, Syndra is the champion they banned the most. It's gone all the way up towards 60% now of their games. They get rid of it. On red side, they do have the option to counter-pick it potentially with that last pick in the first phase. But Exile doesn't actually play that many pure Syndra counters like Echo as an example.
And let's find out what Exile decides to pull out. I mean, if any team were to debut a counter that we weren't expecting, maybe Unicorns could be one. However, I wouldn't expect it from the mid lane. The jungle also had a huge amount of focus in the previous game.
Yeah.
With that Graves, with Elise, with Rengar taken off the table. Let's see what changes this time around.
And I want to see if Shen sees his return to the Rift here, because despite being a good staple champion for the Unicorns, it felt like maybe another threat could help. Well, I'm done seeing. Your turn.
G2 did not want to waste time playing against Shen. Same bans for Unicorns. The last one would then be Elise, but they don't have to ban Elise now that other junglers are not getting removed. G2 are switching it up. It's now with Chachi being focused.
And is this Karma ban something we would expect this hard to see?
It's not necessary. It's not a champion Hylissang plays, but it's really not that big of a threat.
Like, it only pairs well if you then go for the Zyra Lulu ban. It's in a similar fashion when teams are playing against Fnatic, or when Fnatic was playing Louder, they would ban out Varus, Ashe, and Caitlyn. Unicorns of Love seem to be wanting to do the same thing with range supports.
Now, I wonder if we can see first pick Ivern here from G2, because they ban away Rumble as well as one of those potential counters. But Rengar is available, so Xerxes has something to answer with, obviously, on his side. But Ivern is still a power pick. He's become a power pick, funny enough, this weekend in Hamburg.
Yeah, he came back, but initially when teams were almost so scared of a Rengar, Ivern was considered a fine matchup to play that in, so they're doubting right now. Do we go for the early aggression is what G2 is thinking, or is just taking away a comfort pick from this guy who just lost on stage, is that maybe the better approach?
Give me something like Varus here for Hylissang and Samax down the bottom lane, so they have a bit of a stronger lane with some easy CC to set up something, and give me Elise from Xerxes for the first time, because the Rengar will be too slow first few levels. I want to see something where they can really snowball lanes, but that is comfort for them still with the Rengar, and it's okay, fine, we can accept it. Not a huge fan.
Also, if memory serves correctly, wasn't it the opposite matchup the Unicorns did when they debuted it? It was the Ivern into that Rengar. Also, when comboed with that Lulu for Hylissang, it is still open and available. It was banned in the previous game. So they've got Rengar. Varus, probably one of the ADCs. Instead, they're going to lock in the support. It's Malzahar.
They should be Ashe now for G2. They can even go Ashe Lulu if they want to. That would be super strong. Caitlyn is another one. Very long range.
And a gap closer.
Yeah, long range. What you want against Malzahar in lane is long range poke, so you can destroy his passive and he can't move forward. Ashe, Caitlyn can both do it. That's why they lock in one of the two.
And with the Tahm Kench out of the equation, it's a lot wiser to maybe go for Caitlyn, who has a bit more innate distance right there. And I wonder if we just see the Lulu here, because it was the old school counter into Malzahar. Teams have started picking up more, and it, honestly, it'll make it very hard for Samax to find a good pick. He almost has to pick Varus here, and that leaves like the whole mid lane play out of the equation.
But this is why I want to see Varus before from the Unicorns of Love. They just allowed Midi to counterpick. Varus has no real counters.
Yeah, and of course this Lulu, while we expected support, it has been played mid lane a couple of times in recent weeks.
That's very fair.
Watching some of the other regions, there is some potential for that.
Definitely a flex opportunity, but more importantly, they lose the potential to pick a mid laner for Exile, double ban out, and then have a different pick and van phase.
Yeah, we really need to see this Malzahar work for the Unicorns of Love, because they actually just invested so much.
Not just in the single pick, but just what in the opportunity cost of maybe getting other picks early in the draft phase. That's what we always have to look up. It's always a trade-off.
I'm a believer. Unicorns of Love have played Malzahar 9 times and won 8 games with that champion. They have done it many, many times in the past, and we're in phase 2. Orianna, Renekton are the band so far.
Yeah, that's a very important thing to highlight, just kind of summarize the whole discussion we had here. Malzahar is not bad. He's actually really, really strong.
Great champion.
Malzahar Varus is a really good lane as well. It was more the order they picked it that actually allowed Mythi to get a very early counter pick and give G2 Esports now a 2v2 lane in their favor.
Double ban onto Perks being targeted here. We'll have to dig deep for a blind pick. Unicorns not planning on, honestly, picking their mid lane early, I imagine. They want to save that counter pick.
Yeah, basically we're looking at top lane and mid lane for Unicorns of Love, which means G2 gets one counter pick and Unicorns get one counter pick. They can kind of trade. Now, safe picks, top lane, I think it's like Gragas we'll look at very often as very safe top lane. But it's not something Vizichachi has really shown. His Renekton is now being removed.
If you look at the comps here as well, as I rudely jump in, you have Expect, who could actually just play a peel style right now. Put Perks and Sven on the carries. Then you have G2 with a very familiar style. This goes back to the good old OG days. OG Niels will show up instead of Sven here in the Protect the Caitlyn comp.
Now I want to see what Perks counters this LeBlanc with. He could take
Echo.
Lulu. I heard rumors of things like Swain being used against LeBlanc as well in scrims as a counter. There's also the very simple choice of like a card. No, actually, she's gone. I want to see the Swain then. Give me that Swain I heard so much about. He actually did it. Okay, he actually did it.
Spoiler Deficio. Way to kill the hype.
Sorry.
And Swain is locked in. Whoo!
Right, Swain and Camille. G2 again. No traditional tank. I want to talk about the mechanics of why this Swain is a counter once we get into game. How do Unicorns respond? They need a top laner.
Yeah, they need something to counter Camille.
Oh, the old school Poppy for Vizichachi. A lot of people kind of forgot where he came from, but he was this notorious, almost Poppy one trick who played the champion when nobody else did. Then she got changed. He was still good on her. Turns out she was broken. Everybody was good on Poppy. And now she's been nerfed into oblivion. She comes back, but her kit works very well into Camille because you can obviously cancel out with the Steadfast Presence.
Yeah, and also whenever Camille locks down one target with ulti, you can actually just knock the Camille out. You know, just shoot her away and then it's gone, you know. No one is going to die. Unicorns of Love, it is comfort across the board. G2 Esports, a lot of it is, again, counter picks. Swain mid lane against LeBlanc and the Lulu against Malzahar.
And a lot of these lanes have very fun interactions that we can track. There is a million ways to outplay the Camille versus Poppy matchup, Swain versus LeBlanc, but also in Lulu versus Malzahar, playing around both the passive and the spacing in the lane, and even the amount of ammo you have in terms of Void Links, how you max your abilities. There's so much variance possible in these lanes.
And we talk much more about Swain in-game, but really the focus is just get Perks to level 6, and LeBlanc cannot kill him 1v1. That is the key reason behind this Swain here. So, Ivern on the side of G2 this time around. More playmaking potential on the side of Unicorns. That should be good for this game here because they were playing almost too slow in game 1.
And that's what ended up costing Unicorns. The pace of the game allowed G2's immaculate, suffocating macro to take control.
Sounds dirty.
You guys know how these hashtags work. And you guys know how macro makes Deficio and Crepo work. Let's see if G2 can play this Swain, Camille, Ivern composition in Hamburg, in the Barclaycard Arena, in Game 2 of your Spring Split Finals.
They're still here after game 1 in the arena. They didn't leave. That would have been weird.
That sounded like a play-by-play line if ever I've heard one, Deficio.
I am trying to become a play-by-play caster. I know.
I've
a long way to go. I have a long way to go. Oh!
Quick, change the screen.
Cut to the casters. Cut to the casters.
Oh, that's the 2017 bug splat, ladies and gentlemen. Right, so we jump in.
No TT tours today. The good old-fashioned Summer's Rift.
Unicorns waiting for some shenanigans.
Yeah, Ivern invades obviously happen very often. You can steal an early buff. You can contest Raptors as well, because you know Rengar's going to start there. That's the favorite start.
Always some of the standard paths from Rengar, going like Raptor Camp, Red Buff.
Oh, Blastcone Raptor Camp.
Of course, Blastcone Raptor Camp. Take your Raptor, take your Red Buff, take your Crocs, go back to base, get a longsword, then you feel a little bit stronger.
Gentlemen, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bored of the Rengar because we've seen him like 27 bajillion times. I only want to know about Flash, Teleport, Swain.
Okay, so Swain mid lane against LeBlanc here. First 5 levels, it can be a little bit difficult because LeBlanc can actually trade against you fairly easy.
So, solution?
Solution, you can run Teleport and you can use it to obviously go back to lane after like level 3 or 4. Get level 6, and then when LeBlanc jumps at you, you pop your ulti and you actually out-trade her.
And more importantly, if you look at a champion, you need to assess why is this a counter. You just look at the expected gameplay. What's LeBlanc going to do? She's going to jump towards you, and you can't really aim stuff at her because she will jump back. Now what you do with Swain is you pop your Q and your E and your R, but you hold your W and you cast it actually on her distortion location. So she's stuck between either staying in front of you and eating 1 million damage, and she can't burn you, or distorting back into a never move and being screwed as well.
Yeah, and then item builds for Swain mid lane is Rod of Ages, is in every build, and then you go into either Abyssal Scepter or Hourglass. In a game like this, there's a lot of both physical and magic damage right here, but against LeBlanc, you can just see Rod of Ages, Abyssal Scepter for Perks, and he goes to a side lane and he just pushes. Because no one can 1v1 him. Poppy, she's a tank. She's never gonna kill the Swain. This means Perks might become the most deadly split-pushing Swain you guys have ever seen in this arena.
Well,
had to make it safe.
Yeah, you're guaranteed. You
just in case. Just want to make sure no one on Twitter will be like, no, wait, my solo queue Swain.
Well, Perks can play one lane, expecting Camille can potentially play another. We caught a quick glance of Hylissang being bullied by Mithy's Lulu. That sort of counter pick into Malzahar, something that we started seeing much more during the middle of the split, and something that G2 will be very comfortable with.
Yeah, it all came back because when Malzahar came out, people thought about, why is this champion so strong? Turns out if you maxed Voidlings, those buggers did a lot of damage. Now Lulu is great at slowing them down. She can one-shot them with the passive as well, and she has a lot of ranged poke pressure to also get the passive from Malzahar down. Now Malzahar has kind of changed over time though, has more become of an R-bot, doesn't build raw AP anymore. You see people build Redemption. It's no longer the AP, let me catch one guy and one-shot him as a support.
And we just keep nerfing him. So like, he just remains an R-bot. That's basically it's gonna be his job. But Xerxes actually, because he was tired of us always talking about the standard path for Raptor into Prox, did decide to go over to blue buff and start there, did a full clear. Reason is simple. Ivern tends to invade your blue buff and steal the way with Smite. He denied that with obviously him starting on that side.
And especially when you play versus Van Mithy on double range, they will push you in and also help this Ivern steal. He avoids that by starting on the right side.
Man, we're 4 minutes into this game, and the bottom turret is already at 50% HP. Samux and Hilly are having a hell of a tough day to start off final.
This takes us back to like Forgiven and Raiden style of laning, push, poke, and just dancing on the edge. And it is honestly hard to master, but it's all about, again, small victories. Look at Samux, he steps up for CS. No, not going to happen, buddy. And now Mithy and Sven, they will always try and pair.
Wait.
CS. There's a teleport!
Unicorns fear their horns. Xerxes looking for Sven. He's going to flash away to safety. Here comes Chachi. He puts the hammer down. Sven flashes and heals. Not going to be able to get away yet. The
he misses!
Wall. Unicorns. They're not going to get it. Now Visit Chachi's running for his life.
This is absolutely massive. Visit Chachi in an already tough matchup loses so much time. Expect gets the wave. Sven survives. If that stun connects on a turret, we have first blood. It's okay. We can chip. But the Unicorns, they put all their chips in the pot, and they get outflopped.
Such an aggressive reaction. Chachi will lose a full wave top lane, maybe even more, because Expect can just push it into the tower here. This is so huge now for G2, because Poppy was the counter pick, obviously, against the Camille, now falling pretty far behind.
And then we see Perks, he's super happy, he sees enemy jungle overextending into his turret bot lane. He's like, oh, I'm almost level 6, my job is almost done. I've played the hardest part of this matchup.
Yeah. Calls in his jungler, says, guys, let's push out this lane here so I can go back to base.
Yeah, a few details here, like he places the Never move on the range creeps and slightly to the right side, so maybe he gets Exile, but the main goal is that when Exile steps back, he still has AoE clear, and he can just get the push for the reset.
And of course, take a look at these stats for Perks. Welcome to his lane kingdom. Shoving out the wave. In game number 1, Perks was up 11 CS at 15 minutes. Perks has had his most reliable split since debuting in the LCS.
He says it himself, it's his lane kingdom in there. Anyone who's trying to fight him, they're just here on visit, on holiday, and then he will, of course, make sure they leave again. And honestly, he deserves that title for now, because his stats have been absolutely fantastic this split. I saw a lot of people talking about him, you know, as an MVP candidate as well.
He was robbed.
He was robbed, they said, but Chachi, of course, deserved that one from the Unicorns of Love. And Visit Chachi is a man we want to see really shine in this game on this Poppy with some insane flank engages.
Gonna need to actually land those heroic charges, though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, couldn't find Sven against the tower, and that's starting to hurt him just a little bit.
We talk in champs like how you can knock people out with the ultimate out of the Camille ulti, but if you just force an E ability, what's it called, heroic charge?
Heroic charge.
Heroic charge. If you get Expect out of his ultimate, he's also gonna free up the target. So it doesn't even have to be the ultimate. There's 2 ways for you to break the Camille ultimate.
So getting tricked right there by Exile's little clone sneaking down behind him. Obviously,
it's gonna surprise them.
That is not Exile himself.
Sneaky, sneaky.
It's surprise, it actually is him.
Ah, I'm feeding. Never mind.
Yeah, that was pretty lame, guys. Sorry. But
thanks, Trevor.
Unicorn.
Hey, thanks for the support there, buddy.
We always support you. We always help you, and then you do that to us.
I considered Trevor a friend, but Are we good friends, Deficio?
I think we're very good friends.
Would you invite me to your wedding?
Yes. Potentially my best man.
Would you then uninvite me to your wedding?
Never. That would be one of the worst things you could possibly do to anyone.
Trevor, want to chip in here?
No, I don't, because I promised I didn't do that to you guys, and I'm very sorry. But
Trevor did actually uninvite us.
Trevor uninvited us to his wedding, and now Trick is trying to uninvite the unicorns from his jungle.
I don't think he can. Trick's running for his life. He's got Daisy. First blood's available. Not going to die just yet. Now Xerxes the target. Here comes Perks. First blood picked up by Exile.
Camilla's behind them. Expect he's on his way. Exile is low.
He's running for his life. Xerxes can't save him. The ethereal change has bought some time. Perks has got no mana. He can't call for days.
Expect actually canceled that teleport. He was really far back in the lane, but I think maybe
it was
the
knocked.
call was. I wonder, like, we have to see that again because ulti's on cooldown for Visichachi. Oh, he knocked him.
He knocked him out, yeah.
That's why he's MVP.
The Unicorns of Love invite the Barclaycard Arena to believe. First blood picked up by Exile, and he's in a matchup that he's somewhat countered. Take a look down in the bottom. Chain of Corruption comes out. Samix and Hilly using the level 6 power spike. Sven's going down. Summon a heal. Look at the crabs. They're chasing. One more hit. Samix can't find it. He gets slowed down. Belt of a Peacemaker tags him. Now Samix is caught in the back line. Kill will be secured by Perks.
Good reaction here from Perks with the teleport bottom lane. That was an all-in from the Unicorns of Love without level 6 on Mausa. That's another kill.
Oh! 2 for 1.
Using the Kaelin ultimate so beautifully here. Honestly, Finn almost dropped out, but then he played on max range, and G2 also. So many teams to go for the greedy double kill right there, but they turn around and they just go for the safe option.
That's another teleport now.
Maximize yield. There's a trap. He's not going to go anywhere, because that's Caitlyn.
He didn't even catch it this time.
It's going to be a lane swap.
MVP Juke.
That's the lane swap from the Unicorns of Love. Showing it very early by TPing down, but Chachi wants to keep the farm up. He's right now ahead despite losing that big wave. He had, of course, the ulti on expect just before interrupting the teleport. Let's see the fight here from before. Xerxes jumps in.
Yeah, he jumps in. Trick has Daisy. He jukes pretty well towards the Swain here. We see also how Perks survives. Let's watch the minimap as well to see exactly what happens.
Yeah, I actually thought, because I saw expect move back, I thought he moved even further back before he challenged it.
No, he got knocked.
He just got knocked, of course, by Visichachi with a good ulti. Very important for that fight. And this is the bot lane. Samus with level 6, that's why they're going for the fight, despite Hylissang not having 6.
I mean, they played it perfectly. It's the Varus ultimate, hoping that Hylissang hits level 6 in the trade. Double Voidling into silence right after the ultimate expires. So in terms of offensive 2v2 trade, it was the right call. The problem is, they forgot about teleport.
Yeah, and also, if you are a supporter, your AD carry just died in a 1v4 situation, just leave. Just walk away. You don't need to stay.
Experience.
This might happen.
Caution is advised.
Unfortunate for Hylissang.
Oxymethy used flash. 2v2 lane, level 6 ulti for Hylissang. Here's flash. He can go for an aggressive play on Mithy or Sven.
Yeah, if there was like a jungler that could hide there, they got him.
Take a look at that. Nethergrass comes down. A little bit of a counter from Wild Goat. Sven's going down. Redemption not gonna land. Hylissang gets reply.
Well, I guess Hylissang was just baiting the whole thing.
And he still has flash. He can just
didn't
do
even
it
need
again.
that flash. He didn't even need to kill Mithy either. That's top lane tower taking some damage here. Trick is there to defend.
Daisy's coming to help, but Xerxes wants to shut him down. Trick and Mithy not going to be able to defend the tower yet. Samix and Hilly, they're looking for tower first blood, but there is a hold.
Yeah, Visichachi is visiting the lane kingdom in the mid lane right now, putting pressure here. Exile losing the clone, but Perks doesn't care.
No, he does not. Gentlemen, it's a 1,500 lead for the Unicorns of Love. They've got themselves some reply kills, they've got themselves CS advantages, and Exile is plus 20 in the lane kingdom.
Perks had to leave the kingdom a few times, had to go on a tour down to the bottom lane.
Visit the peasants in the bottom lane.
Said, hello, I will take your gold, and go back towards mid lane. He picked up the kill, obviously, down there.
Exile, obviously, want to show up here too. In this, honestly, good progression in this split as well.
I'm glad you were honest there.
Yeah.
I don't want you to lie to me about the progression.
Thank you for pointing that out in front of this many people.
Well, I'm just making sure.
And remember, no flash for this engage. I love that fact.
Just walks up. And again, the combo is the snare. As it goes down, you see the cooldown bar go down, get the perfect silence. And that is one of the values of this Malzahar support. Honestly, Deficio.
Okay, thank you again. This is what we wanted, though, for some of these games early on. We wanted to see Unicorns be proactive. We want to see G2 have to react, and then a lot of small fights around the map, which then, of course, will end into big team fights later. Now, we talked about Perks a lot, about him becoming a split push on this Swain, going to a side lane. No one can really 1v1 him. He's getting there slowly, despite being a bit down in CS.
Vizichachi's going to interrupt the recall. A decent amount of damage down. Expect starting to lose this trade. Does Chachi fancy a chance here? Keeper's verdict comes out. Heroic charge needs to come available. Expect forced to run for his life.
Yeah, if you're Camille, playing League of Ninja Tabi is not enjoyable, especially if you're foul slightly behind in CS. He's probably sitting on quite a bit of gold as well.
Oh, Unicorns. They sense an opportunity here. The chains onto Perks. That's going to lock him down. Never move. Catches Exile. Redemption not going to land. Xerxes gets a kill onto Perks. Now they turn the attention over to Miffy. Nethergrasp has already been cancelled.
No
Miffy,
flash.
Wild Growth onto himself. Here comes Exile. He's got it. Miffy is down. Now the teleport coming in. G2 looking to reply. The Hextech ultimatum locks Samex in place. He's caught out. Daisy helps out. Now Unicorns, they've bitten off more than they can chew. Got a little bit of diabetes as Daisy wants to send them home. Trick looks for the trigger seed, catches onto Hilly.
Perks is spawning right now, has teleport, so this could be an extended chase. Here he is in the mid lane.
It is indeed. Where's the Ravenous Flock? Perks is finally going to arrive, but it is just too late.
He's pushing the wave. Want to get this mid lane tower, Trevor.
First blood is still available. Daisy's going to tank this one up just for now.
But it's a race against our MVP in the bottom lane. Chachi hitting a turret as well.
All right, Exile's going to try clear out this wave as best as he can. Hook shot from Expect.
He went back
for a
in.
few seconds. Exile is in trouble, trying to buy some time. The tower.
But Chachi gets first.
Secured by the MVP and traded in the mid lane.
Exile with the sacrifice.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
Maybe, yeah. Let's just say it was actually buying another second there for Vizichachi in the bottom lane.
He knew it was worth it.
Oh, man. Love the fights right now. Love the fact that Unicorns are invading in, trying to stop G2 from scaling here with Swain and Caitlyn, all these different champions that will be annoying to deal with later.
Ooh, Perks, I think, misclicked on the blast cone because he could have had way more distance right there. Just panic flashes out, did not get his ulti to trigger. He's going to join this fight later on, so this is how long this fight goes.
Yeah, this is where Mithy again with no flash, because it was used to get that kill on Hylissang earlier in the bottom lane, but then good TP from Expect, ends up trading.
Late flash from Samex as well here. You know, he flashes mid Hextech ultimate that actually nets in even more distance between his allies, so they can't block the skill shots for him. And the chase goes on. Double flash here. Use Hylissang. Still had it after all this time.
So all this time. TP coming in as well for Perks in the very end, but sad for him. Not far enough back, but I think he's okay with it.
Nobody taxes his lane.
He's king. All right, let's see. Let's just assume Exile is brilliant and he wants to buy enough time. Chachi's calling. I need just a second, guys. Give me a second. Exile's like, sure. Here's a second. Yeah.
Great shot calling, buddy.
Hey, that was the sacrifice. Exile for the Unicorns, allowing Vizichachi to pick up tower first blood. Unicorns still up. Looking at the gold, 2,500. They got a second tower, guys, while we were in that replay. And now Expect is looking to punish Samex. Nethergrasp is available here for Hylissang. And here comes Vizichachi. Heroic charge into the wall. Unicorns make it look easy. Listen, we have to talk a little bit about Vizichachi. We've gone over 15 minutes. And this guy, MVP for a reason. He's just had such a great split. Huge impact all split long.
Can we not talk about how long that Ocean Break lived though, Trevor?
It's not a record breaker, so I don't care about it.
All right, back to Vizichachi then.
Look at the numbers while they're taking down this top lane tower. First in almost everything when it comes to these top laners. Dominating laning phase. Always been able to have good counter picks as well. Poppy in this one, pulling it back out.
And this was a great macro move from the Unicorns as well. When your opposition is taking an objective like that Ocean, you want to cross map. You want to go to the other side of the map and get maybe a turret. But if you can get a kill to boot, you actually enhance your lead with actually monetary value immediately. The dragon helps you a tiny bit, but gold and kills is obviously much better. So the Unicorns coming out ahead.
Yeah, 3,000 gold ahead to be specific, but it hasn't been at no cost, right? 3 towers to 2. G2 have got themselves a couple of kills, they've got themselves a couple of towers. And we're going to see a replay of Expect fancying his chances here on the Samex.
Yeah, so there's
you can't do that.
There's certain rules for when you can fight in professional play. When your team is bot lane killing a dragon, you are not allowed to fight on the other side.
Unless you see all 4 members and their teleports are on cooldown. So this Expect just buying into the hype from game 1 here, wanting to match that performance.
He probably thought Samex was playing like reckless, random split pushing, but the thing is, he's not random split pushing. There is people around him who's obviously going to catch him and kill him, just like when Reckless is doing the same thing, and people keep falling into the same trap.
We see rinse and repeat it from Hylissang and the squad. Doing the same thing on bot side here, flipping up the map constantly, hiding in brushes, trying to just surprise D2 Esports.
And of course, for UOL, if they can surprise G2, that's how they can unlock this game. Exile, he's got himself that Gunblade completed. A little bit of pressure from G2 as they're shoving in this mid lane as deep as they can.
Yeah, but the fact this game is already now open and unlocked is actually not good for G2 Esports, because Sven, look at his Caitlyn build here. He needs QSS because there's a lot of fights and Hylissang can just flash onto him, but it's delaying absolutely everything. Caitlyn is the champion who wants longer laning phases. Want to just take down these towers here, just rotate around the map and not really fight too much early mid-game. He's been forced into some of these fights and it's actually setting G2 and their comp pretty far behind.
Yeah, you want to go BF into Hurricane ideally, then finish IE and go for QSS if you can stall long enough, but the constant forward pressure from Unicorns forces him to take a detour with the QSS.
All right, Nevermove's going to hold Vizicachi in place. He puts the verdict down just to get rid of Daisy. Daisy replies with a knockup of her own. Exile tries to get damage down onto Trick. Keep following Vizicachi. Perks slowly running out of mana. Trick's in trouble. Expects bind time in the back end. So far, maybe a 1-for-1. Vizicachi's down. Expect gets Hylissang. Instant reply from Samux. Now Xerxes running for his life. Exile wants to buy some time, and Perks, he's got no mana for the flock.
Yeah, but there's no better indicator than a Perks or a Swain with low mana, because it means the fight went long. He could deal maximum uptime on the ultimate, which means Unicorns could not burn through any priority target other than Expect, who was doing a great job in the backline, keeping two people busy.
The end 2-for-2 trade though. Unicorns of Love always looking for pressure around mid lane. Again, that's one of the reasons QSS is here for Sven, because he knows he needs to defend mid lane, and he can't if Malzahn can just flash ult him and he dies. So Perk's now pushing top lane. 2v2 actually up here.
Yeah, got some support. Much more damage on the side of UOL, but Xerxes doesn't have really the hit points to play around with. Perks has got a lot of mana as well, and they're going to keep pressuring this tower. So G2, they made the proactive play and Expect this time round with a great sort of flanking engage onto Samux and Hilly, keeping them out of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to watch it again to see if he could maybe keep them busy without actually engaging and just using the threat of the engage, but he still did his job right there in the backline, and that's going to be his role throughout the entire game, diving onto these low mobility targets or keeping LeBlanc in the cage and then having Swain just obliterating it with the birds.
Yeah, look at those stats on your screen, by the way. Unicorns of Love, 19-3, went ahead at 20 minutes, but G2 went behind at 20 minutes, are 6 wins, 5 losses. Around 50% of the times, they're able to bounce back. This is a team that rarely makes more mistakes, and UOL have to find ways to punish G2.
Yeah, and in this 1v1 composition, they're definitely going to prioritize Herald as an objective, especially with 3 turrets open already. There's not much reaction possible for Unicorns.
No, Unicorns will only look to teamfight in this game here, so losing even more on a side lane can actually hurt them a lot, especially because Riftel helps when it comes to getting down these turrets. So now objective going over to G2. Expect will of course pick that one up, and we're gonna see the very classic Unicorns of Love playstyle where you surrender the side lanes and you go mid lane. And then mid lane, you try and just engage. It's on Hylissang with a flash ulti from Malzahn to really start the fights.
Yeah, and you see that opposite style emerge in G2, especially if you start researching the amount of creeps they take from 15 to 30 minutes in the game. So in the mid game, G2 takes substantially larger amount of creeps compared to the Unicorns of Love. I think G2 ranks somewhere first, and Unicorns maybe 6th or 7th in that regard, because G2, they prefer playing on the open map, you know, maximizing the resources. Similar with Trick, how he's always looking for maximum camp clear.
Exactly, and that's one of the reasons if you do not manage to succeed when you force these plays in the mid lane, you fall even further behind because multiple lanes are being farmed. Youngbuck in the coach interview before the game, he talked about exactly this, how Unicorns of Love need to always force in mid lane, and if you stop them there, if you actually beat them there, you win the game. But if you lose those fights, suddenly you gotta go next game.
21 minutes in, 2 QSSs have been picked up for G2 to help counter that Nether Grass. But look at the CS advantages here across the board for Unicorns. They've got a gold lead, they've got a farm lead. They also have some tools to create those engages, assuming they get past those QSSs.
Yeah, but those QSSs may just buy enough time to get out of the CC for them to lock it, and the double redemption that's coming to force Unicorns of Love to really target select smart. Because if they don't get the same target down at the same time, Sven will just get untouched in this fight, and he will carry. He has shown that he knows how to play both frontline, backline with this Caitlyn in honestly previous seasons.
Now I would love to see actually Mikhail's coming in from mid lane to help with some of this CC. Trick might get caught a little bit here.
Native corruption slowly starting to spread. Wild growth has already been used. Trick is just, Jesus, he's locked down for days. Xerxes hops in, he's forced to run away. Exile through the exhaust, not gonna find the kill. All of a sudden, Xerxes down. Exile, ace in the hole. Sven gets the kill.
Fantastic exhaust and polymorph from Miffy set G2 up for victories. Perks is still 90% HP.
Here comes Vizicachi. Heroic charge didn't find a stun. Keeper's verdict once again knocking away Daisy. Daisy gets a reply though. Vizicachi knocked into the air. Never move comes down. And Sven is on a killing spree.
Suddenly they're looking at Baron right now. Daisy still with 1600 HP on the side of G2.
This is why so many people hate playing against Ivan. He's so annoying, long legs, trolling around, walking, and then he is so damn tanky. Sure, people hate long legs, but Hylissang looking for a steal. I don't think it's going to happen, buddy.
It's not a Lulu, it's not a Glitzerlon. Samux with a piercing arrow comes out. Nevermove will zone him away. And it's not going to be done this time round. Easily secured by G2.
Oh, he flashes for it.
Oh, and Expect gets a reply kill.
That worth it?
Not for one kill, no. Save the flash for a future fight. But getting Baron is very worth it if you are G2 Esports. And we just talked about this. Unicorns of Love, going mid lane, forcing a fight. If you win that fight, well, then you suddenly win the game. That's exactly what G2 just did.
And they're so decisive. When somebody goes in for a pick, mostly Hylissang, Liar Thresher, or Malzahar, the entire team follows. They do not stop to question, is this a good idea? Will it work out? They find out through trial and error, and this time it was error.
I can't believe how long Trick survived. He had CC for about 12 seconds, and yes, there is redemptions and shields all the way along, but Unicorn just unable to find that final kill, and all of a sudden, they are now on the losing end of the game.
It becomes quite scary for Trick, who was so reliant on his flash and his redemption, and he felt so safe, and then suddenly he's suppressed, and he cannot use either at that point, and he honestly feared not buffering it in time. Now Expect could use his flash.
He can indeed. Teleport's coming down from Perks. Exile's going to join this fight just a little bit late. Battle Roar buys a few seconds. Xerxes survives, gets away with his life. Keeper's verdict, the Poppy Copter is winding and firing. Not going to send anyone away. Redemption will heal up UOL for a few seconds longer. And Expect is punished. Also, they get the teleport from Perks.
And this is something the Unicorns do extremely well. When the opposing team has Baron or is setting up a split push, they attack it very early on.
Important for the Unicorns of Love. Winning one fight to delay G2 Esports here. They try and shut down some of this Baron buff. Still 2 minutes left on it though. Perks, as we talked about in Champs, like just getting so scary on this one. He obviously skipped the Abyssal Scepter because he went for the QSS, so he can now go for Hourglass. And that's the thing, he's like a bruiser basically. He's a semi-tank that we have to deal with. So this is the engage in mid. And as long as G2 stays alive at first, then all the ultis are gone from the Unicorns of Love, and everything is used on Trick.
But Xerxes late, his dash actually does not deal damage. So if he did not path backwards, I think Trick would have actually died and it would have been a victorious fight here. So for the first time in ages, we see a bit of a communication error here between the teams. Xerxes was going out, his team was going in.
A little bit too greedy as well from Exile, trying to go in and finish the kill in the end. Like, just accept that he's gone, you got a flash. It actually sets up the rest of the fight. The fact that Exile jumps in and dies. Now, bot lane.
All right, Vizicachi and Xerxes, they're looking for a target. Perks is the man. Wild Goat knocks him up into the air. The Ravenous Flock is on cooldown. He hasn't got the sustain just yet. Expect puts down the baby cage, and there's no Keeper's verdict. It was used earlier in the fight. Unicorns are losing the team fight to G2. Expect tries to engage with a hook shot, manages to get out of range of the Chain of Corruption, and Baron opens up Unicorn's base.
Yeah, what a nasty frontline. Lulu, Ivern, Swain to tear through that. It's gonna be so hard. It requires you to have healing reduction in your builds, maybe an ignite, and just focus the same target. But G2 are weaving in and out of fights, and then you're always forced to switch with the Zonias. And in all of that, Sven is just whacking away as well.
It's just a big problem for Unicorns of Love. They're not gonna win the split push war against the Swain. But they can't really win these team fights either now that they're falling behind against the shields and the extra HP he gets back. We talked about how there was this big opening in the mid game where Sven was sitting on almost no completed items, and that was where you needed to win as Unicorns. But when they lost that mid lane fight and lost the Baron, they just put themselves so far behind in terms of gold, but also in terms of the composition.
We can see how the itemization from G2 is really starting to pay dividends. Those QSSs reducing the possibilities for UOL. Ardent Sensor for Miffy. Hell, there's even a Knight's Vow.
Yeah, the Knight's Vow is actually really smart. When you play against a team that is known for, honestly, focusing the same target over and over, and also just needing to do that against your composition, having any abilities to slow down that burst and maybe sharing the burden is fantastic. So in that sense, on the tanky jungler like Twig, really good item choice.
So we see the fight again here. It's a good flank being set up by Vizicachi and Xerxes, but even with Perks sitting without ulti,
never mind. Thorn, Exile's down. He gets killed by Expect. Vizicachi's in the fight. He's already used the ultimate. Sven is running, gonna join this fight very, very late. Samux, flash is available. is going to get locked inside the baby cage. Gets a lot of damage down. Wild growth. Buys some time before Expector's kill. Here comes Xerxes. He's hopped in. Hylissang is taken down by the ace in the hole. Now Vizichachi and UOL are running for their lives. Redemption will heal up Chachi for a few seconds. He's going to turn onto Sven. Doesn't have enough damage, but he's buying time. Trying to get those death timers lower. And G2 again win another team fight.
Another team fight for G2 Esports. Another tower now going down. Bot lane inhib already open. Samax is trying to defend with Xerxes, but Unicorns of Love can't seem to find a way to win. And once again, it's Exile jumping in, getting punished.
Yeah, we did not see that start. It may have been a polymorph from Lulu that came out and really slowed Exile down. Maybe it was another CC chain landing onto Exile, but if Unicorns lose their main assassin, they no longer have that combined backline threat, and it makes it very easy for G2 to play this slow, creeping on you playstyle, hitting whoever is in front.
There was a big discussion and thoughts around which team is the better team fights, and we praised Unicorns for being arguably one of, if not the best, and always followed it with, but G2 can match it. And you're starting to see it in this game. They were down 3,000 gold, they punished the UOL engagers, and now all of a sudden, G2, 2 inhibitors down at 28 minutes.
And that's just the thing. The only thing that really punishes G2 in Europe is when they get to play against something completely unique, something they don't normally face. Unicorns of Love are no longer that team who will just bring out random champions left and right. They have locked in very key comfort picks. Let's see the fight here from Exile jumps in. Obviously we get polymorphed instantly and then he just dies. I think there was a trap under him as well.
Yeah, it shows the value of this Lulu support. Why a lot of people go 3 points E and then 5 points W. Check if he did the same. That's what he did. The polymorph is just so potent, especially against assassins with no way out.
We see Unicorns again with all these comfort picks. G2 Esports, they know what they're going to play against. They know how Unicorns play. Mid lane, mid lane, mid lane, mid lane. They are responding in a game like this despite falling behind. It's good scouting, so it's great obviously work from the G2 organization. And then it's just them not really getting surprised.
Yeah, 2 smart pick and bans, ahead in game 1, behind in game 2, with the same consistency that has netted them an almost undefeated season is still shining through in playoffs here. Let's see. Master display of skill here from G2 Esports.
There is no doubt that G2 are still currently the kings of Europe. The Unicorns, they're 4,000 gold down. By the way, look how disgusting Trick's build is right now. Mikhail's Crucible, Lockets, Knight's Vow, Redemption. Hylissang's gonna get dropped before this teleport can finish. Exile gets locked inside the ultimatum. Chachi gets turned into a munchkin and he's trying to get in. Starts to wind up the Poppycopter and gets rid of Sven. That will buy some time. Samax is still untouched, but he can't burn through everybody on G2. They managed to get a kill into Mithi. Chachi's running for his life before he's shut down. That's a double for Sven, and UOL are routed once again.
Yeah, and this is obviously the Unicorns trying to fight their way out. They knew they had no vision in the Baron area. It was almost spawning. They had to go for a play where Perks could not join, but even in a 4v5 scenario, G2 Esports still reigns supreme. Expect going to buy time because G2 are heading straight for the juggler.
They are indeed. The Nexus is the target for the rest of G2 Esports. At 30 minutes, Exile and Hilly have to do some monumental work. Exile's going to double dash in, forced to jump away with his life. The Nexus turret number 1 has fallen. Hylissang is being dropped and forced away. There's not enough wave clear. There's not enough damage. Not for the Unicorns to survive. G2 Esports are looking to win the game. G2 are looking for their first 3-0 ever.
This game had a lot more action early game. Unicorns were forcing plays. G2 were reacting really well to plays. Mid-game, we actually saw an advantage for the Unicorns of Love, and that was that big window, big opening for them to force some of these fights when Sven was really weak, when Perks didn't really sit on enough items. But that was when G2 turned it around.
Yeah, they turned it around with some solid map movements, and if you're the Unicorns fan right now, you need to hope that this team will build on those strengths to prevent this G2-0 from becoming a 3-0 clean sweep here.
Yeah, because this was a game where G2 didn't win through pure macro, they won through better team fights.
Yeah.
They simply out-team fought the Unicorns of Love in the mid to late game, and that's why they got the Baron, that's why they got the big advantage.
Is it fair to say it was also reactionary team fights a lot of the time? It was UOL that had the advantage and started those plays.
But that's also how their picks work. Lulu is a great reaction to Malzahar. Swain is a great reaction to LeBlanc. Swain does not need to go in because then LeBlanc can dash out. It's to punish the engages. When people leap into their team, Swain goes up in value because he finds himself at the center, defending for the backline that's behind them, and then you can be very creative with Nevermove.
Yeah, exactly.
So G2, huge
point.
advantages.
I disagree with you, my friend.
Well, there we go. So G2, they can see themselves lifting the trophy once again for the 3rd straight time. They're 1 win away from the title and holding on to the Kings of Europe. Shox and the guys are ready to tell you all about Game 2.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And in the end, G2, they ended it pretty fast when they got their hands on the steering wheel. And we want to see how the Unicorns of Love attempted to dismantle the composition or had some answers ready, which we wanted to see. Trash, I do want to go to you first because Ivern, he's back all of a sudden. We've seen him in almost every game in the playoffs or here in Hamburg, rather. What do you think about the champion?
I really have like a love and hate relationship
Yeah.
with Ivern because it's so obnoxious to play against. You're kind of on a timer because you know when he's hitting these 2 or 3 items, it's going to be so hard to actually win team fights against it. And that's why we see a lot of priority against it in this series because UOL as a team likes to team fight and kind of to counteract that, G2 uses Ivern. And that's why we see it so much.
But it's also a takeaway from Xerxes. We saw how comfortable he is on the champion. He brought it out so often during the regular season. G2 knew that he would be forced onto a Rengar, and while he did have some reasonable success in the early game, it was not the sort of champion that they needed in those mid to late game fights where G2's composition really thrived.
That it wasn't. I also want to talk about the mid-lane matchup. Perkz pulling out the Swain all of a sudden versus Exiles LeBlanc and kind of diminishing its power.
Well, so I already played it in scrims as well. I think Swain is really good champion against LeBlanc since you can't, like, LeBlanc doesn't have enough burst to actually kill the Swain, and like 2 free items. Actually, Perkz didn't really come to this point, but 2 free items, Swain just presses 2 times E-spell on LeBlanc, and LeBlanc is pretty much going to die just from this 1 dot because the Andres is going to deal damage, Deathfire Touch, and does the spell in general. So it's really good counter pick, but I think UOL played it actually pretty good around it. They snowballed on the Swain, got the ganks with the Rengar coming in, so I think they played good against the counter pick, but obviously in general, I think I would say Samox kind of needs to step up from the last 2 games. I think he reminds me a little bit of Hans. I think he's like someone who didn't play on the big stage yet, so he looks a little bit nervous, I think.
All right, maybe a couple of other members looking nervous as well. However, the Unicorns of Love has said they didn't want to let it go as out of control as it did in Game 1. They did try and make some plays. Gotta get some energy.
Potassium is extremely important, yes. But this was a great setup from the Unicorns of Love where they invested all 4 members into the bottom half of the map. Now, if this play works out, it is fantastic for the Unicorns because they can get priority on this first tower in the bottom lane. They're able to have a lot more control of the map and they don't have to suffer against this Caitlyn Lulu composition. But it ended up failing and it ended up meaning a lot in terms of the early game.
And even though this play actually fails, it's a play they need to make because the Caitlyn and Lulu were just hammering on the turret. And I feel like if they didn't make this play, they would actually get the turret before the Melsa and the Varus hit 6, and that is kind of the point where they can fight back.
Yeah, I can only agree. I think it was the right play. It just didn't execute that well, I guess. But you could see that Chachi was trying to make these TP plays all the time, like always looking for the team fights, always looking for the flanks. So I think he mostly phoned the flanks and played quite good.
And it was great from the Unicorns because even after that failed play, they continued to make these plays throughout the game because a lot of their strength came from an early game advantage. They need to have some kind of control or semblance of control during these early game plays. But when it got to the mid game, this is where the composition of G2 was really able to shine.
Yeah, and I mean, when I say I have a love and hate relationship with Ivern, this is kind of one of the reasons why you have 4 people hitting Ivern, and he just doesn't die because he keeps getting shielded, he's getting Lulu ulted, and then he just survives, and then you all kind of don't have any more damage at that point. And this is the point where you need to, at this point, you already need a lead when you play against the Ivern, and they didn't really have that.
And you should keep in mind that they have like a Swain with an Ivern and a Lulu, so the Swain is never going to die. He's always getting speed buffs and even red buff from Ivern from mid lane, so I think it's just a really great composition they got.
Yeah, that it was, and the Unicorns of Love, they try to make plays. They know they would be with their backs against the wall against G2 if they lost 2 games in a row, and that they did. So it is go time for them if they want to make something happen. G2 will be on the red side for possibly their championship game, so they're looking to counter pick. But what will the Unicorns of Love have to come out with?
I want to see Chachi on a carry. This guy is the MVP of the spring split here in Europe.
Poppy's a
this
carry
guy
for
is,
Chachi.
well, sure, he has been in the past, but I want to see him on something that he can really have an impact on. I think that he is such a strong individual that he can have the upper hand on Expect. He's already been able to get a number of advantages on him. Put him on a carry, play around him, and give him an opportunity to carry Unicorns to 5 games.
Well, that's what we've said from the beginning, but they clearly haven't tried it so far. What is a different avenue for the Unicorns of Love? Because it seems like G2 has answers for all of those options.
So what I want to to see is their first picking Ivern, and then I want to see them ban away the Rumble and see what they will play. Maybe they will get a better team fighting comp that way around, and that could maybe help them in the mid game. But it looks like G2 has the control of the series.
I would like Chachi to on Camille. I think it's going really good for him since he can split push and he can engage for the team. So he can kind of fulfill both roles of engaging and setting up plays, but he can win the side lane pressure as well. So I think that's probably what he should go for.
All right, let's talk to me about the mental game of these two teams. I just have the impression that G2, they always look poised, especially in a championship game like this. And we've seen them twice before, but now they didn't even drop the first game, which they've done a couple of times. They won 2 in a row with, it seems like, an incredibly clear head, and they seem extremely focused and extremely poised, maybe more than we've seen them before.
I think that this is a G2 team that's looking to prove that they are ready for international competition. We wanted to see from them, hey, if you're going to go up against the likes of SKT, some of the incredibly strong LMS teams, some of the Chinese teams as well, these are teams that you have to look convincing coming out of your region. And so far, G2 are doing that.
And can the Unicorns of Love do it? The reverse sweep?
I hope so. I hope so.
At least 5 games, yeah.
I just want to see them pick Ivern and remove the Rumble, and then I think we have a solid game.
Yeah, I think the third game now is the most important one since G2 has the momentum. But I think
otherwise it's over.
And they're on blue side, UOL is on blue side, so I think they have a little disadvantage. So I think if they can make it and get red side next game, I think they have a really good shot to get a reverse sweep. So I believe.
Yeah, I believe. Let's see if it can happen here in the Barclaycard Arena. The reverse sweep. Well, the spring title is on the line in front of a Practice Arena. Indeed, it is do or die for the Unicorns of Love with Game 3 coming up right after this.
Any question in move? I don't have thunder. I'm going mid now. The Lanka moved up on this side. No, he didn't mid.
That was like a jungler that could hack down. They got him.
Take a look at that. Nethergrass comes down. A little bit of a counter from Wild. Goes Fence going down. Redemption. Not gonna land. Hillisang gets reply.
Sorry. Red Blank is moving.
Dirksey hops in, he's forced to run away. Exile through the exhaust, not gonna find the kill. All of a sudden, Xerxes down. Exile, ace in the hole. Sven gets the kill. They managed to get a kill into Mithi. Chachi's running for his life before he's shut down. That's a double for Sven, and UOL are routed once again. G2 Esports are looking to win the game. G2 are looking for their first 3-0 ever.
Welcome back to Hamburg and Game 3 in the Spring Split Finals. G2 Esports are currently 2-0 up over the Unicorns of Love, led by the Samurai Warlord Lothar. Their opponents, fan favorites, Hamburg homeboys, the Unicorns of Love, have not showed up in the first 2 games, and there is no more room for error.
You just have to respect and love how well G2 are playing the macro and then the team fights in the last game. I love how, again, Lothar in front of the players with his costume there, looking so badass as well. Kind of sticking to a little bit of the bad boy image from the G2 guys as well, walking in, and they're trying to obviously show that they are the best team.
And maybe it is appropriate that Romain is dressed up as a goth unicorn, because they're normally pretty sad and emo, and that's what he's going to be feeling right now.
Oh, it's just a phase, Trevor.
Well, hopefully it is just a phase, because if it is just a phase and they bounce back, we all want more games.
We want more games, but we also want to see a team play so well. If we look at G2 Esports, because this is a team that right now is looking like they will represent Europe again at MSI. And when you learn to play this well in Europe, like it kind of shows like they've been taking all this time to kind of try and perfect their game. Then they might be able to show up.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. I said it at the end of the last game. G2 have always dropped the game in a best of 5. It's traditionally the first one. Maybe they're going to break that record. They picked red side for what could be the final game of the series, and already out the gate, Syndrak, Karma again, and then Rengar banned by G2.
Yeah, and quite suiting that Ivan is becoming quite the protagonist in this pick and ban phase.
Graves getting removed here, same pick and ban phase as we saw in game 1. Elise was the last ban for Unicorns, and G2 then banned Varus on their side. Adaptation, I think Ivan actually can be banned here by G2.
I think that's a fair assumption, because otherwise it's Ivan with no notable counter picks left here being picked.
Now we're actually going to more, I guess, traditional pick and ban phase in a way. Only problem for Xerxes is he's lost most of his junglers. Trick can still play Lee Sin. Kha'Zix is available for Xerxes, but I don't think you need to first pick a jungler now with all these guys removed.
No, you can still match. They're definitely looking here. Early safe picks are fine here. I think what G2 Esports could do is just get a strong jungler and then get a very potent mid laner on 3rd in the purple side, ban out the counters, and then play around mid, you enable perks.
Definitely take something like Ashe here again for Sven in the bottom lane, or the Caitlyn that he showed up on. Gragas is actually funny here. He gets locked in. Most teams, it's a very safe top laner. Chachi has not played a top lane this split at all. They only flexed it into jungle a few times, but I'm sure he can play this champion. We get the Ashe we mentioned, or once they lock it in, we get the Ashe we mentioned. No, they're just baiting us with Jhin. They're not going to pick it.
They're picking jungle AD carry here.
It will be the Ashe most likely in a few seconds, but Xerxes Gragas was pretty impressive. But we need to see how he handles himself. Going to be a small pivot, locking in the Varus, denying that from Samux, who actually had a pretty impressive game in that last of the series.
Yeah, I think maybe they want a bit more damage in teamfights against the tank as well, which is what Varus can offer if it is a Gragas top lane.
Yeah, I wonder if G2 Esports is then going for 3rd pick mid ban out, or maybe just get rid of Tahm Kenshi in phase 2. Not give an easy escape for Samux and Hylissang outside of that Varus ultimate, and then obviously if you match with Caitlyn or Ashe, it's still quite a tricky lane.
Yeah, I think actually right now you can see like Kennen get locked in by G2 to play against Shen top lane. It shows it's Gragas jungle. Again, Chachi does not want to play the Gragas. Other choice is you counter pick Malzahar with Lulu. Yeah, and then you don't get that banned away. But there's still things like Tahm Kenshi you can pick later phases. So there's both Kennen or Lulu as the 2 options we're looking at.
Yeah, or the pre-pick here on mid. I doubt that's going to happen. I think it's much smarter to just counter pick one lane, ban it out. Unicorns leaving a window here for G2 to exploit.
Yeah, so we get to see the same where it's the gangplank top lane. It is still very slow. If Unicorns can actually force more, which they can with Malzahar Gragas, they can punish the slow scaling gangplank. It's what we want to see. We didn't see that in game 1, but it needs to happen now.
And listen to the support. It's not the Fear Our Horns call today.
Romain is actually Charade's world champion. Spelling it out for them. That's cheating technically.
I think it counts.
Unicorn sign language.
There you go. The crowd is behind Romain and the Unicorns. We're into phase 2, picks and bans. LeBlanc, Caitlyn taken off the table from G2. Lulu removed by UOL. Romain, he's got the crowd lifting.
Come on, you gotta love this. You have to love this.
The Spirit Bomb is building, but if it self-implodes, UOL is done.
Imagine if they leave him hanging. just stand there. It's like...
But they won't. He's done it a few times before. We got some epic shots of that as well. Fantastic to see how Unicorns are getting the fans going.
Meanwhile, pick and ban went on, and we saw the Lulu and the Zyra banned out as the Malzahar counters, right? So Unicorns of Love looking to win the bot lane. They get the counter pick on the AD carry, and they ban out the nasty supports that they do not want to play against.
That's one we got to see a bit of in playoffs so far. Our good friend Fiddlesticks down in the support role.
Or flexed into the mid lane.
Fiddle mid as well. They're saving last pick for Perks so far, so he can control his lane kingdom again.
What way, or what better way to end up a 3-0 clean sweep than with middle fiddle?
Middle fiddle.
Yeah, I want to get excited, but I just don't think it will be a thing. On the other side, Unicorns.
It's not bad if you tell him.
No.
I'm just saying.
However, this is a Talon being picked without actually a whole lot of magic damage on his team, which is a little bit tricky, allows a lot of armor stacking on the other side, and Perk still gets the counter.
Why would you Talon blind?
Talon actually is fairly safe in a lot of lane matchups. He's not a risky blind pick.
There is
a lot of what Talon likes to do is actually just get out of the lane anyway and then roam around the map, so he can do fine against most champions.
Yeah, and there we have it. Cassiopeia support.
You're still trying, man.
Chasing out went a little too hard, maybe.
You can use the miasma against Lucian. He can't dash in lane. It's great.
Now, when I look at this Unicorns team composition, we know that Hilly's not going to build AP. We know there's a heavy amount of physical damage. So, League of Ninja Tabai, if you're a G2 supporter.
Yes, but what you're going to see from Unicorns, Trevor, is let's go bot lane. Let's fight around Malzahar ulti. Let's roam with our Talon. Let's Shen ulti in. Let's have our Gragas down there for a gank. This is a party in the bottom lane against Mithy and Sven, and it needs to work for Unicorns to win the game.
Their entire comp is based around diving in. And then obviously G2, they have a very reactionary comp as well. You don't want to dive and walk into Cassiopeia, into two Varuses, WTF, into a Mithy who can silence you on the way. It's a very nasty spell effect to silence because you're still moving, so you don't actually know sometimes when your spells aren't chaining the way you want to. And obviously Fiddle Ultimate can be a good reactionary counter.
It can definitely be a good reactionary counter, but Fiddle likes to push the lane. That's how he kind of wins his lane. Against this comp from Unicorns of Love, if Mithy is actually playing too over-aggressive, he will get ganked multiple times and roamed on. Like, this is the kind of game where a level 3 roam from Talon could happen.
What I love about the Unicorns of Love's composition, they've looked at one of the areas they can focus, G2's strongest lane, G2's strongest duo, and said, if we can break that, we can break G2 Esports. Hamburg is behind the pink ponies. And their composition, it is do or die time. 0-2 down in the series. Let's find out if G2 will once again reign supreme, defending champions of Europe, current kings, holders of the crown. It's G2 taking on UOL.
So we saw the Talon now being locked in by Exile. Offensive summoner spells, he needs to be active on the map. We can talk a bit about his laning phase once the minions arrive, but bot lane, Mithy with their Fiddlesticks, a lot of support's being banned away. And again, this Fiddle, if you get pushed in, you don't offer a whole lot.
Now, I remember a time where there was a notable strong Fiddlesticks player back in, say, Season 3 or so, who really understood the laning essence of this champion.
Yes, Deficio, I believe his name was, when he introduced it. Now, the crowd can't spell UOL, which is bit of a shame.
It's a bit of a worrying trend right now, but that's fine. Tell us more about this Fiddlestick support.
Well, basically, back in that day, it's of course Mithy, our good friend, who actually introduced it to the European scene as a support in the LCS when he joined Lemon Dogs. So good when it comes to just picking off targets. Instant CC with the fear, just point and click with Q. It's been nerfed a little bit, but it's still a good CC duration. And it allows you to create picks. But it's such a weak defensive support. You can only really go forward.
Yeah, and the problem is the most offensive tool, which is the bounce around on that E, has been nerfed. Because it will always look for a minion it has not yet hit before it returns for return visit, rather. So you can't get these cheesy triple bounces that really screw over the lane early. So less variance in the playstyle.
Now, Gragas in the jungle is not always the strongest on the first clear. He wants to get through this first clear here, just like nice and safe, go back to base, return with full HP, and then he can look for the one gank.
Yeah, and when Xerxes played it previously, the one gank paid off massively, and that's what snowballed him into a really strong position in the game. But if Trick could play his really smart, let's find the enemy jungler and completely neutralize his style, then Gragas may actually fall behind.
We should see Trick with control early game, being able to set up a potential gank. Mid lane is being pushed in right now, and one of the reasons Cassiopeia works well against Talon is because you can use the miasma W onto him, and he can't really jump towards you with Q to really threaten you. And obviously he can't really flash out to escape a gank if he's pushing the lane, and Talon likes to push early. Push, 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 then go back to base, return with an item advantage, go back to pushing lane, and then roam. But that can be punished.
Well, that's what Unicorns need to unlock this team composition. Every
They're
time
on
I
the
look
way.
at that mini-map,
Being pinged.
putting pressure. All right, Cocoon into
They
repel.
know, because he was spot on the ward in the pixel brush. He's poking. Defensive ping came out. Big fan of when teams start just supplementing calls with pings, just in case somebody wasn't quite listening.
Definitely extremely helpful, especially when you look at G2. Some of the communication issues around expect a little bit, you know, showing through. We've seen that a couple times throughout the playoffs, but he's on a comfortable pick in this gangplank.
And he has improved so much. And here the Scuttle Crab taken down, meaning that, ooh, Xerxes is going for a very patient path here. I wonder if he was...
He's spotted now, but they're trying to force
Sven
the
was so
flash.
far forward.
All right, let's take a look. Mythi's already starting to back away. Xerxes instantly gets terrified, cannot find a body slam.
Very good reaction here. Mythi stepping behind Sven early on, so he was not really at risk, and he could just position himself to then fear the Gragas. No body slam flash. First gank from Trick was also not successful top lane.
Yeah, he was. Fiddle also got kind of changed right there. At first he was afraid. Now he's just terrified. Different mechanic, just walks away from Fiddlesticks in a predictable direction, so your team actually knows where this guy is going instead of just random directions.
Trevor, in your introduction today, when you had Sven on stage, you asked the big question, best AD carry in the West, when you introduced him. The stat from last game was pretty impressive after a rough start, and I think the overall split has been very impressive from Sven as well, so I will say yes. For me, best AD carry in the West. I'm of course very biased as well.
No, thank you for answering that question. That was asked 3.5 hours ago.
Hey, I just want to make sure someone actually listens to your questions, because you do ask a lot of questions.
Great question, by the way.
Thank you. They're not always great questions.
That is also a great observation, by the way. 2 for 2.
I am a little bit more self-aware, but...
Watch the respect here. Lane frozen, but they know Xerxes is a dirty camper, and they're respecting the camp.
I'm excited to see what Sven can do with this Varus, and whether or not Samux on the Lucian will be able to outplay. A lot of support theoretically coming from UOL. If you look at the minimap, still some advantages in favor of G2.
Yeah, and a lot of their confidence in the bot lane is also showing in the item sources. We have never really seen in recent history, I think, Sven opt in for longsword 3 potions. He just constantly goes for the Dorans.
Let's play it for him. Making him stronger early on when he is trading here. He says he doesn't need those extra potions. Samux is the kind of guy who goes 3 potions almost all the time, 5 on 5, and just like lifesteal from his talents as well. And he wants to just sustain in lane. Now Trick has not found any openings so far. It's been actually fairly slow and steady laning phase, but Exile, as we talked about on his talent, you want to get out of your lane. He's already gone back, got the long swords, want to push this lane, get level 6, and then we need to see some activity.
Yeah, look at this trading back and forth. Both Sven and Mythi, no potions or cookies remaining.
Yeah, you can't really go for the double void lane trade on a Fiddlestick support either. You need to do it 1 by 1.
He's trading to a big wave though.
A lot of minions, he's fine. Because if you obviously go for double void lane trade in the bottom lane, you can just use Let's Bounce there. Or not Let's Bounce, but Bounce the Crow.
I like the recall here from Chachi. The wave is pushing towards him. He can go back to base, return to lane, and then expect to actually get denied quite a lot of CS, unless expect TPs to the lane.
That's obviously what we call a freeze. So if you've ever needed the direction of like, what does a freeze look like? Literally what's going on in the top lane. You know, enemy creeps are just vastly outnumbering your own creeps, forces the lane in a really awkward pushing motion, and you can just hold it there.
Yeah, and you might think obviously using TP to lane, that's fine. We see that all the time, but it's not very good against Shen, because now Shen, obviously with his global, can go down to the bottom lane and Expect can't follow. Expect can only ulti to kind of return some damage.
Yeah, there is one thing you can do against the slow stacking wave though. It is obviously pair up with your jungle, look for a dive, but Shen level 6 almost not really going to happen. Luckily for Expect, he also has that second global where he can somehow neutralize the Stand United, and then he would only be behind in TP pressure.
With the Malzahar level 6 though, and Shen showing up, I would definitely give it to Unicorns of Love. Yeah. And that's the play we talked about in Champs League. The bottom lane, it needs to work for them, because Fiddlesticks, once you flash ult him, he's not getting away. He's so squishy. You have to execute. that play, and Hylissang, he's getting closer to level 6.
And that's why I expect he's playing so aggressive. He does not want this Shen to leave the lane anywhere near full HP. He wants to avoid it at all costs.
And also we have Trick in the bottom lane because the bottom lane from G2 wants to push the lane out. They don't have any, you know, items right now. They want to go back to base and they need backup. That's why Trick is here.
All right, Trick, where's the cocoon? Hylissang's very far forward. Samux is
there it is!
falling. Hilly, why? Gets caught out. G2 with first blood.
This is what Hylissang did in the last game. He stays when his AD carry is gone to get some more experience on this Malzahar. But you don't have to get that close.
Everything revolved around the bottom line, going well for UOL. And Sven gets first blood.
Yeah, Xerxes pathing around. He's spotted by Control Ward. Perkz should see this and lead to the right of the lane. Now, it is very tough for the Unicorns.
Much like last game though, Mithy uses Flash to kill Hylissang. Hylissang does not use his Flash. He's gonna get level 6. He does have the Shen ulti. There's no Flash on Mithy. G2 honestly should just lane swap right now and get out of this lane because they will get killed by Shen and Malzahar.
Top lane turret also super low, so it's definitely a viable option here. Perkz scaling quite well in the mid lane. He now should be able to keep the Talon there. The problem right now is if Unicorns introduce roaming. Okay.
It's about sending a message.
Zoning. Very important.
I'm a master at zoning ultimates.
Same.
Perkz maybe feeling that ultimate coming in and all of a sudden turning around. Remember, Exile really has to go all in to get that damage down.
We can see Sven going down to the bottom lane again. Unicorns already recalled because Samux went back early. Hylissang had the much faster recall by dying as well. Now they're back in lane instantly.
Tempo!
Tempo death.
How does one achieve tempo? Just the sacrifice.
There are many ways to achieve tempo. This is one of the most advantageous.
It's so risky by Mithy though. Like this needs to work for Unicorns with that bot lane play. Xerxes, bottom side. Talon can even roam. When do we get level 6 on Hylissang? You get it now. Okay, Flash, ulti, Shen ulti. On
Two deep wards though. 2 deep wards can spot Xerxes. He needs to creatively...
You don't even need him, man, honestly. Just have him around and then go for the play before he even shows up.
And what time is the window of opportunity too late? I mean, the fact that G2 already got a kill in that lane, the fact that there's so much pressure on towers, UOL, they're getting to 10 minutes and they're already starting to struggle a little.
I mean, there's the cooldown on Mithy's Flash. That is a clear indicator of the target that they could go for. These pro players are obviously tracking this. Ping the Flash in chat, so they're very much so aware that Mithy should be flashless. That's why Xerxes pathing bot, but he will be spotted by the double deep ward combo there. Which means expect right now, look at him, he was basing, he's instantly pushing in the top lane. He sees, oh, jungle is bot lane, great, I can play hyper aggressive because it'll be way over a minute for this guy to even come close to visiting me in the top lane.
2 wards are disappearing right now, 1 already gone, so they didn't actually see him return to the Tri-Brush. They are sitting here with their own control ward on the side of G2. They're playing very safe right now.
And the sweep gives it away as well. Now the Unicorns, they wonder, do they know? Do they know because we're sweeping our brush randomly? Because you never randomly go for a sweep. You only do it when the jungler's setting up, so it's a lot of information being handed over.
Yeah, you can technically still walk into the lane as Xerxes and just go for the play.
Oh,
number 2. Oh, Mithy!
Mithy's in trouble. Gets caught by the Nethergrass. Barrel goes backwards, and Unicorns, they get the kill. No assist to Samux.
Yeah, no flash.
No flash from Mithy. That was the play we were looking for here. Xerxes saved his as well. Bot lane tower gonna take some damage. G2 cannot contest it because then Shen will ulti down.
And that was just, honestly, incredibly creative from the Unicorns. Mithy was lurking in kinda reactive position where he would punish the engage and a dive. Oh, Varus ultimate goes wide. Tower will drop.
Tower first blood
to
Unicorn. Xerxes going in. Stand United's being channeled. It will complete. Vizachachi not going to use the flash, but he gets it from Sven.
Yeah, smart move by Chachi here. Just taunts forward, doesn't use his own flash. He forces it away from Sven. He has to respect the taunt flash. Mid lane.
Oh, rake into Shadow Assault. Remember, Perkz used that ultimate earlier, but there's not enough damage yet. Exile going to be happy to just win that trade.
Yeah, that's if you play against such a great player like Sven, you have to just rely on him flashing your ability, so you don't have to go for a taunt flash. So cheeky little play from Vizachachi, and Mithy caught in the counter setup, but now he is sneaking mid lane. Talon has not seen this.
Here's the Crow Storm into the terrified Twin Fang for days. You are exiled to the fountain.
A nice little move from Mithy here, coming from base, walking down mid lane. It's so normal for supports to go from base to mid and then go down to the lane, but Exile this time around probably didn't get the message or the call that Mithy was actually missing.
Yeah. Vanished out of the Lane Kingdom.
And earlier, we saw the communication helping G2 expect pushing. This time around, UOL are punished for it.
Oh, this is so bad. His camera's not even on the screen, by the way. He's probably down. It's like, okay, I'm going to get these guys. And when Samux starts walking up towards the wall, he knows, like, he must have been spotted. As he had a little twitch right before they came. I think it was in reaction to Samux, but then was already too late. Really good punish by Xerxes though. Finds his first gank.
Xerxes, of course, rookie of the split. Definitely had a great debut to the LCS stage. Not flawless. There were times and periods where Xerxes has struggled to maintain that high level of performance from his debut in the opening few weeks.
I think he's been one of the most consistent players in the EULCS though this split. Like, reminds us a lot of like Trick and his jungle passing and style. Xerxes almost never has really a bad game. And I think the stats show that as well, like first and a lot of numbers here, and getting rookie of the split was so well deserved. Won it by a landslide as well. Everyone voted for him as the rookie.
Unanimous vote right there, almost. And just so comfortable and willing to make risky plays, which fits in so well in Unicorn's playstyle.
All right, Exile looks to jump in, turns around. Actually, I don't even know if it would have hit anyways. Knocks in Diplomacy plus the Ignite. The barrier comes down from Perks. Exile's waiting for an engage. Let's look in the top lane. Mithy gets caught by the Nether Grass. The body slam barrel combo. Xerxes looking for the kill. Mithy survives for a few seconds. He flashes the barrel. He flashes to survive. The culling comes out. Cocoon interrupts it. G2 are not done. Here comes Exile. Flashes forward. Wraith gets the kill. Now Trick is in trouble. He's being hammered away from on the Malefic Visions.
It's all started with Exile. Oh, it bounced and killed him. But that entire play started with Exile winning the fight mid lane, allowing Unicorns to go aggressive top because Exile would just roam up and join them. Mithy stayed alive, and that actually ended up giving a kill over to G2 on Hylissang.
And G2 has become much more comfortable in these big arena games here, holding the flash, not panic flashing. A little terrified turnaround, not standing to channel. Mithy waits for the Gragas ultimate to come out, and then flashes out of range. Does he get knocked the other way? Because he would still die, so you completely had to dodge that projectile. Does so. Trick with the, honestly, perfect cocoon, saving Sven.
Saving Sven in the end here. Sven obviously had no flash from that previous engage. We had down the bottom lane, but again, we see Unicorns play around the Malazahar. It's what we mentioned in Champ Select. It's been working okay for them, picking up a few kills, but they need more.
And it's so exciting to see those small mechanical outplays. The two best teams in Europe. The two teams that were the undisputed leaders in their respective groups.
All right, what's also exciting is that ward just placed by Hylissang in the lane. Mithy, is he sweeping it right now, or did he waste a control ward? Because that was the pristine teleport ward. He spotted it, so now they put a control ward right above where he is currently, because there was a wall ward right there that is the ideal TP ward for Shen. And again, just like the Fisher pointed out, they're constantly looking to make plays around this Malzahar, whatever side of the map he may be on.
Hylissang, flash still available. Mithy, no flash on his side. That could again be a kill. And the reason just one kill is so important is because one kill often this early leads into a tower as well. And then you open up the game.
Are you kidding me? Exile is impossible to hit with a petrifying gaze, but the cocoon finds his target. Twin Fang comes out. Exile survives a few seconds longer. Trick goes up, comes down, gets the kill. Now G2 find another onto Vizichachi. Too much too soon for UOL.
They weave in and out of the fight so well. Reminds us of the 3v5s versus Fnatic here. G2 with Drake with honestly insane accuracy on these cocoons this game.
Oh, Hilly, he's got a flash over the wall. Not an aggressive chase from Sven though, holding on to that summoner spell.
Tower here. He's at least setting up a potential Fiddle ulti over the wall if Xerxes defends.
Okay, Xerxes on top of the miasma. He can't body slam, remember. Tower will not go down because they've run out of minions, and the split pushing Lucian picks up a tower top.
Now, it really seemed like the Shen ulti was very reactive right here, because once Exile dodged that ulti, the Shen ulti took a bit of time before it came in. When he then finally joined, Xerxes weren't ready to commit. If we get the replay, we can see a little bit of split decision making from the Unicorns. I think they could have at least gone for one kill, but they had to respect the bottom lane from G2 roaming as well.
But is that Blasco Fiddle right there on Samux?
Oh, Samux just sticking around.
Split push Lucian, staying after he gets the objective, he knows. But that's what the Unicorns are doing right now. They're all individually looking to fight their way out of this 0-2 because as a team, they're not getting anywhere. And that's the problem. Their strength was always for them as a team.
This could be very good if Xerxes goes aggressive.
Another control ward go down. We saw it earlier.
No ultimate for Xerxes though, guys, so if he comes over the wall, flash body slam finds Perks, insta-terrify into the silence and miasma. Xerxes able to walk away with his life. Chachi was waiting in the wings.
Chachi was not in position to join instantly to try and collapse on the three guys of G2 in the mid lane. I actually think there was quite an opening there for Unicorns of Love. But then Chachi wasn't close enough, and then Hylissang didn't have flash to get in range from ulti.
And there's always a part missing, it feels.
Yeah, there's like one or two things whenever they start a fight. One guy's slightly out of position or missing an ulti for just a few seconds. That opening right there was pretty huge. So No flash on Perks, but they couldn't really commit enough.
Mithy is still looking a little bit worried because they're bleeding turret damage. They're 0 turrets to almost 3 right now. So this unrelenting pressure from the Unicorns is definitely weighing on the G2. They do not know that they're actually even in gold. It's really hard to track that. When you see turrets down, very rarely are you even or ahead in gold. So G2 may actually feel like they're playing from behind.
So turn is created from Exile. I want to see the Shen ulti already.
3 seconds.
But it's being delayed quite a lot. Now it's a good turnaround from Trick. Xerxes here decides to back away because the call from top lane is the dual lane is coming. So he doesn't want to commit to trying to kill Trick. Steps out, they lose obviously another member because of it. Samox will get top tower, so they're at least getting something in return. Now they're going for this mid tower here.
And I think it's so important that you mentioned the gold is still even despite UOL having the towers. Of course, G2 with some good farm and kills to their name. They're at risk of losing a 3rd tower, but there's good wave clear from G2.
Yeah, but last game, G2 was both winning the split push with the Swain and the team fights. But if you look right now, they have the team fights down with their comp. They have a lot of answers, right? They can kite, they have Miasma, Cocoon, Fiddlesticks. But when you look at the side lanes, it seems like Unicorns of Love are pressing it much deeper and much harder sometimes, and that allows them to rotate and then potentially go for the dive on the mid lane turret. If the mid lane turret falls, G2 will be on a lot of map pressure.
Yeah, G2 needs to respect their Shen ulti a lot in this game, and also the roams from Talon. He's one of the champions who can move around the map the fastest. Aurelion Stoll is another one, and whenever you play against these champions, you never feel too safe when you're split pushing if you don't actually see that guy on the map. And Exile right now, he's spotted by a ward and even hit by Blasco.
And I'm really excited to see Exile's talent so far. He sidestepped and dodged every petrifying gaze. This is a guy who really got kind of owned by Power of Evil in the semifinals, at least during the laning phase. And despite great growth throughout the split, now we're seeing him show a little bit of that mechanical proficiency.
I love this ultimate from Expected. Really good setup of the Hillsang.
All right, Xerxes buys a little bit of time. Stand United simply will not finish. Too much damage from GT, and the cooldown is blown.
Just a slow and burning the Malzahar passive. Hillsang, he felt so safe. He had flash, passive, near ward. He backed off the second he saw the position. Then G2 as a team, they just make the right call.
Problem here for Hillsang is there's no push in mid lane from Unicorn. Might get another fight though. Seems not, but the problem here is you can't really go in and clear vision near the enemy jungle if you don't actually push in your mid lane first. His team was at the tower, they couldn't join him, so once obviously G2 saw him, they could just engage and they knew no one could actually react properly. So now Shen ult to use defensively, it's on cooldown. They need that as an offensive tool. Use it on Exile, use it on Xerxes, start a fight.
Win that fight, that's what UOL need to do. They've only got 2 kills to their name. We're getting closer to 20 minutes, and if you look at the items, first big buys are completed for everybody. Expects to have that Triforce and Cull completed for a little while.
Hang on, Party in the top lane.
Yep, Party's going to be over soon as Exile's running away for his life. Flashes the last auto. Chasing him. One more, not going to take him down. Exile, that was too close.
Let's see mid lane.
Let's see, Barrel's going to knock Perks forward. Nethergrass comes out. Petrifying Gaze interrupts nobody. Hilly gets his kill.
Love the ulti from Xerxes here. Big play from the Unicorns allowed. They get mid tower now. That was G2 trying to make a play top side. Exile still alive. Finally some luck in favor of the Unicorns.
And
love.
Greedy Perks, in an attempt to help that turret or prevent it from falling, he tries to front step the Gragas ultimate, but he fails. He could have just flashed out right there. A little bit of hubris from the mid laner, but it actually shows that G2 is under so much pressure in all their lanes that they really are going to, honestly, extremes to try and protect that mid lane turret from falling, but it doesn't happen. Now Unicorns, they can start playing the map.
Unicorns are going to have to play that map to push this lead ahead. They are starting to fall behind, but with that mid tower down, that's going to be some access into G2's jungle a little bit easier. This is a good sign if you're a G2 fan. Expect has been pushing Chachi away fairly comfortably over the last few minutes.
I mean, there's obviously a reason GP is considered a Shen counterpick, despite losing the lane and the pressure early on. If Shen like sits on an early Tiamat, or he's just tankier with Ninja Tabi, eventually this GP will win the side lane push.
Sadly though for GP, while his ulti is great for cross-mapping, his own teleport is kind of useless. GP TPing in much of the game is not very effective. Get to late game though, and of course it can be scary. He does die very quickly.
He honestly defends the retreat path very well. So if your 4-man can kind of push you into a corner and you walk into some barrels unspotted, but it's so unlikely. Here, Perks, watch how he tries to juke the ulti forward. I wonder if it's intentional. Yeah, so he tries to step forward, but then he just gets hit, and then his ulti can't cancel Hillsang's buffer because he obviously has the passive available. If Hillsang had no passive, Perks would actually walk out of that one.
Once again, G2 trying to get this tower down, but the minions get killed instantly, and They're sitting on 0 towers on the side of G2 Esports, 100 gold ahead because of the kills, and some of the farm on, especially the Gangplank with his bonuses.
And that's why they're playing so far back. They feel so far behind, and honestly, if you're 3 turrets down, it feels really hard to play this map because these waves can naturally bounce into turrets if they're not pushed out properly.
Yeah.
Unicorns can surprisingly start playing much better on 2 lanes to start attacking tier 2 turrets.
So with the lack of defensive options for G2, next gen ulti offensively. Get away from the GP lane. Sure, if he TPs after you, it's fine. You win that fight right now as Unicorns of Love. Force and engage. Xerxes, flash is available from him. Body slam flash, and then Exile follows with the Shen ulti. Or this one.
Oh, flash engage from Hilly, but he can't channel the Nethergrass. Keep in mind, Trick accidentally secured that blue buff, stealing it away from Perks a moment or 2 ago.
One thing worth noting here is that the side lane brushes are clear with control wards for Unicorns, but there's wards behind them that mimic their movement, or actually show their movement rather.
Oh, Nethergrass onto Perks. He's got flash and barrier. Petrifying Gaze stuns nobody, but there's no support. G2 are running for their lives. Vizichachi's gone forward. Mithy starts to channel the Crow Stalk. He comes over the wall. Exiles the target. He's locked down. He survives a few seconds longer. The Rake and the ulti, not going to be enough for a kill. Nobody has died just yet.
Everyone is so low right now on the side of G2. Perks and Mithy going back to base, but this was Unicorns looking for that offensive move. Sadly, Hylissang didn't manage to connect the ulti early.
Yeah, Perks holding his flash. He relies on Vizichachi going for the mind read. If I go for taunt, he's going to think I will taunt flash, so he's going to flash. Perks says, you know what, I'm going to take that a layer deeper. I don't believe you will taunt flash me. And he just walks away.
I know you know, I know you know.
We still get to see how close the fights are. Like, it's actually insane how this game can just swing so quickly. If Unicorns of Love can win one of these fights here, Baron is wide open. You have Malzahar in there with your team. You have Shin who can tank it with the Gragas. One good engage from Unicorns, they get the advantage. If G2 can keep stalling, they get the advantage.
Yeah, but on the other side of that coin, one bad engage, and suddenly all these turrets on the side lanes that are so weak right now, they will just tip over and give G2 a 3,000 gold spike.
So you still got a few minutes if you're Unicorns of Love looking for that fight. Xerxes is still sitting with flash available. No Shen ulti right now. Exile is going to push top lane, force G2 back to defend that lane, opens up the map, forces G2 to leave the lanes to go into the jungle and then up towards whatever minions are pushing in, giving Unicorns control of the river and the middle part of the map.
Yeah, and G2 playing a 4-1 composition. Cassiopeia and Varus do not want to play on side lanes, and
nope.
Fiddlestick support isn't a great protector either to play on that side lane. It's not a mobility like a Karma who can help you just move around the map faster. So in essence, Sven is kind of on an island. That's why he's always catching the waves on the side lane and not pushing them out. And now we see a signature move from the Unicorns. Very stealthy Baron.
Right, stealthy Baron indeed. G2 don't have vision just yet. Mithy's very far away. Okay, Trick has placed a ward into the pit. You saw the gold graph, by the way, very even for Unicorns of Love. And we actually talked about how UOL, throughout the split, if they go even through most of the game, they can find one explosive moment to win the game, and that's what UOL are looking for.
But we also talked about this kind of game-reading style from G2 Esports, where mostly on the merit of really good vision and control wards and a very intelligent jungler, they shut down a lot of the aggression. Most of the plays that the Unicorns were making were spotted early by G2 and reacted to.
Yeah, we have to remember G2 as a team can match the team fighting of Unicorns of Love, and also they have players who used to play this like very aggressive style, like Trick and Perks coming into the split. They're okay skirmishing, fighting, having aggressive lanes. It's kind of the style they used to actually favor themselves when they won the very first split in the EULCS. So G2 are not getting surprised right now, but it can also be hard then to do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of the equivalent of fighting a pig in the mud and you find out they enjoy it, you know? That's what Unicorns are learning right now. When you play this style against G2, they don't mind getting scrappy. They don't mind getting a little dirty sometimes.
And they're also keeping their head about themselves because you're not seeing the same sort of decision-making mistakes. Hilly's been caught several times this series already. Samax with that solo split push getting killed earlier. It could have changed the dynamic of the game if they didn't give away 7 kills early.
I mean, 100%.
Yomus here being popped here from Exile.
He's spotted, by the way.
Terrifying to silence the Cocoon. And the disengage, really important, but he flashes!
He gets over the chain of corruption. Trick is the target. Stand United was interrupted or cancelled. All of a sudden, Hilly and Chachi and Xerxes, they're running away from the mid lane.
Yeah, Miasma or the Cassiopeia ultimate used to cancel there. Mithy looking for the re-engage potentially, but you see how G2, they see a pick in the jungle, they don't collapse. They know that Shen ulti is coming, so they keep their distance, force it, reset the fight. Now they can creep forward.
Exile trying to go Super Saiyan this game. He's dodging every single ultimate. but he's not finding the kills. 1, 2, and 0. Got a Hex Drink and a Ghost Blade. I am not scared of that talent at 27 minutes.
Oh, it's another Shen ulti as well that didn't result in any kills for Unicorns of Love. Simply just back away from G2's side. Just keep playing the slow game here, where now you get access to a tower because Unicorns just had the opening. They went for the aggressive play, it didn't work. Well, now it's G2's turn.
Guys, I know I was told off for this earlier, but we had the longest living Mountain Drake in game 1 of the series. We've currently got the longest living Cloud Drake.
Hey, that's a really cool point, Trevor.
Thank you very much. Unicorns are looking for a jump to Sven and Mithy as Xerxes is terrified away. Somehow, Unicorns hold onto that mid-outer turret. They've lost 1 in the top lane, and G2 are now pushing back every single blow.
Unicorns are skipping some steps here, just starting the Baron straight away for the second time. It allows all of G2 to stay very safe, spot all the members of Unicorns. Oh, Trick might be caught though.
Trick is in a little bit of pressure. He manages to flash out to safety. Chain of Corruption is being held by Sven. Cannon Barrage comes down. Hellesang gets onto Perks, but he's dead already. Here comes the Shadow Assault. Mythy's the target, but he still stays alive. Sven, the flanking AD carry, is the deadliest AD carry. He's left alone for dead. Samus takes him out. It's a messy fight. 1 for 3. G2 are winning, and they're running away from Xerxes and Samus.
It all started with Unicorns of Love going straight for the Baron here, allowing G2 to get in position and take the fight.
Man, but if G2 played this any tiny bit worse, they get wiped and they lose the national control. There were so many instances of just smart, individual, mechanical play, honestly, on both sides. Trick, the way he dodges out, the instant repel into Flash, then Sven coming in, the way Sven was actually playing forward in the team fights. The entire series, he's been playing backwards, but he's willing to go in. Like, watch this. Trick gets collapsed on, he sees Exile, so he has to repel up, dodges silence, lands instant Flash, then Sven comes in. Now, double pincer here. Perks knows that he may die, but he just goes in for R-Flash, and suddenly the aggression on Unicorns is so big and they don't know where to go. Samus is running, Xerxes is running, then they're fighting, are they not?
Taunt end up missing from Chachi as well, so Sven stays alive for a little bit longer, and then, yes, he goes down in the end, but it's a 1 team fight by G2.
Yeah, and Samus, in every single team fight, his first reaction has been to run away and then assess the situation. Whereas G2, they're not having that step. And in that sense, they are a much better team fighting team this series than the Unicorns.
That might allow G2 to pick up that first 3-0. They always go 3-1. Look at this, G2, 2,000 gold in the lead. They're starting Baron.
Good zone from Fiddlesticks, they're aware. They have Execute Smite on Trick. But G2 rarely make it into a 50-50. They're just using this as a bait, but now Perks has to be careful.
A little bit of trouble. Cannon Barrage comes down. Exile's the target of Stand United. The fight gets split up again. Look at Samus. He needs to get those autos down. Vizachachi kills Perks. The culling takes down Mithy. Samus gets one. G2, they're flanked. They might not be able to get away. Exile throws out the rake. It gets a slowdown. He wants to bring some Hamburg diplomacy. Exile parkours over the wall. Dashes to expect. Gets dropped. Sven is locked by the Nethergrass. Trick is scared, and Sven is dead. G2 are aced.
It's an ace for the Unicorns, and they're looking at Baron Nashor as the spoils of war, and they're keeping their hopes and dreams for a championship alive.
So all Unicorns needed was G2 to stop the Baron, allow the Unicorns to actually engage on them.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or die. I find it fitting that Xerxes is using the Fnatic Gragas skin, and he had a phenomenal impact in that previous fight. Baron and the lead in Game 3 for Unicorns of Love.
We had early game in favor of Unicorns, but then G2 Esports was just slowly getting the advantage. Hillesang doesn't get hit by ulti, Perks needs to flash in QSS, and now he's out of position. And then look at Exile jumping in with the offensive Shen ulti, exactly what we talked about earlier. Put it on Exile after Xerxes already engaged.
Yeah, instant reaction right there. The QSS actually broke the expected result there for Xerxes, but it was enough. Now they're kiting. I love how G2 still get Exile, but in the end, Malzahar still has the ultimate available, and it was the failed pickup from Perks that was a catalyst for this team fight.
And Unicorns, they finally win a fight after baiting and building hope for so long. Sven realizes. Unicorns, okay, so 3 towers to 2. They've got Baron. They had side lane pressure about 15 minutes ago. What do they have to do next to guarantee and solidify a lead here?
Cloud Drake.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes!
Yeah, that bad boy's been alive for quite a while, Trevor.
It is actually quite strange that there have been so few dragons taken in this series. But it's because
now you want to talk about dragons?
Yeah, but I don't care about your boring stat, Trevor. It's
longest living Cloud Drake in a European LCS Spring Split, okay?
And if that doesn't make you very happy, whoa!
Okay, I'm the only one, so.
Yeah, all right.
So
Trevor likes his Cloud Dragons. So you asked a question. They need to keep the map open and then collapse. Just push the side lanes, go back to the mid lane. It's kind of accordion, in and out, and then find somebody with a body slam flash engage. However, G2's comp is catered around re-engaging and punishing overstepping.
All right, Stand United should finish here for Vizicachi. Hillesang will be able to get the redemption down. Sven's arrow falls short. Not going to find the knee of any Unicorns member. And UOL, defensive Stand United, they cannot push that lead.
Season 4 arrow, not good enough.
Xerxes, no flash, but does have cask. G2, I'm looking at their wave clear. Going to be very reliant here on Sven. Miasma comes out, trying to deny any engage, and UOL, they're not committing for the tower yet. They found Mithy. Mithy flashes defensively, the rake comes out. Exile parkours over the wall, and Chain of Corruption slowly spreading. Piercing arrow comes down, Exile is going to parkour over the turret corpse. But G2 hold, crucially.
Unicorns know they can't just go and hit the tower. They have to respect the damage on G2. We are, after all, like 33 minutes into the game, so one death here can cost a lot. I like the engage showing to then quickly disengage.
Yeah.
Everyone saves the dashes to get back out, so no one actually dies, but G2 with a good defense here.
That also has been the cadence for a lot of the victorious G2 fights. Get and engage themselves, lure the Unicorns in, and then punish. That's what they've been doing consistently well. Mithy goes out with the flash eventually, and then they're hoping to lure the Unicorns forward and kite them out, and then turn on the offensive.
Sven with the Rage Blade build here on Varus, something we see when you play against a lot of tanks, a lot of melee champions, where you get a lot of auto attacks off. Then it's actually an insane amount of damage he gets. Trick getting caught though.
All right, can he get out alive? Flash is available to him. Repels up, lands down. Not killed yet. Vizicachi's taunt was short. It was short. No kills secured. Mithy goes around with the Crow Storm. He jumps in. Exile is terrified, but look at the culling. Every single bullet onto Mithy. He doesn't go down. Expect looking to re-engage. Powder Keg goes down. It's popped. There's no boom onto UOL. Trick died in the fight though.
So they got a kill in the end here. We see this engage from Hillesang. Whenever he lands the proper ulti, they do kill someone. That's important for Unicorns of Love. Only QSS right now on Perks.
Ah, that's to feel so bad for Mithy, going in with the perfect Fiddlesticks ultimate every time. And then you remember, playing support when you're building redemption.
Support Fiddlestick. The only thing that seems to work at the moment.
It's only one Fiddlestick, it's not even Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, true. Easy peasy for Hillesang though. What Malzahar does best, click R.
What Chen does best, press E.
Miss taunt. Sick ulti, and my team is not here.
And I'm walking out.
Perks wasn't in range really to get any Twin Fangs down. So look, let's commend UOL. They're finding some kills, but Baron has not unlocked a tower. G2, they've just yelled, "You shall not pass. You shall not take our inner turrets," and they've held it again and again and again.
You just ruined a perfectly good quote right there, Trevor.
I think it's copyrighted.
Let's see if they can get something else though. Because Hillesang, flash available, Trick again.
All right, Trick this time around, no flash available, but there's no follow-up damage.
No!
The barrel misses as well. Xerxes overshoots. Chachi was locked down by the cocoon. He's not going to be long for this world. It's a 1-for-1. Top laner for jungler, but no front line outside of Xerxes.
G2 have to push in the mid lane though, and that makes it much easier to force Unicorns towards them. However, Talon's in the bottom lane.
So tower will go down there, but G2 trying to get the mid tower as a trade here. Gotta be careful though with that inhib turret as well on the bottom side. If you are G2, they are recalling now. They're sending some members forward. No ulti from Expect to kill the wave. We get a bit of a small base race here.
Who's going to win this race? Sven solo with Rage Blade, Hurricane, Blade of the Ruined King.
And a Fiddlesticks.
He's shredding those towers. Fiddlesticks keep lobbing out whatever those things are. Culling manages to drop Perks to 50% HP, but look at Expect. Powder Kegs clear out the wave. So far, it's 2 towers for 1.
Yeah, how are 2 guys defending from G2? There's even flash engage.
All right, Perks goes down. Exile takes him out.
Thank you.
The Inhibitor tower follows, and now all of a sudden the base race is on. Inhibitor is the target for the Unicorns of Love, and recalls from G2.
That makes you wonder, why was Mithy in the mid lane and not helping his team soak up the engage? There's a bannered creep! And it's dead.
Was a bannered creep. Unicorns of Love wisely back away this time round.
Hilly flashed forward there, trying to get Trick again, I feel like. Missed it in the end, so Another flash down that is so important for Malzahar in these late game fights that he can do. Flash in. Going for mid though, he's flashing out.
He sneaks away. Shen ultimate used, and a moment of reprieve right now for both these teams looking at the setup. And now there's this wave constantly tunneling up in the bottom lane as they're going to require some attention. Luckily, Gangplank can hold it and still have an immediate impact in the fight as he channels teleport with Cannon Barrage.
Man, G2, they just keep fighting and digging deep and scrappy holding.
Scrappy.
Unicorns, how do they finish? Okay, 65,000 gold apiece.
Not fast.
8 minutes into the game.
I mean, as long as there's only one QSS on the side of G2, there's a lot of targets that's very easy to actually take down if you are Unicorns. Gotta time the engages properly.
And this player is the fatigue or nerves, they're slowly getting to them, because in game 1 we saw a lot of skill shot accuracy, but now we've seen taunts go wide, Cocoon's missing, jungler's getting nether grasped. Definitely excites me if it goes more into a series.
Oh yes, more games is definitely what the Barclaycard Arena in Hamburg wants, and definitely what I want to cast. And it means this Baron cannot be a throw. Trick is going to get taunted up by the Shadow Dash. Here comes Perks on the side. He catches Exile. Xerxes going to body slam to safety. He's already used the cast. The fight is split up. Perks gets cold where he stands. Vizachachi gets another. Exile's on a killing spree. Expect is trying to get one back. Hylissang buys some time with the exhaust. So far, 4 members of G2 are down for 2 of UOL.
Remember, we got super minions in the bottom lane. Chachi's TPing in. Samuks full HP. He can finish the game.
He can indeed. Look at those death timers. Vizachachi's ushering in the super minions. Here come the Unicorns. Expect has to wave clear against 3 members of the UOL. Samuks is on the inhibitor, Nexus turret. Body slam onto Expect. He's the last man standing. Expect goes backward. Stands united. Buy some time. G2 are aced. They've done it. The Unicorns of Love with their backs against the wall, with no more room for error, with no more possibilities for mistakes. Pick up their first win in the Spring Finals.
And we got ourselves a series. The Unicorns, they strike back, igniting the Barclaycard Arena right here in Hamburg. And we go into game 4.
Letting the crowd speak for them. Ramar warmed the team, the audience, the arena up. And it was not a clean win. But
it was a win.
It was a Unicorns win.
Yes, a lot of fights. A lot of, weird engages at first, and then they figured it out in the end. And whenever it was around the Baron, Unicorns of Love managed to actually find the right engages.
And a wise analyst once said, it doesn't matter how you win. It matters that you does. That's what he said.
As long as you win.
Grammar errors and tax.
Yeah, that probably fits pretty
Two
well.
things about that one. Exile played out of his mind, dodged absolutely everything, was the right place at the right time. And then Xerxes, every single team fight. He ended the game 2-0-13.
I mean, I also want to highlight a guy you actually talked about in the game. You were kind of questioning Samuks and his impact in some of these fights. In the end, it feels like he kind of figured out, hey, I should just follow my tanks. Even flanking to the back line. They were chasing down Perks in some of these fights here, and Samuks was actually the man who picked up a ton of kills on Lucian in the very important fights in the end.
7
kills?
Yeah, 7 kills.
Great.
7 assists too.
Fantastic. 7-1-7 his final score. I think you also have to kind of criticize G2 just a little bit. Those team fights again and again, the flanks, they worked early, but then they didn't work as the game played out, and it felt like those chaotic, splits allowed UOL back into the game.
I concur.
Thank you very much, Crepo. UOL in their hometown are fighting back against the defending champions. Let's head to the analyst desk to take a look at exactly how they won.
Thank you very much, and thank you also, Mitch. You picked up on the fact that we were ready and you didn't want to blabber and take time away from us. I mean, blabber say, of course, very interesting things as well. But we're going to break down this game. The Unicorns of Love, they're not out of this one yet. They are back, and we want to start by what turned the game or what put the game decisively in the Unicorns of Love's favor, a Baron and fight.
And what exploded the crowd as well. The stadium lit up after they saw the Unicorns of Love getting such a successful fight. Perks trying to go for this engagement, it missed the mark. He didn't get the target that he was after, and that was the go signal for the Unicorns to just turn things in their favor.
This is just a problem when you play control mage mid lane, like especially Cassiopeia, you have no jumps, you don't have really like a good disengage, so you always need to stay with the team. In this team fight, Perks was like alone, split apart from the team, so they just capitalized on it, engaged on him, killed him, and there was like no way afterwards that they can win a fight 4v5.
And I mean, suddenly you have an assassin in the mid lane compared with the Shen, and then you see what you can do in the team fights, like Exile just going ham, and it really worked out for you all.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that Exile, he picked the Talon, and he didn't get any kills early, but he played like a man possessed. He was jumping over all of those walls trying to get the kills, and it seemed like he wanted to put the team on his back.
That's kind of what you do on Talon.
That is what you do on Talon, but he did it a lot, okay?
I think UOL just changed what we said before in the first game. They picked the Shen and combined it with the Talon or with an assassin mid lane. Exactly what we said before, and I think it just worked out way better. Like you could see that he could just jump over all walls, he could play way more confident. Yeah, but he could like play way more confident, you know, he could just do these plays because he has someone who is backing him up with a shield, with his taunt afterwards, and you could see that he's performing way better.
Yeah, that also showed that just all the members of the Unicorns of Love, Samex was flanking as an AD carry as well, so they wanted it, and I think they felt the momentum changing around. But let's look at how they got there, Veris, in the first place. Not like game 1 where they got choked out, not like game 2 where it was also pretty lost, or not lost, but looking really dire for them after the first instance of the game. How did they approach this game differently?
The big thing for me that I saw from the Unicorns of Love was it was very much Unicorn style in the way that they were constantly smothering G2. It always felt like that they had constant pressure on their opponents, and when we look back at how they made this top lane play happen, it really exemplifies the sort of pressure that the Unicorns of Love are always looking to try and make. And you can see here, they're always looking for opportunities to try and build leads, and they see a window of opportunity here up in the top lane, and immediately they force it.
And a big difference for this game as well was that the UOL bot lane were actually the one controlling the pace of the game. First getting the bot tower, and then together with the jungler getting these top plays with the Melzar and actually setting the team up for success. So a lot of props for the UOL bot lane to kind of snowball the early game.
Yeah, I agree. I think Samex stepped up quite a lot this game. I think you could see that he was on Lucian. I felt like way more comfortable. He made these flanks, he made these engages, and got a lot of kills just from team fighting well and positioning correctly.
This game was super close. Like we have to remember, like 5 or 6 fights were super close, and the fights could have gone either way. And then like G could have easily won this game too, but it's the typical UOL win. Like super close game and a lot of team fights.
One team fight get Baron.
Yeah, we look at the post-game breakdown here where you do see the gold swings, and especially around that Baron moment, because we are very UOL heavy, and I think it's interesting that you mentioned, well, it was incredibly close, and G2 could have just as well closed it out. So what then was their kind of critical error?
It was
Baron,
it was very small individual mistakes, like small positioning mistakes from Perks. We saw him in the mid lane being a little bit greedy, not using his flash, and then ending up getting picked off. Again, in the around the Baron fight, he was in the wrong position once more, and perhaps G2, maybe they got a little bit lax, maybe they got a little bit overconfident, but in reality it was just Unicorns of Love effectively punishing these very minor mistakes from G2.
And a lot of props to Sax in this game. He really played incredible on Gragas, almost like watching me play Gragas. But yeah, he really found the Perks in a lot of fights, and that's kind of what Gragas want to do against the Cashew, who doesn't have any escapes. Like you want to force him into the team and kill him, and that's what he did.
Yeah, they did. Unicorns of Love win. Power, you were saying the third game is going to be the most important to see if their picks work, if their plan work, if their play styles work. So what are we going to see from now on?
Well, to be honest, it's not only this, but now UOL knows they can win and they can take off games from G2. So it's like this momentum as well. Taking it into game 4 is really, really important. And as Jesse already said, it was a close game. So maybe G2 feels a little bit dismantled now after like losing this really close game. I think if UOL can like take this momentum into the 4th game and get a good draft, I think it's really good for them.
I also feel like this series has come down to team fights, and I feel like both teams should look into this and draft for that, because it doesn't really look like the early game has like super huge impact. Like whoever has the better team fight in the mid game kind of just takes over the game, I feel like.
And the most important thing I feel is we can see G2, they're not stocking up on potassium. Right now, Unicorns of Love, they're full of bananas right now. They're looking keen and they're looking eager to bring us to a 5-game set.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about that. You think about what you said just there. So you guys obviously all had, or you guys had G2 pegged as the winner 3-1. So this is all going according to plan. Anyone want to revise their predictions yet?
Well, I said I believe in magic. Do you guys believe in magic now?
Not really.
No, not at all. Science is the future.
Yeah, realism here on the desk. We'll see what happens. Well, the Unicorns of Love, they have one on the board, and this is the big test for the UOL, who need to win again. And in game 4, rather, to stay in the series. The next fight is right around the corner. Stick around.
Hillesang's very far forward. Samex is falling. Hilly, why? Gets caught out. G2 with first blood. Cannon Barrage comes down. Hillesang gets onto Perks, but he's dead already. Here comes a Shadow Assault. Mythi's the target, but he still stays alive. Sven, the flanking AD carry, is the deadliest AD carry. Exile parkours over the wall. Dashes to expect. Gets dropped. Sven is locked by the Nethergrass. Trick is scared, and Sven is dead. G2 are aced. Perks gets told where he stands. Vizachachi gets another. Exile's on a killing spree. Expect is trying to get one back. Hillesang buys some time with the exhaust, with no more room for error, with no more possibilities for mistakes. Pick up their first win in the Spring Finals. Welcome back to the Barclaycard Arena and Game 4 in the Spring Finals. G2 need one more win to hoist the trophy for the three-peat. But the Unicorns of Love need 2 more wins to host it for the first time ever. And in Game 4, Unicorns of Love have side selection. They have picked blue sides.
And
Riddle me that.
Well, I think after the last game, they realized that you know, by having G2 ban out 3 junglers and then leaving the Gragas open, that was actually good for Xerxes. Definitely was way more successful for him in this game here. This might just change up the strategy for G2 quite a bit.
Yeah, maybe they felt like they had the right answer to each individual pick. Like they had good lane matchups here and there, but they felt like when they put everything together, they weren't getting a big team benefit. They were losing all the side lanes. The Talon was quite a nuisance. So we may just see the Talon ban removed, because other than that, Perkz was dominating the mid lane matchup.
In that second phase, yeah, the first phase was okay for G2. Obviously, where they gave away Gragas and picked the Lee's Varus on their side. Very, very strong combo. And then counter-picked the Shen with the Gangplank.
Yeah.
And that is also a pick you didn't have to go for if necessary. If you are fighting a lot, GP does not always offer exactly what you're looking for. A cannon will give you more lane control, as an example.
Now I'm excited to see what Unicorns of Love do in this game. They've picked up a win. G2 historically have bounced back from losses with the exact right answer in how to defeat their opponents. They are famous in Europe for adapting in best-of series against European competition. Let's see them adapt. Let's see what they change. They're on the red side as well. If they expected it, if they're caught off guard by that decision, maybe that also impacts their ability to change. You know?
I mean, they chose the red side earlier, so they're more than confident playing it. They have a great reactionary pick and ban, but just earlier they found themselves a little bit surprised by the Talon pick, and that happens, and that's why you have multiple chances in a best of 5. Let's see how they approach it. I like the fact that they're also targeting Hylissang's Malzahar here, because while it is able to be played around, it is still quite a nuisance.
And I think also what G2 are doing now, as we talked about before Champs League Studies, they're just changing up the jungle bans, because if
he has heavy feet, by the way.
He does it's impressive sound he's making there. But if Gragas is that successful as a top laner, as a jungler, then don't ban away 3 other junglers, because then you give him anyway a good pick. So now they leave everything open in the jungle pool.
Maybe that's a good sign for the Unicorns of Love. Xerxes taken so many heavy hits this series.
He's just going to first pick Graves if it's open and take that into the jungle. It is the #1 jungler. But never mind, that one got banned.
Probably still a correct statement.
Very specific reason.
If it's open.
If it's open, very true.
It is not open.
Rumble and Rengar are the 2 we're kind of looking at right now.
I'm looking at Rumble right now.
Okay. Tell us why.
I think he's just quite a strong champion. He spits flame.
I also like it for Vizicachi. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, it's a strong early pick. Pushes a lot of lanes when the Chen comfort is removed. It's still a flex pick into the jungle, but Unicorns of Love have this nasty habit of picking flex picks for top jungle early, and then picking the other.
Yeah, like right after, being like, actually, never mind.
We're not flexing.
We don't want to flex this at all. We still look at AD carry as the most likely choice here, unless we're looking at a potential like support because they're 2 bans. But I think the safest choice is just to go your preferred AD carry.
Yeah, if they go Ashe here, they can mimic the style from game 1 where they have lane gank, Ashe arrow into mid CC, into Rengar jumping. He can fulfill a similar role as the Rumble jungle did in game 1. They will have to ban out Tahm Kench for that to be a little bit easier, but they can even still do it into the Kench.
Okay, we get that Talon now. Talon in this comp here with AP from the Rumble is going to be even more successful if executed properly. Gragas, I'm expecting that to be the jungle pick, and obviously Rumble top. They could still surprise in the end. Have been stable meta picks for a while. Camille top lane coming in from Expect, and this is where if you actually put the Gragas top lane, you have a pretty good matchup for Vizicachi, but the Rumble can still push in Camille early.
And the one benefit the Camille brings though is lockdown for Talon. He was running around in these fights quite chaotically, and you can't counter, just put him in that Camille ultimate, and then Sven should be able to kite.
I personally would like to see this Rumble go to Vizicachi. He's played a little bit more the utility role this series. We loved him as a carry, all split long. We're in phase 2 picks and bans.
Kaelin should come out then.
Yeah, Ashe locked in and Varus banned.
Ooh, Lucian, they want him on the Kaelin.
Okay, they're trying to push him over to Caitlyn. Ashe does have a good lane matchup against Caitlyn. There could be a Zyra blind pick coming in from Mithy here to just like kind of really secure lane dominance. Seeing as Karma and Lulu are banned, the 2 shielding supports on the other side. The other option is you don't pick support here. You just pick your mid laner because you already know it's Talon.
Yeah.
And you last pick support for Mithy with things like a Tahm Kench.
You can't, because Zyra, while having disengaged, there's a lot of like lingering backline damage, and she is very prone to getting caught. There is no forward playing tank either. Everybody's waiting for somebody to make the first move, but if you match Zyra into this comp, nobody wants to be the first guy to go in here.
And that's what they're doing now. They're showing mid laner. They know the matchup. The reason they're not going Cassiopeia here is because of the Gragas and Rumble It is so hard to play this very low mobile mage in the back against these champions. So LeBlanc offers way more mobility, a lot of pick potential on the side of G2.
I could honestly see a Thresh pick come out too and just have him reposition in fights with Lanterns if people get, you know, stuck on the Equalizer, need to run away from the town. But it's so hard to play that matchup though. It leaves you incredibly squishy.
So we do get the Caitlyn, as Crepo mentioned, after the AD carry bans. Thresh is
What a
also an option.
surprise.
Yeah, whoa!
They're all banned
One
out.
AD carry left, but Thresh is also an option here for Hylissang if he wants to take that one down to bottom lane. But it's actually tricky with this blind support pick for him.
They're so afraid of the arrow combination though. When you've seen a laning ganking jungler like Trick plus arrow, they need somebody to make it a bit easier.
We could actually even see Mithy's Braum against the Tahm Kenshi. A Braum ulti against Gragas is fantastic. Braum is good with exhaust to just tag their Talon in-game, and you can pick him against his Tahm Kench lane.
Because he wants some melee matchups,
Yeah, I think actually Braum will be a super good pick here for Mithy, and it's a staple in European finals that Mithy gets at least one game on the Braum.
And the amount of projectiles he can influence in a game-deciding manner. He can block Gragas ultis and force them to explode in front of his feet instead of going wide. He can block, potentially, Caitlyn projectile damage in a multitude of ways. He can get rid of the Talon engage too by exhaust and stacking concussive blow, so it's a very potent pick.
Is locked in, is secured, so G2 seem to once again have answers to the Unicorns team composition.
I mean, coming into this, we were kind of writing down missing meta picks for both teams. The list was actually fairly long for Unicorns of Love. The list on the side of G2 was like Gragas top lane, done. That was it. That was the only champion we haven't really seen of like standard meta picks. So they have a massive champion pool across multiple lanes, and then that will always give you flexibility in a pick and ban phase.
Great co-casting synergy when he says we, and it's actually his list.
We
not gonna take credit for that one. That was the Vicious list. Well researched.
Well, we didn't even get to talk about all the other missing picks.
Well, maybe we won't need to. The Unicorns of Love have got themselves a carry in the top lane for Visit Shachi. Let's see if he can pop off and force the deciding game 5.
He needs to have a clean game. My voice needs to survive as well.
That's fine. You just stay very quiet until the soft analysis comes in, and we'll do the yellow things.
If anybody at home is playing any sort of mini games, let's look at what the win conditions are for both of these two teams.
A lot of rotations.
Where the macro will shine. The coaches shook hands, and so do the mascots. Romain and Lothar, UOL and G2. The Unicorns and the Samurai. Who will win? You guys know how Twitter works. You guys know how the wave works. Let's hope you guys know how to chant, because we're all losing our voices just a little bit.
Crowd will cast the last game.
It's game 4.
Hey, name a more iconic duo.
May you find someone that looks at you like Romain looks at this Hamburg crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Perks on the LeBlanc against Exile on the Talon. That's a matchup I want to watch. Flash teleports for Perks in his mid lane. Gonna be some side lane pressure that G2 can open up.
With the double TP from G2, they will have, of course, the map advantage, but that doesn't matter for the Unicorns of Love because they're looking to go mid lane. We've repeated it so many times, we've said it so many times, it's been true every single game. Zerx in the last game had some good Gragas engages. Also had moments where he was holding on to that flash when they could go for something. I want to see him in this game be even more aggressive on it, because his team is bringing a lot of damage right behind him.
Quite tense, no more shenanigans, no invades here. We need to see if this talent pick from Exile can find return success, if they can bounce back here, or if Perks will welcome him yet again in the lane kingdom.
Also, he's not going to have as many outplay opportunities. You know, Petrifying Gaze you can turn away from, you can dodge, you can use your ulti and walk off of Miasma. You can't do the same things against distortions and chains if Perks is hitting his skill shot.
And chains track you while you're invisible too, which is a very tricky thing to deal with.
So great to hear the support. Hamburg, thank you for bringing the noise here in the Barclaycard Arena, cheering on the two best teams in Europe.
Let's see where these jungle paths end up ending. Maybe for potential ganks. Obviously, Rengar, very little pressure early on, but Xerxes, he could technically spice it up.
Definitely so. Normally though, again, as we talked about in the last game, Gragas, do save first clear. Maybe look for flash gang, but you don't have to. You really do not have to. For both junglers, actually. Obviously, it comes down to placing vision then. It's not like you're just not going to do anything in the early game. Mid lane, though, is going to be fun because it's going to be an action-packed lane.
Yeah, but which lane does Xerxes decide to prioritize? You know, you've got carries and damage all over the map.
But I'm looking at the big story here. The one red thread between the entire series here. How long is this Cloudbreak going to live?
We'll find out.
Most likely long.
We'll find out. I got some support on Twitter, by the way. They appreciated the updates.
So bottom lane here, very good early trade because of level 2 spike from the Unicorns of Love, the classic bot lane power spike. Chachi, what you can do as a pushing rumble is you go in and you ward the enemy top camp here. You see it's already cleared out. You know, okay, Rengar did his path from Raptor into red buff into Crux, and now he's going to go to the bottom side. So you actually now know where the jungler is without even seeing the jungler.
Yeah. The deeper you can place those wards, the more satisfaction your team will get from it.
Talked a lot about wards, actually. G2 have been warding a whole lot more than UOL this series. Take a look at those numbers. On average, 12 control wards more per game.
And that makes me happy. As a Vision enthusiast, Denial Vision is playing that control ward game. However, it's never the amount of control wards that you should judge. It's how you use them. And maybe Unicorns have just been slightly more efficient in the last game. Who knows?
Well, help them win the game, so can't argue with that. Xerxes wants to try to do some shenanigans.
He got it!
Gets the steal.
And that goes back to that ward that the Fisher was praising from the Rumble in the top lane. It is all connected.
The New is down on bottom lane. The New is near that blue buff. Invades in also because they're pushing the bottom side.
Yeah, it ties in the pushing the bottom there. Visashi with the front step. It was in the highlight reel for his MVP tribute video as well, how he's willing to dodge forward, sometimes with flash. And he also knows how Camille works, because he baited Kawashard.
He did bait Kawashard. Poor guy, man.
Or did Kawashard bait himself?
I think he baited himself. But that's why Kawashard is not playing in this final, and Chachi, he is playing in the final. Trick, though, he's on to Hylissang.
He is indeed, but so is Perkz being jumped on. Exile's burning diplomacy! They trade 1 for 1.
But Perkz is first. And in the matters of the first blood place, it doesn't matter who finishes first.
You have to remember, though, Perkz running teleport. He can return to lane instantly. Exile needs to run after, of course, respawning. So there might be a little bit of experience advantage for Perkz after that 1 for 1 trade. So in the end, actually worth it for him. Small little advantage he's going to get.
Yeah, because Strick was about to tax the hell out of that lane, but Perkz
like, no, please, ping, 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 ping.
Oh, Trick's going in, flash over the barrel.
Very aggressive, waiting for those cooldowns. Moves forward, the bowler strike connects. Remember that teleport you guys talked about? That's going to deliver chains onto Xerxes. He goes down, Trick gets a second.
And this is why Trick is such an intelligent player. When you're watching this scene unfold, I guarantee almost nobody could see that there was a kill opportunity there. We're wondering, why is he flashing? And as we are slowly figuring it out, Perkz, 4 seconds ago, he said, I got him.
Of course, I'm gonna TP in, man. I'm gonna take this guy down, and it's a good start now for G2's mid laner. Bottom lane still under pressure, but they're keeping even in CS, which is very important for them. Exile, this lane might get tough for him.
Ooh, and this flash body slam early on from Xerxes is really being punished here. If you're Gragas and you get killed on your level 5, it really slows down a lot, because you want to get 6 and then they gank, and if they read that gank and you have no flash, suddenly the pacing turns into Rengar favor.
Beautiful point-blank chain from Perkz. Catching Exile the moment he jumps in with that Q.
That makes you wonder why the LeBlanc was left open in this matchup, because Perkz has shown an affinity for this champion in his multiple forms, really, even despite the changes.
And of course, if you go back to those picks and bans, Syndra, Karma, and Lulu taken away by UOL. That Karma all series long. Obviously could have changed the impact, but this is a replay of that first blood trade.
Starts as a 1v1 here. Exile also kind of trying to bait in Perkz a little bit, and Xerxes does show up. Nice mind games as well. Looks like he's body slamming away and then turns around with the flash, but it's the 1 for 1. But then TP back for Perkz.
Dramatic zoom in for the final tip.
Yeah, but then this read, the flash over the barrel, not getting slowed. Smite comes out, but it doesn't really do too much, and he knows Perkz is coming back from the teleport. And this is, and it honestly was pretty hard to spot that was a kill opportunity, and major props to Trick for realizing so.
It's a good timing as well, knowing Xerxes' flash was just used before here. So bottom lane now, Sven and Mythic getting a bit more breathing room, also with obviously no flash on the enemy Gragas, not level 6 yet. They don't really need to respect the jungler, and Trick is level 6 already.
And they can mimic the style from game 1. We talked about it time and time again, you know, this arrow into combo. Also, this lane spikes incredibly hard on level 6. Despite Tahm Kench being able to kind of mess with your flow and using Devour, you can then stun him and just chain CC and get so much damage out.
But I want to see then Unicorn say, okay, if you're going to play bottom side as G2, let's go top lane. You got this Camilla here that's not tanky at all against Exile because he's obviously stacking MR against the Gragas and the Rumble. So Exile can go up there with these early AD builds and really punish Expect.
Yeah, notice how Exile is constantly playing in his minions. Whenever he dashes forward to hit Perks, he always wants to be behind the minion. He needs to be outside of chain range. And obviously Perks, he can harass with spells in the minion wave without drawing aggro, so it's quite hard to really position well in this matchup.
Exile currently doing okay farm-wise. Got himself 3 of those long swords, and as you look towards the top lane, level 6 for Chachi, Xerxes, Trick, and Expect. So if any fights were to break out, no room for error.
A small thing right there, but thank you, Mithy, on behalf of all our supports, for actually checking the brush on the way back. So many people skip around these brushes here saying, nah, that's probably not a control ward, and then they actually end up not finding it, and that one ward can end up having a ton of value.
Not an efficient control ward. We talked about how on average G2 have got plus 12 control wards literally.
I mean, it could have been. It depends on your opposition, obviously. And combining Vision with this Ashe pick is also really what works for G2 Esports because they always have that hawk shot.
Now, whenever they do play these aggressive lanes in mid, Chachi likes to roam down. He's even TPing now on Rumble. They're fighting.
Mithy's the target. Equalizer comes out. Look how great that is. Mithy and Trick are being tagged. Devour buys some time for Chachi to escape. Where is Samux?
Yeah, but where is Samux? Where is Expect is what matters more because his top lane is left open completely and the map reset will go heavily in favor of G2. They're just stalling bases right now and then poking away, but they have to be careful.
All right, concussive blows. Can't find a stun onto Hilly. It's going to time out. The barrel comes over the wall from Xerxes. Expect has still not teleported in.
And this is so good now for Expect because he's just sitting top lane, doesn't have to fear anything. The fact that this TP backfired from Chachi suddenly makes this pretty bad play for the Unicorns of Love.
Because not only does he get to preserve his teleport once it comes available, still briefly on cooldown, but even if he had it, it's fine. Just disengaging, stalling the bases, get the wave push in, and generally when you want to base in League of Legends, if you can get a push first, that's almost always a good or a better base, and that's exactly what happens here. G2 get the map reset, and it's totally in their favor.
Totally in their favor, and Chachi was actually moving down already, but because the fight was started in mid, they're forced to probably TP in. Braum had flash available though, so Mithy just escaped, and then trading TP for flash is obviously never worth it.
And we're still looking for Trick to find an ulti somewhere. The ultimate is just on cooldown. Maybe he misclicked it in base.
That's an oopsie.
Or is that like a graphical error? I don't know, because it's so close to like being used. We don't know. We'll find out.
24 seconds left on it, so it's just on your screen. It's trying to trick all of you. 20 seconds from now, it will be available, and he can obviously use it back on the map. Now, Perks, a lot of freedom in this mid lane. Ahead in CS, got early armor as well, which is fantastic against this talent.
And look at the double control ward. There's one really well-placed ward on the ramp for Unicorns, but that's going to fade. That is a clear pathway for Perks to start putting top pressure. Trick will have ultimate very soon available. He's making sure he's not spotted. He just puts a control ward down.
I have to give a shout out to the Pantheon fans in the crowd all the way here from France. A lot of support yesterday for Soaz and bringing the noise along with the rest of the Barclaycard
And this
Arena.
is the Physio's favorite gank, Rengar in the top lane.
This is a dead visit, Chachi.
Works.
Donated to Expect. That just looked so easy.
It is so easy. Visit Chachi, no flash on Rumble, no way to get away. So easy to set up that kill, and that's great for Trick.
It's also part of his playstyle. He pushes and pushes and pushes, and he wants to take them in the grave with him. But he had to take a detour this game and was actually falling behind. Economy-wise, he was just too far up, not knowing where Trick was.
It just hurts even more with that early TP from Chachi and the flash. It was just too over-aggressive looking for that one play, and it's now backfired twice for Unicorns of Love and given G2 the gold advantage early.
And what a terrifying position to be in. G2 1,300 up. Expect, Trick, and Perks all with a kill thanks to plays like this.
Yeah, not really a whole lot to say. It's just a very good setup against no flash Rumble and a ward in the river that obviously will not save you when Trick already popped his ult in. He's on the way.
Yeah, and great control ward usage as well. G2 making sure they're not spotted. Don't giggle, don't sniffle at my control wards, Trevor.
Well, I like talking about control wards. We haven't really focused on them a huge amount this series, because UOL and G2 have given us interesting team fights.
We're gonna get more. We're gonna get more. There's Unicorns again. Under pressure in mid lane, but Parkour on the way out.
And the crowd is indicating what they want the Unicorns to do. Clap G2. But it's not going to happen, it seems, because they're very controlled. G2 Esports is still 1,000 gold ahead already. And they're just waiting to connect all the dots here. Land the CC. follow-up.
Yeah, and when you go back to the first 2 games of the series, when G2 got themselves that advantage, they made the right calls. They didn't get caught out. They didn't make the mistakes. It allowed them to pick up those wins.
And it was also Perkz always just being careful when the enemy jungler could be there, but then playing with pressure once he knows he is most likely not there.
And at this point here, Perkz is hovering towards top side because his duo lane is on the top side of the map, so he knows there's no vision on the bottom side, and that's why he's not going down where Xerxes can actually jump him, unless he sees maybe a kill and he gets baited.
Exile decides to jump in.
And reels him in, he just dances in front of him, gives him the illusion that Perkz will overstep, but that was just a complete mind game outplay, and he's using the pressure that the Unicorns must be feeling at this very moment against Exile.
Lane Kingdom is in effect in Game 4. Perkz absolutely has Exile's number in this LeBlanc matchup.
Yeah, Exile trying to bait the fight. Didn't work, so expect bot lane.
He likes going aggressive this series. The super passive tank player Expect has been slowly been fading out. Obviously, he has the support from Mythi and Sven here.
Yeah, and Exile, of course, died in mid, so there's an opening for G2 to just keep pushing in at the moment. Sven is here with Arrow, but they have to respect the fact on the tower.
Look at Trick, look at Trick.
Look
Trick
at Xerxes.
come in. Teleport's available for Vizicachi. He's pushing the top tower.
And a bit of a failed rotation here for G2. Engaging on this Tahm Kench lane. Once Expect dashes in, obviously they expect that he's there. Yes, that's his name. It's really annoying. Now Vizicachi gets a free turret top.
There's been actually now 2 times where Chachi managed to go down to the opposite lane the fastest, and he got to push in a wave. Expect had to run down and catch it and lost the wave. Then happens top lane as well now, so Unicorns of Love, while losing a few kills, just like in the last game, are playing around these towers here. Top lane tower is extremely low at this point.
And isn't that beautiful when you use the tempo advantage like that to get a CS lead?
It is absolutely beautiful. It's why we like to see it. It's why it's actually funny because the whole tempo advantage and everything, it's something the pro teams talk about 24/7. But no one else kind of uses it.
They don't even sleep.
They don't know, it's just all the time. They just dream of tempo all the time. But it's obviously not a concept that really works in solo queue very well, so a lot of people don't actually
I've tried
get to
telling
use
people,
it.
hey guys, tempo.
I've seen you try and tell people, and yeah.
Just up the tempo, guys.
You end up
Make it
dying
work.
on your own, and then of course it's the team's fault.
Oh, Perkz maybe anticipating the juke. Not going to find the ethereal chain. Still in a great position, working towards that gunblade. Also got some ingredients towards Hourglass.
I like
very, very comfortable.
Get a bit of everything, even some lifesteal in there. Why not?
Drop the CS. Almost pains me.
All right, Hellesang and Samux looking at Mythi. Mythi yells stand behind me and ironically jumps to Sven. And, takes stock of the situation. 15 minutes into the game. G2 Esports 1,500 gold up. CS advantage massive for Perkz in the mid lane thanks to several outplays. But no towers have fallen just yet.
No, but we're just waiting for 2 items to be fully completed on Perkz here, the Hourglass and the Gunblade, and he will have the damage to kill Exile, and he will have the tools to survive against Exile as well. And then it suddenly becomes all about the big team fights, and we know we're going to get them. Unicorns will soon start hovering around that mid lane. Perkz, see if he can stop a recall here. Succeeds.
When I look at the minimap, I can see 2 junglers in and around the bottom quadrant. Number of G2 wards, though, inside UOL's side, so they'll be aware of Xerxes' position. They don't engage yet. So what happens next? What do UOL or G2 want to do to sort of unlock their 2 team comps?
Like, Perkz can keep chipping away at the mid lane turret. Obviously, I think G2, they're always happy with a neutral state. If both junglers are revealing each other, they're happy because their lanes are scaling in the side of Camille, and Perkz is just winning the 1v1 matchup. So as long as everybody else keeps the 4v4 even, Perkz will snowball mid, and that seems to be exactly what is happening right now, and that's why we don't see much action, because the lack thereof will eventually benefit G2 Esports.
Yeah, I really want to see Xerxes trying to make a play with Vizicachi on that top lane to get that tower and like push that lane all the way out and then swap Vizicachi back down to the bottom side and maybe join a fight. But Xerxes is on kind of defending duty here. He's helping his bottom lane stay alive because Trick is around. Like, Xerxes is not here to gank. He's here to make sure they can actually push out a lane.
Yeah, this is where you play aggro on one side, passive on the other, and the aggro is in the mid lane. Exile is dying again! Again!
Easy. Perkz absolutely destroying Exile. Exile got 1v1 multiple times in the semi-final.
And he actually touches his hair every time he dies. It's like his nervous tick, and he's been touching it quite a bit this game. This Perkz definitely the better mid laner in this particular matchup.
So just like in the semi-final when Exile would die in lane 1v1 to Power Vivo, the other lanes would suddenly pick up all the slack, especially with Vizicachi up in the top lane. He's the man we're looking at in a game like this. But this tower here, it's so low, but he's not getting any assists, so he can't really kill it. He's slowly grinding it down. Maybe the minions will help him, or maybe Expect will keep it alive on like 10 HP. Get in there, Chachi!
Couple more hits. Visit
Chachi, do it!
Specs manages to jump in with the hook shot. Tower goes down. Equalizer comes up. Chachi wants to trade. Flashes away from Trick. Gets the tower. Gets the kill. But then gets taken down.
Now I call worth it. If I'm Visit Chachi right here, you get a TP from Perks, you get ulti from Trick, and you get that first tower gold for your team.
But that is the 4th kill of the game for Perks.
Yeah, 5 out of 6 kills Perks is involved in right now, and it's fine. It is a beneficial trade unless it tips over Perks into such a disgusting point that he can start annihilating anybody on the map wherever he so damn pleases, and that may be worrying for the Unicorns.
Might get a fight in mid lane. Sven with the arrow.
Okay, where's Miffy? He's looking for the Glacial Fissure. Exile's in trouble. No flash, no Shadow Assault. Hila-san gets tagged by the ECA. Now parkour over the wall and Exile's escape. Perks was slowed down by the exhaust. Shadow Assault comes out. Hila-san is taken down by Sven, and Vizichachi teleports in. He's got no equalizer, remember. Double kill to Sven.
Wait, why? Why would you join without ulti on Rumble?
I don't know, because you're trying to help.
Don't help. Just let him die. The guy overextended. It's fine. You lost the support.
And it looked so good for a moment then, but Perks, that was actually a really tricky flash to pull off. Now Samux is trapping Expect here in the bottom lane. Has to run, he's fine. But again, like, it's so hard to actually distortion back and then flash that wall, because the camera movement involved is very tricky. And now we get to see the first part. Watch him go.
He realized the minions won't help him.
He has to do it alone. One man, one mission. Vizichachi. He loves doing this flash on Rumble.
Ah, it's really good. Gets the kill, so then he just forced 3 guys on top side. Summoners, he got the tower, everything. But then this happens in mid. Exile overstays. Now he needs Hila-san to help him. So Hila-san will obviously sacrifice his own HP to get the talent out. At this point of view, Unicorns, disengage. You do not need to turn around. But they actually did. Spoiler alert. Vizichachi and Hila-san both died.
And that allows G2 to get their 8th kill of the game. We're getting up to 20 minutes. Unicorns of Love somehow have to find their way back in. This is a game where Unicorns once again do or die. Match point, championship point. The #1 team in Europe and a flight to Brazil is on the line.
Just a flight though. They actually get a hotel room too.
I can't make more promises for G2 because they've started doing better. You know, they're looking stronger. IEM made the finals after an interesting playoff, and
no records will be broken this game, Trevor.
No.
My favorite concept in the game.
Main problem though for G2 when it comes to international tournament, Trevor, now you talked about it, it's always been the best of ones.
Yeah.
In Europe, they get to play these BO3s, BO5s. They get to, obviously, if they lose the first game, they get to change things, adapt. They lost the game in this series. They adapted, they changed the pick and ban phase, removed every single jungle ban, and they're looking much better.
And they keep scaling against familiar opponents. That is one of G2's strengths, why they will always be a great European playoff team, because they analyze their opponents, who they play in the European LCS on the regular, who they play in scrims, and they just adapt and improve. It's when they play against opponents they haven't played against picks that they haven't played against, like Aurelion Sol and CLG. Games where suddenly their turrets start falling down early, or super slow games that they're not used to playing. That's when they falter.
So Rito, please make it BO3s. G2 will succeed.
Well, G2 are currently succeeding in the final. Equalizer gets thrown down by Vizichachi. Samux is up on the front line. Look at that unbreakable shield from Mibby doing a lot of work. Optimistic, and it fails.
Yeah, they're stalling the 5 because that leaves the side lanes empty here. Expect isn't even pushing onwards because the Tahm Kench defensive rotation comes out right now. Abyssal Void is used because, again, it is all about Perks.
Yeah, now, as we know, G2 scouted this playstyle. They talked about it before the game. We've seen it in the game. They know it's a 5-man mid lane from Unicorns of Love, and they play defensive and they win the side lanes. That's always the answer. When Unicorns are behind in the split push, they try and hard engage. The hard engage in this comp is only Xerxes, but it was Vizichachi with ulti who tried to engage. Needs to be Gragas.
Damage, Vizichachi's down. Just so easily secured by G2. You know, you talked about Perks, he's 2,500 gold up over Exile. Approaching Flame Horizon. Unbreakable blocks a lot of projectile spin, gets dropped down by an explosive cast. It's a reply kill.
Oh, the
Here
trade!
comes Expect. They swap places. The hook shot doesn't find a
Here's
target.
Perks, though.
And Perks wants to find Samax. Samax gets devoured, distorts back to his original position. Xerxes gets locked in place, but G2 maintain the lead.
Yeah, but it still was one of those flanks that Unicorns were so known for, constantly reappearing in that mid lane. They had to use Tahm Kench ultimate defensively to the top lane, so at least fighting back, but you see just how prepared G2 are and how willing they're still to fight, even if they lose one of their key members.
And I want to turn the attention to UOL just a little bit because they are trying to fight their way back into this matchup. They were the underdogs in the final. And yes, this is the best UOL that we've seen in 5 splits since their debut, since they made finals against Fnatic. But there is still room to grow. There is still things for this team to learn. Champion pools is one of those things that was a big deciding factor. You've seen it play out throughout the series.
Yeah, and while it's the best Unicorns of Love we've ever seen, it's also the best G2 Esports we've ever seen. Like this split, more infrastructure, kept the same lineup from last year and just said, you know what, we're just gonna practice, and then we're gonna go to another international tournament and we're gonna show how good we actually are. Fight up here though.
Decent sidesteps by Exile. Teleports coming down from Vizicachi.
Oh, he stops him.
Parkour over the wall. Expect body blocks. Vizicachi throws down the equalizer. Does the Vizicachi flash, but Perks will not fall prey. Expect gets the passive shield. Survives!
He lives!
Survives!
Oh, he's alive in the end. Chachi did get hit by the chains despite him trying to flash. So close when it comes to trading kills. Sven died in mid lane though.
So he got picked up, but both these top laners did such an excellent job keeping their flashes in the key moment. Now Hillsang, again, he has to use that Abyssal Voyage defensively. When the Unicorns were winning in the split and having such a great performance, he was using that offensively, constantly appearing where they did not expect him. Perks, distortion warding.
Checking. See, is anyone here?
Yeah, dropped a ward too on the way out. So he's super safe.
Super efficient.
Like how you need the blast gun for that one, so just placing it in the brush and then jumping back out. But obviously taking the blast gun is very good.
It's the style points.
I mean, you gotta keep in mind, Unicorns could use that blast gun to kill it.
Knock him out, yeah. He's been consistently removing blast guns before distorting forward, because obviously that could punish him.
And now obviously, Unicorns comp here. Do you have tools to deal with things like LeBlanc in a team fight? You have the Tahm Kench to help you. But the split push is so hard now because you have this TP LeBlanc always pushing one side, the TP Camille always pushing the other one. So the group mid is once again the call for Unicorns of Love. But as we said earlier, hard engage is only Xerxes, and he's holding on to the flash still. He needs to use it aggressively. He needs to use it often to actually start fights. So Expect goes in.
No teleports available for anybody when we jump out of this one. The body block was so great.
Yeah, because Exile with the TP thinks, okay, let's chase and kill him. Gets blocked. Could have waited definitely for Chachi to actually complete the teleport, and this 2v2 would have gone completely different. Exile is probably feeling a lot of pressure on him after dying so many times, and he's making some mistakes that are costing his team a lot in this 4th game.
Yeah, that's when you rub your face. That's when you know. He was so close. I wonder if Expect even knew about the passive coming, and this is Sven. Kind of getting caught out here. Let's see. So they're kiting. Yeah, this is with a good flash forward. Then no flash.
Now let's see whether or not that comes to hurt.
It already happened, guys. It's already happened, and G2 is still winning.
Yeah, 6,000 gold nearly up. The G2 army definitely in a numbers disadvantage here in Hamburg. But they're bringing an arsenal that UOL simply can't compete with
Dive
right
to the
now.
bottom lane.
The Chachi with a defensive equalizer. Abyssal Voyage from Hillsang comes up. Where's the support from G2? Hook shot to get away. Samax has got red buff. He's got a kill onto Trick. The Devour movement speed allows Hilly to waddle closer to Expect. Keeps using that Caitlyn range.
Yeah, but the support of G2 is with their AD carry in the mid lane right now, and they're sieging on this turret. Tier 2 Perks looking to assist as well. They do not want Sven to get caught here, and they're just simply looking for a gold versus death trade, but Xerxes is around.
Oh, Perks goes in quite aggressively onto Xerxes. Unable to get the chains to connect, but the tower survives.
So I like the defensive move here from Tahm Kench down to the bottom lane. G2 diving in, probably thinking that even if Tahm Kench shows up, we get a mid tower at least, and then we then trade tower for kill. But Unicorns do manage to defend. Tower is low. Mid lane tower here is open for them. Chachi flanking, no ulti.
No ulti available. Perks, however, jumps on the back line. The chains lock down Hilly, so does the Ash Arrow. Xerxes spat out for safety. The double destruction. Exhaust comes down. Perks is down. Perks is down. Samax now turns around. He's got double buffs. What is the call?
You have to remember with the new LeBlanc here, it's not about the distortion AoE damage. No. It's jump in, hit one target, jump back. He tried to get so much AoE damage down that he got locked in place, and he just
got annihilated. There just wasn't enough damage here for the G2 to make a play as they were aiming for. They were playing it super signature G2 style, super slow here. This is where it all started. Vizicachi, it is the Zonias that buys just enough time for this entire play to work.
Yeah, but now the call for G2 is, okay, guys, they're 3-man bot lane, rush the mid tower. See if you can just trade that for a kill. And then it would have been a good trade for G2.
Problem is, minions are really slow.
They are very slow. You can't really speed them up that easily. This is the mid lane flank from Chachi, but he doesn't have ulti, so it's not really a threat. Then look at perks here. Old LeBlanc, this would have been a fantastic use of distortion. New LeBlanc, that's not where your damage comes from.
Yeah, they could have just focused frontline Vizicachi like they usually would do in a safe range. That is the benefit of G2's teamfighting style this entire series. They just hit the frontline out of range, and they play a much more efficient style. This was overeager hubris from Perks.
Samux in the last game on Lucian, he went off 7-1-7. He's been kick-started this time around. It's 27 minutes in, guys. It's a 5,000 gold lead for G2, which is still substantial.
Yeah.
But Unicorns are showing they can still win team fights as long as they can keep Samux alive and relevant.
Again, it is that pure team fight come from the Unicorns of Love. It's how they want to try and win the game. Chachi is just trying to defend. Exile, looking for a potential pick here.
Has to be careful, though.
Exile's going to parkour over the wall. The engage from Trick. Exile gets caught out by the bowler strike. Samux and Hilly down in the bottom half of your map.
Expectus won the duel in the bottom lane. Kill Chachi, will take the tower. Expects Camille has been very good this series here. This guy deserves, a lot of credit. It's a guy everyone criticized last year as well.
Yeah,
now he's been picking up the slack.
Always put in position of the weakest member of G2, but that doesn't inherently make him weak. And right now there's actually Baron pressure for G2 because they have bot lane pushing, they have Expect basing. He's undoubtedly looking to use a teleport in the 15-second window here that Vizicachi is still dead.
Well, luckily, Vizicachi can still TP in to a fight. Equalizer's not available to him, but look at Expect. There's no on signal from G2.
He waited, then he started pushing once he saw that Unicorns was reacting, and now G2 is going for the Nasher. They need to force them to the base first, then make the play around Nasher. If they kept going for Nasher defense, then they would have just kept split pushing, and this is the beauty. Technically, G2 could have done Baron here. That's why Xerxes is so afraid face checking.
I mean, this playoffs, G2 have just fully unlocked Expect. He's played carries after carries, Camille so many times, and G2 are playing the map extremely effectively. Look at the pressure they're applying around Baron, trying to force UOL's hand to come to them.
Might need the same kind of fight we saw last game for Unicorns to win, where it's G2 starting a Baron, then getting caught a bit out of position by Xerxes on the Gragas, but G2 probably learned from that game. They normally have really good Baron setups. They're not really good at understanding, when is it too risky.
Yeah.
That was one of the problems they had last year, but it would cost them games. Now that we see this one-on-one down the bottom lane, expect nice little thing in the end. He stays with the hook shot on the wall, reactivated once Hourglass is gone, gets the kill. But yeah, as I said before, last year they lost games due to Baron setups. They lost games because they panicked.
Yeah, and their in-moment shot calling for Barons isn't the greatest either. When they have to toss and turn around and really shake it up its head. When they have everything planned out, G2, fantastic team. But it's when suddenly convention gets challenged is when they struggle.
We have seen very few poor Barons for them this split. They've been much better at actually doing that, and it's good to see them really improving certain things.
Right now, 4 people in the mid lane, so G2 want to hold, they say passive mindset mid, wait for pressure pop. That is their goal right now, and the Unicorns, obviously, they want to punish that. And as we see, Trick right now is on Krugs. This is something that is so inherent to his style. When a lot of teams are under pressure, they kind of just turtle up, but Trick will always be clearing his camps consistently throughout the game, looking for maximizing the gains.
Look at the minimap. There are no jungle camps available for G2, and I can count 1, 2, 3 of them available for UOL. Of course, they were sieging the mid lane, unable to clear out the jungle at the time, but they're still behind, still trailing the defending champions.
And just like in the series against Misfits from Unicorns of Love, as we said earlier, when Exile fell behind, it was everyone else who picked up all the slack here. Exile just needs to honestly make sure he doesn't die in a side lane, because Samux is now sitting on 3 items on this Caitlyn here. Ragas is fairly strong at this point. Unicorns of Love need to win fights through the AD carry, not the mid laner.
Important Skull Crab here, because we see the bot lane pressure funneled over, so Expect pushes bot, he goes mid, which means that the remaining 4 members of G2 can play topside around the Nasher. Having some vision there with the Skull Crab slows it down. Now Expect obviously goes back to bottom line, because he wants to punish Vizicachi for trying to push out.
Exile on the way though, so Expect he knows he can't really overextend. Well, go for it anyway.
Did not anticipate the engage. Now
Should've
Expect
known.
running away. Throws down the Hextech ultimatum. Shadow Assault as well on the minimap. G2 are making their way to Baron. Electro Harpoon misses. The minions body block, but the Wraith does not.
But this Baron here is risky because Chachi has teleport. There's no mountain drakes, it's just clouds. This simply means that Unicorns can stop G2 very easily and they get a kill bot lane.
Yeah, and G2 is a team that will never seemingly go for a 50-50, so it just was a fake out. Expect overextending, and when you have
Just
this...
when we praised him, you know, he knows. He should go aggressive. Oh, he jumps back in.
Alright, Hylissang's not going to get caught out by those chain sticks. He's body slammed over the wall. Still got flash available to him and that explosive cask, and Hilly's going to get access to the Abyssal Voyage. Used it defensively earlier.
Now, a team that is willing to go for 50-50s and is actually a perennial Baron stealing team is the Unicorns of Love here, and they're looking to do something, but they have no Rumble ultimate and they're facing a very organized G2 Esports.
G2 are trying to flank. Perks comes in with a double distort combo. Mithy's all the way up forward. Look at Samix! Perks has almost insta-gibbed him. Hylissang's going to need to devour Samix in a second. They've got Perks, but it's at the cost of Xerxes. Now UOL are running for their
Teleport
lives.
behind him, Expect is on the way, full HP.
Hextech ultimatum is available. He's going to look for a target. The hook shot. Oh, look at that! The tactical sweep picks up one. Precision protocol makes it a double. Expect's not done. Samix is running for his life. He gets shut down. Trick gets one more, and the Hylissang will be the last standing member for UOL.
Expect will get him down eventually, but this now means the
Hit him!
No!
He escapes! He runs! Run with him!
Don't! But look at the mid lane, guys! Look at the mid lane!
Oh, look at this
not
battle!
done
Support
yet.
versus support! Support on combat!
That one is dying!
Who will win? No, Expect that's not fair. Fatality, G2 Esports.
They still get the inhib. They will get the Baron. Unicorns of Love, they had no Rumble ulti. There was TP on Expect. Them rushing that Baron ended up costing them so much.
And that is what they do. They don't play with 50% of the chips in the pot. 70-80 goes in if it wins. Or if it pays out, they pay out big. But if it fails, G2 may hit the final nail in the coffin here.
If there was ever a UOL style call, that could have just been it.
Yeah, they go down in the same way as they usually try to win.
So, at this point here, if you're Unicorns, you know you have to fight. You can't just finish the Baron, so at least turn at the same time. Well, I guess you could try, but that probably means you all die at the same time. But they don't manage to turn at the same time here. Xerxes goes in. Perks flanks from the back and dies. Now, the front line of Unicorns dropping.
And Sammy's also out of the fight because he's so scared of what's going on out there. Good devour. But honestly, it was a great engage though from Xerxes. Buzz and Flash catching two, but it's his teleport. This was exactly what they were trying to avoid here.
Also with Perk's flank, getting so much damage on Samix. Started the whole thing for G2, and then even though it was a good engage from Xerxes, it was a very good flank from the LeBlanc. And a good game overall for Perks.
Really good Zonias there as well, just buying time. Solo in the backline, he can jump around. He is becoming quite the menace here. Now he's under pressure from Exile.
All right, is there any support? Exile fancies his chances, parkouring forward. Perks is the one that's actually losing this trade. Abyssal Voyage from Hylissang.
And jukes the Observers even.
Yeah, no blast cone available, so Perks needs to flash over the wall. Cost of an Abyssal Voyage, but look at G2 with Baron, with a 10,000 gold lead. They've already got an inhibitor in the middle lane. They're taking a second inhibitor in the bottom lane. G2, the army has come, and they just need one final push.
Yeah, and they play as a unit. When you aggressive to one side, he folds, he yields, and the remaining part of the squad then puts cross-map pressure, going for the inhib, and they're fighting against the Unicorn's aggressive style of just commit onto one lane super hard and get the kill with the necessary patience.
Getting that Baron meant everything for G2 Esports. Unicorns suddenly can't push anywhere. Unicorns can't force any fights right now. It's every lane getting pushed in, either super minions or champions.
And last game we saw G2 kind of falter here. They were pushing it a bit too deep. Actually, the second game it was not waiting for all the minions right now. How about poise? Vizichachi under pressure again.
Yeah, he's got that hourglass if it's needed, and it might just be Baron and Power minions starting to hammer away. Xerxes just body slams the supers to buy some time. 2 Nexus towers remaining, but the last inner turret in the top lane is down. It's a 13,000 gold lead. Samix needs to be devoured as Perks has once again forced him away from the fight.
Yeah, it's the final siege here for G2 Esports. A massive gold advantage. 2 Cloud Drakes to their name.
Rengar in the bottom lane as well, pushing in on the Nexus turrets.
Abyssal Voyage comes down from Hylissang, delivering Samex. They put Trick out. He's gonna get dropped down. One more hit from Samex. G2 need to back away.
Yeah, but it's great time because there was not a minion wave in the top lane. Vizicachi is holding, so maybe the Unicorns can actually survive a little bit longer.
Oh, Vizicachi stays alive a few seconds longer. He's already used the equalizer. Body slam onto Expect. Shadow Assault comes out. Where is Samex? Hylissang is already down. Samex is running backwards, kiting, trying to put the damage onto Expect. Ash Arrow catches out onto Xerxes. This could be the final fight. G2, double kill for Perks. Samex is left alone in the base. Vizicachi trying to turn it around, but the Nexus turrets are falling.
Sven completely clean house in this fight. Now Perks is buying the final moment.
He will indeed. Perks has led his team to victory. The Nexus is the focus, and this is the G2 dynasty. G2 Esports take the series 3-1. Three titles in a row.
They came in as the heavy favorites to this series here. Unicorns a lot managed to take that one game, but game 1, game 2, game 4, G2 Esports just were always 1 or 2 steps ahead of Unicorns.
And they came prepared, both in pick and ban and in game. Yes, they may falter, but in a best-of series, they always domestically fight their way back.
G2 Esports, once again, the three-peats. Long live the Kings of Europe, G2 Esports! G2 defend their title against the strongest opposition that Europe could muster. And it fell short. Unicorns, it was a fantastic spring split. The crowd behind UOL the entire time.
But it doesn't matter whether the crowd or the fans are behind them. They have to bend the knee to the king.
I mean, we heard it in the end. People were cheering for G2 because
Yes.
you need to accept that these guys are a fantastic team. They're dominating in Europe. They will represent us again at MSI, and they talk so much about showing how good they are.
And they
Deeming themselves.
They understand League of Legends when it comes to skirmish, team fights, rotations, macro. They have the full package.
Mithy had some strong words in the Berlin studio, saying to fans, believe in us, give us a chance. Now G2, you have your chance to prove your worth, to earn the respect of Europe, much like UOL has today.
And they can be happy with their split. Obviously, they're building up quite the foundation here, both culture, in team, in fandom. And it has been a successful split for the Unicorns as well.
It's an organization investing in European talent, young talent as well. They're not going out, going for the big transfers. Xerxes came from Turkey, and it's been a fantastic addition, obviously.
It's a new team in Unicorns of Love. 3 new players to the squad. The returning favorites, Vizicachi and Hylissang. Defending themselves, Expect, don't fall in the confetti.
Yeah, Youngbug, don't fall on the confetti. It is quite slippery, guys. Do not fall on the confetti. We need you in Brazil. Be careful.
Whoop, Mithy always went down. Almost.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see G2 now getting better and better and better. Showing improvements, coming into a game like this, adapting well. They said this would be the hardest final they've played. and they managed to take it 3-1.
And Perks is really savoring this moment, about to show his confetti mechanics. Does not fall. Fantastic. And they can celebrate with another title.
The Lane Kingdom in game 4, 7-3 and 6 for Perks and that LeBlanc. He dominated Exile. And he dominated the map, allowing Expecto pressure, allowing G2, you know what, allowing G2 to do G2 things.
Win the game through very good macro and also being able to fight. That is just the key thing. They can team fight. They can play the rotation game. They're not stuck just playing only one style.
And this is the payoff for a lot of hard work. These guys are constantly looking to improve themselves, refine their gameplay, and stay at the top. Because you don't just come out a challenger and then start winning all these consecutive splits in a row in the way they did. Because everybody else is trying to do the same thing. They just do it better.
This is the 9th European LCS split. There have been 3 teams to hoist that trophy. G2 is building a legacy that is encroaching on Fanatics. Now G2 need to show up at the same international level as the former Kings of Europe. You can see the team on the floor right now, setting up for the winners interview. Shox will be doing a full team interview with G2 in a few minutes' time.
And I will just say, I believe in these guys when it comes to MSI. I believe actually these guys have improved a lot. They learned from some of the failures, and they're going to show a new G2.
And this is not the roster that failed at MSI last year. That is the one thing people keep forgetting. Like, they have so much more talent here. They have more
That's
discipline.
the best bot lane in the West, and that's going to help.
Statement, simple as that, Officio.
Easy statement.
While the guys are almost getting ready for this interview, I need to give a huge shout out to the Barclaycard Arena in Hamburg. You guys have brought the noise all weekend long. Cheered on the best teams in Europe. But I have one more cheer that I would like to request of you. It is a player of the series. You guys know who it is?
I do. The teleprompter tells me.
The player of the series, your spring split MVP, G2's top laner, Expects!
And watch his face! And that is just the charm of Expect. He is always so humble and so easily surprised, and he is really enjoying his moment in front of the crowd.
His Camille was
That guy's at the wrong event.
Look at Expect's reaction. Congratulations, player of the series for your spring split final.
Look at them graphics.
Got to show it as well.
I love me some stats.
I mean, come on, look at the numbers in these games. Game
There's an
1,
8, there's an
the
11.
same. Game 4 as well with the Camille.
Thing is, it could have been Trick for his jungler. It
Could have been
Perks.
Definitely Perks was
It
up
could
there.
have been Sven.
Could have been Quick Shot.
I'm not sure if it could have been Mythy. We'll have to see about
No,
that.
Mythy played well as well. Come on, let's give it to Mythy. He's had
I'm just giving
ups
the
and
fun.
downs.
I'm just giving the fun some trash. For a player who was the most criticized on the squad this split, he showed up in playoffs, and that's what matters.
And that's all that matters. That's the experience as well from him, and of course Sven down in the bottom lane.
All right, it looks like the team is ready, so I'm hoping Shox is too. Your spring split champions, 3-time winners, G2 Esports.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Well, first up, congratulations from me as well, guys. A fantastic 3rd championship in a row. Joey, you're next to me, so let's start with probably the proud words from the coach. How proud are you of your squad that they've done it now for a 3rd time in a row?
I'm extremely proud that they came back like this after Worlds. We asked so much from them, and they asked so much from themselves, and they've delivered every single week. So you guys are real heroes, really.
You guys are the heroes. It is the 3rd time to lift the trophy in a row. Perks, talk to me about your series. How do you feel you performed in your lane kingdom, as you like to call it?
Well, today I kind of woke up on the wrong foot, so I didn't have the best day, but I still think that my performance was at the top, even though it could have been better. I was pretty happy with how I performed and how we performed as a whole team.
All right, well, it definitely showed 3-1 on the day. Expect you are the player of the series. Congratulations. You had a very good day up versus the MVP of the split, Vizicachi. How do you think you played today? It worked.
Today,
today I just I can't control myself. Sometimes overchase and overplay. So I'm sorry to my team. Today I feel like same scream. It's not tournament, not LCS final. Feel like it's scream. So I'm just fun and I just like. It's just.
It looked fun in game one on Gangplank with the barrels.
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Just it's just ceremony. I think this game is free win, so
Having a lot of fun, but playing very well as well. Player of the series. Mithy, I see you giggling there. Well, Expected saying I was having a little fun. Of course, you guys in that game one, when you guys were winning very convincingly, you probably had a lot of confidence, but how did you try and temper yourself and say, okay, guys, it is 2 more games we have to win. We can't go too crazy.
I don't think we really did, honestly. I think we were not really like 100% focused. I think we made a lot of like stupid mistakes that we should not make, and we were like making them even though we knew that we were making them. So that was pretty bad, but at the same time we did so many good things, so I'm really proud of everyone.
All right, same question for you, Sven. How do you think it went? You got to play a lot of different AD carries and you got to style a little bit at times, so what is your overview of the series? Why were you guys stronger than the Unicorns today?
I like to know why we are better than Unicorns today. I think we were doing better in the lane phases for the most part. I think there's a lot of people in my lane kingdom too in this series. So that was what it was, but I think overall our macro is better than Unicorns. I think Unicorns are often lost on the map or doing things that are like a bit too crazy, and if the enemy is ready for it, it doesn't really work. So yeah, also I think we had good drafts today.
Good draft, good play, 3-1. Trick, the same question for you. Up versus the rookie of the split, Xerxes. Was it a difficult path? How did you feel about your performance?
I practiced Ivan or Vanguard Celeste champion per play many games, and I watch your Celeste patting or like jungle loot, so can easy against play him.
All right, you guys seemed very prepared. You had an answer for everything in picks and bans, and it seemed like in the game as well. Joey, a lot of people were pegging G2 as the clear favorite, I think rightfully so after your performance in Spring Split. So what were the dangers in going up against this Unicorns of Love, and how did you overcome those?
Well, the biggest danger that we saw is that they really like to group up in mid lane after pushing out side lanes and play compositions that can throw ults from far, like Rumble and maybe the Gragas. So in the first games, we just wanted to draft a composition that would completely counter that. If they would go mid lane, we would throw the Gangplank ult at them. We had the Rumble ult. So we kept doing that and just adjusted really well throughout the entire series.
Yeah, you guys had answers for everything. Now to focus on the series as a whole, Perks, I just want to know, what does it feel like to lift that trophy with all the confetti falling down? You've done it 3 times now already. I don't suppose it ever gets old.
Well, honestly, it still feels like a bit surreal. Since I won my first championship when I came to UOLCS, it feels kind of natural, though. I would not like to be here if I don't win it, and I hate losing more than I love winning, so it was just felt really natural to win.
Yeah, definitely. 3rd time in a row, and guys, we now have to speak about it. You guys have talked about nothing else this split. We have our eyes on MSI. We have our eyes on trying to do better on that international stage, so we have to touch on it. First up, Joey, all the work you guys have put in, your entourage, the things you've learned, what do you think is the main thing you guys as a team, be it in-game or out-of-game, have improved on going into that international tournament?
I think we've worked really well with incorporating Expect into our team play. We've asked more of him than any other player, and he has been delivering, and he has been improving very, very fast. So I think that will be the #1 thing that we have improved on compared to Worlds.
Right, you're mentioning Expect. Mithy, I'd like to get your opinion as well as an overview of the team. What have you guys most improved on? What is kind of, the X factor, the thing that you think is going much better for you guys or boding well for you in MSI?
Well, I think that right now we're playing a lot less on feeling and more on plans, so we try to have plans for everything we do. Also, what Joey mentioned is a very important thing, and I also think that we've gotten to the point where everyone knows what they're supposed to do, and there's not really a need for someone to tell people what to do, and everyone just like talks for themselves, and everyone has like equal opinion on what we're doing next. So it's a 5-man, like it feels like a 5-man team that like moves together as a team, and before I think it was a bit more
like Messi, and yeah.
Yeah, honing in on the skills. Before the finals, we saw a video of Perks and Sven. You guys talked about last year's experiences, and Perks, you were very clear in that, saying, well, yeah, it was super rough on me last year. How do you treat that? Is that baggage that you still think about every single time, or is this a clean slate? Is this a different G2 going into MSI?
Last year, going into Worlds, we were practicing a lot, like really hard, and we had expectations, even though we were not actually that good of a team, and I had too much expectations of myself too. So all the pressure just crumbled on me and the whole team, and also on top of that, we were not good enough. So we had to change everything from our practice to our mindset and everything else, which I worked hard on this split. I can thank Joey and Veldon and Alex and the whole G2 for allowing us to improve, and I'm really looking forward to what we can do actually at MSI, because maybe this time is the third time is the charm, you know.
Maybe third time is a charm, and obviously you guys talked about the public opinion here. There were a lot of Unicorns fans here, and there were G2 fans as well, but obviously the Unicorns fans were very, very loud. But what does it do to you when you step in an arena like this? How do you use that energy from the crowd, be it positive or negative, and how do you funnel that into your performance, Sven, or does it not matter? It's all about what's happening on the Rift.
I mean, it's always nice if the crowd cheers for you. Today, I feel like there was a little bit of favor for the Unicorns, just a little bit.
A little
but
bit.
Normally when you hear someone who's very loud for one team, it feels like you just want to win really badly so you can make it like the entire stage a library for the fans. But I think towards the end of the series, the fans were also on our side a little bit, so I think Hamburg was really nice today. It was loud and I like it.
Yeah, Hamburg has been absolutely amazing. So MSI up next up the slate. Expect. How are you looking forward to MSI? How do you think G2 will do?
G2?
At MSI.
Now, I think Korea team said Europe is not good. Europe is weak region, but I don't think so. And we can win MSI, but G2 team is one game is bad.
Best of one.
Yeah. Need to adapt or best of 3, best of 5. We strong. So maybe we need to practice more, and I think we can good result at MSI. I think
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point, Joey. Of course, we've seen that now that G2 can adapt versus Fnatic. You guys came back, you only lost one game, and you just had complete control. Here, you guys didn't get caught off guard. But the best of ones and the group stage is kind of the issue. So how will you tackle that?
I think we just prepare for it like it's a very important series. When it's best of one and you have a lot of best of ones in a tournament, it's pretty difficult to put equal weight on every game. So I think I need to improve on that by just preparing the team much better. Also, compared to last MSI, there's no vacation. We're actually taking a boot camp.
I was about to ask you, what are the plans? Where are you heading?
We want to boot camp in Brazil next week and already play the teams that are playing there.
All right, and also get accustomed to everything. Looking forward to that. Mithy, how do you carry the momentum from this super nice, super active moment, closing out a final pretty convincingly? How do you keep that momentum going so that you peak for MSI again?
I think we will just use our bootcamp time as the most efficient as we can, and try and understand how other regions play too, because I think that even though I feel like we are playing a good style and our macro is good and we understand how the game should be played. I think European teams in general, at least a lot of them are just trying to go off meta, and I mean, I don't really think it works. It just works because a lot of teams are making so many mistakes, and I don't think it's necessarily good for Europe, but it's kind of arguable, because I guess if everyone plays like LCK, then maybe LCK will always end up winning no matter what, so yeah, we will see. But I think the most important thing is to go to Brazil and bootcamp there, use our time efficiently, learn from other teams, and just become a better version of ourselves.
Definitely. So Sven, I saw you laughing a bit when Expect mentioned we can win MSI. I didn't think you meant it quite super confident or anything, but I feel like you're still trying to be careful with expectations going into that tournament.
I don't know if it's bad to have expectations of yourself. I think if you like this is good, having an idea of how you want to play and how well you want to play is fine. But I think saying you can win MSI is a little bit over the top, maybe. I can't speak for last year's MSI, but I think at Worlds we were actually not choking or a national stage lul or anything like that. It was literally just us being bad at the game. I don't think we choked or something like that. So
I think this MSI will be much better, hopefully. I mean,
Yeah,
it cannot be much worse, right? But
It can't not be much worse, no. So we will see what happens. Brooks, is there anything you want to add to that? You get to play Faker.
Well, I just want to actually play against everyone in MSI because those mid laners there are really great. Like Faker, Maple, and both Jensen and Bjergsen are both extremely good. So I'm sure I can learn a thing or two from them. And maybe if I get lucky enough, they can enter my lane kingdom.
Maybe they can enter your lane kingdom. Finally, ask Trick, what do you think will happen at MSI?
Last year I didn't practice a lot, but this year I will practice a lot in MSI. In MSI. So.
Okay, we'll see. We've spoken about it enough. I think we'll see you guys in the group stage and see how it goes. Let's pull it back to today. Third final in a row, third championship in a row. We talked about the G2 Kings, the G2 Dynasty. It doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon. What are your aspirations going forward in Europe? How many titles is G2 going to rack up at this pace? You seem pretty unstoppable.
Well, to the answer to the question of how many titles we want to win, how long is LCS going to stay around is the answer.
All right, there we go. That is clear. We were in Hamburg. It was a fantastic crowd. It was a fantastic tournament. Is there any one of you who wants to thank the crowd and thank also the G2 fans at home, because they were definitely rooting for you guys? Perks?
I would like to thank my whole family, friends, and everyone who supports me. I would like to thank this whole crowd here. Even though everyone was cheering for Unicorns, I still think it was an awesome crowd, and thank you guys for coming, because we all just love competition, and I enjoy playing on stage very much, so seeing 10,000 people or something come here to watch our game, it feels really awesome. So thank you guys, and thanks G2 and all our fans who are supporting us for a very long time.
I wanted to make a special shout out to my family and friends that are watching and the ones that came here too. And I also wanted to, since I know that my mother is watching and she's always asking me if I know German or not, I would like to thank the fans in Germany. So danke an alle, die ihr uns bei uns sein, und ja, ich liebe euch.
Well, that's one way to win over the hearts of the German fans, and of course they were cheering for you guys as well. Thank you guys very much, G2. Congratulations, third championship in a row, and we'll see you guys at MSI. One more time for our Spring Split champions, G2 Esports. I think the party is going to go on for a long time here in Hamburg. It's been amazing. You guys have been an amazing crowd here in Germany, in Hamburg, for the entire weekend. These are our champions over in the NA, LCS, TSM, and C9 will battle it out for their spot in MSI, so you can check it over there. But first off, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you at MSI. Dankeschön. Tschüssi.
There are a lot of variations that can now come into the Rift.
I really want to see where predictions meet judgment.
Right on the petrifying gaze, 3-0 Splice win the fastest game of Spring. Are you kidding me? Is he going to be able to get this one? Taste the fear's not enough. He's still alive! Look at the lifesteal! Yeah, but look at the Nexus! Get the camera on the Nexus! Oh, they've just got Nexus turrets left. He's killing the Nexus!
Up we go!
What? No way! me! What a god of a glitter lance!
The Unicorns are cleaning up. It's Betsy taken down to 0.
Sven gets the quadra kill! What a wild one it's been! But in the end, it is gonna be G2 and 0!
Today we can show them that gods do not bleed.
The slicing Maelstrom is tearing Fnatic apart. They're running for their life. And all the damage melting Giants' HP bars. Wonder's about to gnaw out.
Massive damage coming in. How well they can take down the opposition.
The damage dealers can't kill a Unicorn, but Duxie gets himself more.
Nice. That's really good, really good.
Oh, blocking the damage, Wonder, no!
I love you guys. And look at my friends and family, they're all here.
Otherwise, there will be very tough. Oh, flash!
Oh, Hans G2 Esports, they stop Fnatic in their tracks.
Misfits are melting. Unicorns, the fans say fear their horns and know exactly why.
Tonight's match is the third place decider.
But another hook from Jesus! He goes over the wall. Reckless is popping off. He's going for more.
Killable Demon.
It's going to be the 3-0 for Fnatic, and with that final win, they are going to lock in third place here in the LCS and take the first step on their path to World.
A shot at the crown, a shot at the title. Let's put your hands together for your Spring Split Final.
G2 walk backwards and forwards, beautifully counting that fight.
The Kings reign supreme in game one. The tactical sweep picks up one. Precision protocol. Spect Asheron catches out to Xerxes. This could be the final fight. This is the G2 Dynasty.